待ちに待った国際ウイグル会議が我が国日本で開催されます。私、日本ウイグル国会議員連盟事務局長の衆議院議員の三林のみと申します。今日の司会を進行させていただきますので、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。昨日は歓迎レセプション、多くの皆様にご参加をいただきましてありがとうございました。今日から2日間、議論が行われるわけでありますが、準備はもう滞りなくしているつもりでありますけれども、何かという不届きの点があるかと思います。ぜひ、お申し付けいただければと思います。この会議は28カ国の国会議員、また有識者の方にご参加をいただいております。活発な議論と、そしてこのウイグル、東トルキスタン国、こうしたウイグルの民族がこれからも世界の中で輝けるような、そうした国としてなっていくこと、このことを願っている次第でございます。それでは開会に先立ちまして国歌斉唱を行いたいと思います。ありがとうございました。ご着席をお願いいたします。 それでは続きましてビデオ上映をご覧になっていただきたいと思います。
Since 2017, Uyghurs and other Turkic people have suffered from unspeakable human rights atrocities at the hands of the Chinese government. This includes the arbitrary detention of up to 3 million Uyghurs in mass internment camps, systematic rape, modern slavery, forced sterilization and abortion, family separation, and other severe human rights abuses. Their crime? A distinct ethnicity, culture, and religion. The World Uyghur Congress is an international organization that represents the collective interests of the Uyghur people worldwide. For almost 20 years, we have worked around the clock to promote Uyghur human rights at national governments and international institutions. Our experienced staff engages with policymakers and civil society partners worldwide to advocate for and shape relevant laws and policies to address the Uyghur human rights crisis. Moreover, as a representative Uyghur organization, an important part of our work is the capacity building of Uyghur diaspora communities to train the next generation of Uyghur human rights defenders. The stakes of our work are very high. By now, the Chinese government's actions against the Uyghurs are internationally recognized to constitute crimes against humanity and genocide. 10 national parliaments and senates of Belgium, Canada, Czech Republic, France, Ireland, Lithuania, Netherlands, Taiwan, the United Kingdom, USA, and the European Parliament have recognized the atrocity crimes against Uyghurs as genocide and crimes against humanity. Through our joint advocacy work with partners at the United Nations, the High Commissioner for Human Rights on her last day in office last year classified the situation in East Turkestan as possible crimes against humanity. But the Uyghur genocide has not been stopped. The perpetrators were not held accountable. They are trying to cover their crime and show the whole world that Uyghurs are happy and prosperous people. As so-called counterterrorism measures are being legitimized, Uyghur culture and religion is being prohibited and punished. Under these repressive measures, millions of Uyghurs have been arbitrarily detained and enforcibly disappeared in the many Chinese concentration camps and prisons. The PRC uses state-imposed forced labor against Uyghurs throughout their homeland and transports Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslim majority peoples to factories across China. Many international companies are now profiting from Uyghur forced labor through their supply chains. These include, but are not limited to, the solar industry, automobile industry, global apparel and textile sectors, and agriculture. In addition, the PRC security forces use hostage diplomacy and exercise transnational repression against the Uyghurs in the diaspora in order to silence them. The last visit of Xi Jinping in East Turkestan shows that the measures will not end and that the Chinese state will crack down even harder on the Uyghurs and other Turkic people. The International Uyghur Forum provides a platform for politicians, scholars, researchers, and activists to unite their efforts to end the suffering of the Uyghur people. With our first meeting in Brussels, Belgium, last year, we managed to bring together policymakers and scholars to fight together against this brutal Chinese regime. We have since seen multiple legislations introduced in parliaments around the world and different campaigns to help end the Uyghur genocide. In February 2023, parliamentarians in Canada unanimously passed the M62 bill introduced by MP Samir Zubairi. This motion allows for 10,000 Uyghurs living in unsafe states to be resettled in Canada. Whereas in the United States, congressmen and congresswomen proposed the Uyghur Policy Act of 2023 in April of this year to support Uyghurs in the diaspora and to improve the situation in our homeland. In different parliaments, Uyghur friendship groups are making an essential contribution to addressing the genocide. Just recently, the Uyghur parliamentary group was formed in the German Bundestag, which makes it the 8th parliamentary Uyghur friendship group globally. Researchers and scholars from all around the world are also supporting this crucial work with groundbreaking research. And global human rights organizations help make an important contribution to keep the Uyghur genocide on the global agenda. More so, UN special rapporteurs are working around the clock to provide us with key reports to help us push for accountability measures at the United Nations and beyond. We call on you for increased action to end the Uyghur genocide and to hold Chinese perpetrators to account. Let us join forces to end the Uyghur genocide. Only together can we make a small contribution to a more peaceful world in these difficult times. Welcome to the International Uyghur Forum, the Global Parliamentarian Convention in Tokyo.
それでは開会のご挨拶をお願いしたいと思います。まず、日本ウイグル国会議員連盟会長、中国による人権侵害を究明し行動する議員連盟会長であります古谷啓二先生よりよろしくお願いいたします。
皆さんおはようございます。同時通訳、皆さんおはようございます。私は今ご紹介いただきました日本ウイグル議員連盟並びに中国の人権侵害を究明する議員連盟の会長を務めております古谷啓二でございます。今日は実はこのウイグルの世界大会が11年ぶりに日本で開会をされます。実は11年前も私、この世界大会の運営に関与させていただきました。その時のことを一言申し上げます。それは我々がこれを運営をするということを知った中国当局が中国の鄭英華当時の大使の名前で我々国会議員に、いわば脅迫状のようなものを送ってきました。その中身は中国はチベットあるいはモンゴルそしてこのウイグルこういう地区は民主的にちゃんと管理をしている。この問題でこれ以上国会議員が関与したらあなたたち生命の安全は保障しない。信じられないけどこういう書状を私たちが受け取りました。当時は自由民主党が政権に復帰する直前でございましたが我々は50名の国会議員をすぐに集めて連名で大使に、反論状を出しました。その内容はウイグルの実態を中国側からの見解で書いたものと思われますが正直言ってこれは間違っている事実ではないと指摘せざるを得ない。ましてや主権国家の国会議員に対する書状としては極めて適正に欠ける失礼なものである。我々は独立国家の国会議員として堂々とこの会会をいたしますということを宣言しておく。そしてなおかつメディアにも全て公表しました。その後どうなったか、特に経過大使からの反論はありませんでした。しっかりこの日本で最初の世界大会を開会することができたという経緯がございます。 私が申し上げたいのは、やはり中国に対しては、毅然たる態度で対応していくということが大前提であります。忖度する必要は全くないということじゃないでしょうか。私は今、ウイグル議連の会長でありますけれども、昨年の12月にウイグル議連からモンゴル議連からチベット議連、人権外交議連、を、それぞれ統合をしてですね、中国の人権侵害を究明する議員連盟というのを、昨年立ち上げました。それぞれ議員連盟は人権侵害だけではないいろんなテーマも扱っていますので、中国の人権侵害ということにスポットを当てて、それに特化をして取り組む議連でございます。その後、3月にはですね、イーサン・ガットマンさん、これは中国専門のアナリストですけれども、中国研究の、共産主義者記念財団 VOC の中国研究の上席研究員でありますが、この方をお招きをして、臓器移植の実態、生きた人間から臓器を、取り出して、ビジネスにしているという現実の生々しい報告を受けました。またその後、4月4日にはレイビット・タマスさん、これは国際人権弁護士ですが、中国の臓器問題の調査の第一人者と言われている、こういった方々に呼んで意見交換、そして生々しい実態を、報告を受けております。そして今日が、この世界大会11年ぶりの日本での開催ということで、かつてですね、もう中国がやり放題やってました。そして私らが非常に、懸念しているのは、習近平主席が3期目を迎えて、共産党大会でも相当厳しいことを言って、なおかつ、この人権侵害についてもかなり踏み込んで対応しているというのが、今のビデオにあるように事実でございます。私は世界には独裁国家が3つあると思います。一つは中国です。もう一つはロシアです。それからもう一つは北朝鮮です。我々はそういった国々に囲まれています。独裁者の共通点は3つあります。一つは周りを全てイエスマンで固める。二つ目は世界の首脳も平気で騙す。3つ目は人の命や人権よりも自らのメンツ、これを当てはめていけば、独裁者の、行動パターンが読み取ることができるということだと思います。私たちはこの上記をした中国の人権侵害についてはですね、堂々と対応していかなきゃいけない。ちょうど今日は中谷源さんがあちらに出ていますが、中谷さんが確かまだ総理補佐官、人権担当の補佐官だった時に、サミットの前にですね、政府がそういった人権侵害の国で作られた製品は、輸入しないようにというような、対応、これは強制力はないわけですけれども、そういったメッセージを政府として発信をしていただいた、中谷源当時の補佐官がいろいろ対応していただきました。こういったこともご披露申し上げます。ただ世界に比べてやり方まだ日本は生ぬるいと思います。やっぱりみんなから背中を押していただいてですね、対応していく。もちろん国会でも決議をしました。ただ決議の内容はもう皆さんご承知の通り、ややトーンダウンした形になっていますので、そんな配慮をする必要は私はないと思いますが、日本の国会は基本的に全ての政党が了解をしないと国会決議がなかなか難しいという現実があるので、最後は調整の上決議をすることの方が大切であるという観点に立って決議をさせていただきました。今後ともですね、この今ネット社会になって、10年前とは全く違う世界です。中国はいくら真実を隠そうとしても、もうネットで世界に拡散しています。これがですね、真実でございまして、やはりそれに対して国際社会がどういう対応をしていくか、共通の価値観、基本的人権、法の支配、それから、 民主主義というですね、こういう共通の価値観を持つ国々がしっかり連携をしていかなければいけません。私実は多くの議連の会長やってますが、その一つは日本と台湾の議員連盟です。私会長やってます。で、台湾は正式な国交がないので極めて重要な役割を果たしているんですが、台湾あるいは台湾海峡に対しても中国当局はちょっと常軌を逸した動きをしています。これも国際社会がしっかり連携してそういった動き、暗殺をされた安倍晋三元総理が台湾有事は日本の有事だ、日米共同の有事だ、世界の有事になり得るんだということをはっきり発信しました。そういうことをさせてはいけない、させないために私たちは連携をしている、こんな取り組みをしていることも合わせ、ご報告を申し上げながら、非常に有意義な大会が今日こうやってここできる、昨日の前夜祭について、実際の支持ができるということを私自身も大変喜んでおります。そして中国の人権侵害を究明する議員連盟、数多くの超党派の仲間が参加してくれました。役員が全員公表しました。これ公表するとね、意外と協力はするけど名前が勘弁してくれっていう議員も意外といるんですね。それは全部説得して70数人全部公表しています。私たちはそれぐらいこの問題に対して学びを決して取り組んでいこうと思っておりますので、ぜひ皆さんと同じ視点に立って世界が協力をして、しっかり中国に対して牽制した圧力を強め、常軌をした動きをさせないこと、そのことをみんなで究極の目標として頑張っていくことではありませんか。以上で冒頭議員連盟会長としてのご挨拶を控えさせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
それでは会長ありがとうございました。続きまして、世界ウイグル会議議長ドルグン・エイサ世界ウイグル会議総裁よりご挨拶をお願いいたします。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, honorable parliamentary members, ambassador, foreign diplomat, government officials, UN special reporters, dear civil society representatives, experts, scholars, human rights activists, journalists, and my dear countrymen. I'm deeply honored to be officially opening the International Uyghur for Global Parliamentary Convention in Tokyo. I'm so encouraged to see a room full of individuals who are dedicated in advancement of the Uyghur cause. As you may know, the Uyghur issue has made headlines in recent years, but headlines don't end an ongoing genocide. Accountability and a concerted effort can. This is the why we are here today. Many concrete actions have been taken by members of parliaments, civil society actors, UN experts, scholars, and the wider international community. So far, 11 parliaments, United States, United Kingdom, French, Canada, Belgium, Netherlands, Czech Republic, Ireland, Lithuania, Thailand, and the European Parliament, and one government, United States, have officially recognized crime committed against Uyghur people as a genocide, especially after final judgment of the independent Uyghur Tribunal on December 9, 2021. And just last year, both House of Representatives, the House of Council in Japan passed historic resolution on Uyghurs. We also have established many Uyghur friendship groups in national parliament, like one hosting you today, in the Japanese parliament, in Canada, in United States, in the European Parliament, in French, in the UK and Thailand, and recently launched friendship group in German Bundestag. However, so far, support mainly came from global north. You may wonder, how does commit only merit the attention of support of faction of the world? We have been wondering the same for years. When we realized this, we have actively started advocating our cause in global south countries. With limited success, especially in Muslim majority world, many of these OIC countries who advocated against Islamophobia everywhere also have chosen to the other way when we face with mounting evidence and the severe abuse of the Uyghur rights. When the Quran were burned, when religious teaching and the most basic expression of religious identity was criminalized, non-Muslim majority countries stood up for us, except a few, like Turkey, Albania, and Somalia. We have realized that we have few supporters in the global south. During this time, the situation on the ground has not gotten any better. Recent reporting has put an emphasis on the desecuritization of the region, where checkpoints are less visible, where more people can be seen in the streets appearing to live normal lives, and the tourists who are enjoying showcase of the Uyghur culture. But this is just face that Chinese government want to show to the international community. The situation is more dire than ever. With formal sentencing of those who were previously held in the extrajudicial camps, the surveillance that is still heightened in the most Uyghurs area. Family separation, elimination of Uyghur culture, we must not be fooled by Chinese propaganda. This is the why this gathering in Japan is crucial. We have legislators from many different countries present here. After the failure of the resolution discussing the human rights at the Human Rights Council last October, we have realized that we urgently need new partner in Asia, in Middle East, in Africa and Latin America. We simply cannot end the genocide without their support. Why Japan? Japan is first country in the Asia-Pacific region to publicly condemn and acknowledge ongoing atrocity against Uyghur and other Turk groups. Since 2019, during the second Abe administration, Japan has been only non-Western country to sign joint statement condemning the Uyghur genocide at the United Nations continually. The current Kishida administration has emphasized human rights diplomacy, including response to Uyghur atrocity and its election manifesto and establishment of Prime Minister Advisor on the human rights issue. This forum has enabled the participation of 200 participants from 25 countries. In the next 2 days, there will be various discussions with more than 80 speakers from surveillance technology, first level to transnational repression. We don't simply want a simple conversation about these issues, but tangible action-oriented items that will be serve all of us in campaigning for accountability and change. This is the immense value is everyone's participation. This is the forum to exchange view, brainstorm, but mostly importantly to establish long-term partnership that can result in concrete action. May all discussion be protected. I welcome you all to International Uyghur Forum in Japan again. Thank you.
ドルグン・エイサ総裁、ありがとうございました。今日はご来賓をお迎えしております、駐日米国大使館レイモンド・ F ・グリーン首席講師でございます。ご挨拶をお願いしたいと思います。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 皆様おはようございます。Let me begin by thanking our hosts and organizers, Mr. Dolkan Issa, President of the World Uyghur Congress, Mr. Keiji Furuya, Chairman of the Japan Uyghur Parliamentary Caucus, Mr. Afumeto Repetto, Chairman of the Japan Uyghur Association and Interparliamentary Alliance on China. Let me also recognize Mr. Nakatani Gen, who is a longtime supporter of human rights in Xinjiang and around the world. We're grateful to have this opportunity to meet and hear from those actively engaged in addressing the Uyghur genocide. The United States is a nation founded on religious liberty. In fact, the English settlers who came to the United States in the 1600s were called pilgrims, as they fled religious oppression by the English crown. They wanted to worship and believe freely. Among our core values as Americans, whether at home or in our foreign policy, are the freedoms to worship, to assemble, and to speak. Almost 250 years since our founding, our commitment to these principles has not wavered. The United States State Department works with Congress and other interagency partners to combat forced labor in Xinjiang and strengthen international coordination against these and other egregious violations of human rights by the People's Republic of China. As everyone here knows, the PRC has rounded up their own citizens based on their religious beliefs and ethnic background and tried to profit from it by putting Uyghur-produced goods into the global supply chain. Moreover, Beijing lies to the world about it and it attempts to silence activists from shining the light on what really is happening in Xinjiang. The United States is speaking out and standing up against religious persecution around the world. Last year, the Biden administration provided $20 million to help promote religious freedom and protections for members of religious minorities globally, including helping to ensure that people everywhere can practice their faith freely and fairly. President Biden appointed Rashad Hussain as Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom, the first Muslim to hold this post, and Deborah Lipstadt, a Holocaust expert, as the first ambassador-level special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism. As a founding member of the International Religious Freedom of Belief Alliance, the United States has coordinated with partners around the world to promote the rights of religious minority groups and combat persecution. We also believe strongly in the safety, dignity, and liberty of individuals. That is why in 2021, President Biden signed into law the bipartisan Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act to hold the PRC accountable for genocide and human rights abuses and to address forced labor in Xinjiang and prevent goods made with forced labor from being imported into the United States. In addition to withhold release orders issued on companies in the region, the United States Customs and Border Protection began implementing the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in June 2022 to ensure no goods made wholly or in part with materials from Xinjiang enter the United States. Furthermore, the United States has taken concrete measures to promote accountability in Xinjiang, including visa restrictions, financial sanctions under Global Magnitsky, export controls, as well as the release of a multi-agency business advisory on Xinjiang to help companies avoid commerce that facilitates or benefits from human rights abuses, including forced labor. Together with our interagency partners, we will continue to engage companies to remind them of U.S. legal obligations which prohibit importing goods to the United States that are made with forced labor. We are rallying our allies and partners to make global supply chains free from the use of forced laborers, to speak out against atrocities in Xinjiang, and to join us in calling on the government of the People's Republic of China to immediately end atrocities and human rights abuses, including forced labor. On behalf of our government, I would like to thank our partners' continuing response to PRC's malign activity. The United States Japan's Diet's resolutions on the grave human rights situation in Xinjiang in 2022 is one example. On this occasion, I would like to appreciate Chairman Furuya's initiative for adopting the resolution to call for international collaboration to address the issue of PRC's human rights issues. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to address this important event, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。さらに、ビデオメッセージが届いております。 アメリカ合衆国国会議員のジョー・マークリーさん、また同じく国会議員アメリカ合衆国の国会議員であるマイク・ゴーリーさん、それからドイツのこのウイグル支援団体でありますトルコ系のムラト・イレリさんからビデオメッセージが届いておりますのでご覧ください。
We must face a horrifying truth. The Uyghurs, many of whom practice the Muslim faith, are being erased. Genocide is yet again occurring, this time at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. To members of the Uyghur community, we are deeply grateful for your bravery. We know that it has come at a great cost. In March, our committee heard testimony from 2 heroic Uyghur women whose stories took us to the center of the universe, to the place where the world's moral attention should be focused, to Xinjiang. These 2 women were both inside the concentration camps. They are first-hand witnesses to the systemic, unimaginable brutality, witnesses to the attempted elimination of a people, a culture, a civilization, witnesses to the largest extrajudicial mass internment of a religious minority since the Holocaust, witnesses to erasure. That's why Elie Wiesel swore to fight those who would forget, who would avert their gaze. And that is why on this committee we're determined to make sure that the world knows, and that in 50 years, when the Xinjiang genocide is remembered as one of the abominations of the 21st century, no corporate executive, no policymaker, no investor, no university president can look their grandchildren in the eye and claim that they didn't know.
Senator Jeff Merkley here. As the co-chair of the U.S. Congressional Executive Commission on China, it's an honor to speak with all of you at this important convention. The late former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe said, and I quote, "Japan should firmly support the human rights of Uyghurs who are facing the dispossession of their history, culture, tradition, religion, and ethnicity." By hosting this conference in Tokyo, a conference dedicated to defending those values, you honor the late Prime Minister's aspirations for Japan, and you honor his unwavering support for the Uyghur people. Sadly, all of us are familiar with the egregious human rights violations that the Chinese government is committing against the Uyghur people. Discrimination, imprisonment, mass detention, internment, torture, forced labor, and transnational repression. 1 year ago, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights released a report saying that the abuses against the Uyghurs constituted crimes against humanity. And I'm proud that the United States government has officially recognized those abuses as genocide. And I'm proud that the United States Congress stands with other parliaments around the world to condemn those crimes. Individually and together, our legislators can act to support the Uyghur people and oppose the Chinese government's determined assault on fundamental human rights. In the United States Congress, we've taken many actions toward those goals, including certain committees and passing several pieces of legislation. Let me tell you about some of those actions now. First, as I mentioned before, I co-chair the Congressional Executive Commission on China. This commission brings together both the executive and legislative branches of our government, members from both chambers of Congress, members from both political parties. We've held hearings on many forms of repression by the Chinese government, including the repression of the Uyghur and Tibetan people, the police crackdowns in Hong Kong, the Chinese government's attempts to suppress free speech in the United States and across other national borders. The Commission also publishes an annual report that documents the Chinese government's failures to adhere to internationally recognized human rights standards. And it maintains an extensive database of political prisoners to ensure that cases of political and religious detention are not forgotten. Second, the U.S. Congress has passed legislation to hold the Chinese government accountable for the crimes they are committing against the Uyghur people. In 2020, we passed the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act, which requires the U.S. government to report human rights abuses by the Chinese government against Uyghurs and protect Uyghurs in the United States. The law was an important first step, but we needed to do more. A year later, in 2021, we passed the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which took pretty unprecedented steps to crack down on the import of products made with forced labor. The law is already making it harder for the Chinese government to sell products made with Uyghur forced labor. It's protecting the American people from becoming unwilling and really complicit in the enslavement. And there's still more we can do. This year, Senator Marco Rubio and I have introduced the Uyghur Genocide Accountability and Sanctions Act. We do a number of things, including enhancing assistance for the victims of genocide, promoting the preservation of cultural and linguistic heritages repressed by the Chinese government, improving transparency so we can track who is benefiting financially from these egregious human rights abuses. Third, I'm leading the effort in Congress to mobilize a strong response to the long arm of Chinese government authoritarianism that Freedom House calls, quote, the most sophisticated, global, comprehensive campaign of transnational repression in the world. I've introduced, with Senator Rubio and other colleagues, the transnational repression policy, hold foreign governments and individuals accountable when they stalk, intimidate, or assault people across borders, especially the Uyghur people and their diaspora communities around the world. This bill would mandate additional U.S. government reporting on the issue, require training for U.S. diplomatic and law enforcement personnel, bolster intelligence community efforts to track and share information on these incidents, and develop a more effective tip line for victims and witnesses. These are some of the steps we've taken. It's critical that the action not stop there. We need governments around the world to take similar steps, to develop whole-of-government strategies to push back against transnational repression in a coordinated fashion, protect their economies and supply chains from being tainted by the products of forced labor, to share information and best practices with each other in responding to the intimidation and coercion of bullies like the Chinese Communist Party. I've said before that the Uyghurs and other ethnic groups in Xinjiang are being tortured, imprisoned, forced into labor, pressured to abandon their religious and cultural practices by the Chinese government. The horrifying surveillance and mass detention of Uyghurs and their subjects are appalling human rights violations that deprive millions of people of their liberty in a desperate attempt to strip the entire community of its culture and its history. The United States and countries around the world, including all of them, must send a resounding and unequivocal message against genocide and forced labor wherever these evils appear. In 2015, Prime Minister Abe addressed the United States Congress, and during his speech to us, he said, we must make sure human security will be preserved, in addition to national security. That's our belief, firm and solid, in which we make a proactive contribution to peace. Those were wise words from Prime Minister Abe. Let us use this convention, let us use our parliaments, let us use our power to legislate to stop anyone from profiting from genocide. And let us support the Uyghur peoples, support all oppressed peoples, and support freedom and security across Asia and around the world. Thank you.
Türkistan halkı 70 yılı aşkın süredir Çin işgali altında asimilasyon, katliam, soykırım ve diğer insan hakları ihlallerine maruz kalmış, 3 milyonu aşkın insan gerekçesiz bir şekilde toplama kamplarına kapatılmıştır. Birçok insan hakları raporu, toplama kampları tanıkları ve Çin-Çan polis dosyaları gibi sızdırılmış belgeler, Çin'in işgal altındaki Doğu Türkistan'da soykırım işlediğini inkar edemez ayrıntılarla dünyaya göstermektedir. Çin bu acımasız uygulamalarıyla adeta dünyaya meydan okumakta, hukuk, yasa tanımadığını göstermektedir. Bu zamana kadar uygulanan politikaların hiçbir etki yapmadığı da ortadadır. Onun içindir bir an evvel harekete geçilmeli ve Çin'e dur denilmelidir. Ekonomik çıkar, siyasi dengeler insan ve onurundan önce görülmemelidir. İGMG ve Hasene olarak her daim Uygurlu kardeşlerimizin yanında olduk, insani ve lojistik imkanlarımızı sunduk. 2019 yılı Şubat ayının başta Avrupa başkentleri olmak üzere Avustralya'dan ABD'ye uzanan coğrafyalarda Çin büyükelçilikleri ve konsoloslukları önünde protesto gösterileri organize ettik. Basın bildirileri yayınladık. Dünya Uygur Kurultayı ile birlikte uluslararası kamuoyunun dikkatlerini Çin'in yaptığı mezalime çektik. Yine partnerlerimizle birlikte Uygur soykırımına küresel yanıt sloganıyla 9-10 Kasım 2022 tarihlerinde Belçika'nın başkenti Brüksel'de Avrupa Parlamentosu'nun ev sahipliğinde Uluslararası Uygur Forumu'nu düzenledik. Yayınladığımız Brüksel bildirisiyle soykırıma dikkat çektik ve uluslararası toplumu harekete geçmeye ve soykırımı durdurmaya davet ettik. Doğu Türkistan'ın haklı davasını her zaman maddi ve manevi olarak her platformda destekledik. Desteklemeye de devam edeceğiz. Tarih, ülkeleri büyüklüklerine, ekonomik ve askeri güçlerine göre değil, azınlıklara ve savunmasız insanlara nasıl davrandıklarına, adil olup olmadıklarına göre hatırlayacaktır. Bugün burada bir araya gelen erdemli ve seçkin davetliler, tarihe bir not düşerek dünyaya Uygurların yalnız olmadığını, Çin'den büyük bir dünyanın var olduğunu göstermektedir. Barışı, insanca bir yaşamı, huzuru herkes hak ediyor. Barış ve huzur dolu bir dünya temennisiyle. Başta misafirperverliklerinden dolayı Japonya'ya ve değerli katılımcılara selam eder, saygılar sunarım.
ありがとうございました。これで、今日の開会式終了となりますが、ぜひ今日と明日の2日間活発な議論でこの国際ウイグルフォーラム、ぜひ皆さんの力で成功させたいと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。最後ですが、ぜひ、ドルグン総裁と米国公使のレイモンド・F・リーさんを囲んで、多くの皆さんにここで写真を撮影をしたいと思います。ぜひ国会議員の皆さん、また日本の地方議員の皆さんも、そして各国の有識者の皆さん、研究者の皆さん、大使館の関係の皆様、ぜひ前の方においでいただきたいと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。どうぞ皆さん前の方においでください。大勢の方入ると思いますので、ちょっと詰めて、撮影することになりますが、よろしくお願いいたします。前に座ってください。机の前にもぜひ、ちょっと中腰になりますが、しばしの間ご辛抱お願いします。ぜひ多くの方が前に入ってください。どうぞ前に入ってください。
Do you know this guy? He's my colleague. Yeah. Oh, yes. Jim. Okay, that's good.
Campaign has worked. Let me just underline the point briefly. Some of the worst human rights crises over the past decade have received almost no media attention and almost no corresponding political activity. Myanmar, Sudan, the Hazaras, atrocities in northern Nigeria, Yemen, Tigray, I could go on and on and on. There were and are deplorable human rights abuses in each of these examples, which should have warranted international attention and action. But none of them really come through. Not because the subject matter wasn't shocking, but because the campaign economy behind them wasn't sharp enough. Even where the news was so big it couldn't be ignored, like Myanmar, we didn't see it converted into significant political gains for the movement. The basic lesson is this: political gains are hard-won. They do not fall out of the sky, they have to be organised. But this presents a lot of difficulty for us here. As mentioned briefly last night, how can we sustain this campaign economy in an information blackout? We're going to have to think very carefully if we're going to be able to keep attention on this critical issue. So, knowing that this is an action-oriented conference, I want to place this problem before our panel today and to draw out of discussion some ways that we might consider keeping momentum, keeping that sense of urgency. So our panelists are each going to speak for 5 minutes or so, outlining their thoughts about, and this is our title, China as a systemic rival, Europe, China, and the world beyond the pandemic. But I'm asking each to focus on practical and concrete ideas that others in this assembly may be able to assist in making a reality. Right, so enough from me. Over to our first panelist. This is Ambassador Kelly Curry, who has many affiliations, but for purposes of today is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Over to you, Kelly.
Thank you. Nope, I'm on. Great, wonderful. Thank you, Luke. And yes, I have to say right off at the top here that I am speaking in my personal capacity, not on behalf of any of my many affiliations. So thank you for that. But I think that is a great way to set the scene. Also, I think hearing from since I'm coming, I'll be speaking, I guess, to the American perspective on this situation. So having heard from Chairman Mike Gallagher, who is the head of the Select Committee on it's got a very long title. We just call it the China Select Committee, but its full title is something like the Select Committee on the Malign Activities of the People's Republic of China, the Chinese Communist Party, which is the non-Communist Party. But we all just call it the China Party. So he's the chairman of that. And then Senator Merkley, who was one of the lead co-sponsors, and really the person who, together with Senator Marco Rubio, brought the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act over the finish line in the Senate and forced the Biden administration, against their will, to accept that piece of legislation and get it and have it go through the United States Senate and get passed by the Congress. That those two members of Congress speak to the deep bipartisan well of support for addressing the crisis of the Uyghur human rights abuses and mass atrocities inside the U.S. Congress, and that really cuts across both political parties in the United States in a very fundamental way. And I can say that approach that the U.S. Congress has taken on the Uyghur issue and on the atrocities in Xinjiang and on China more broadly has been bipartisan, principled, and serious for especially over the past 6 years, you've seen the emergence of this quite durable, substantial bipartisan group that is taking things seriously. I first testified on the atrocities in Xinjiang in 2018 in East Turkestan. In 2018 to a congressional committee as a U.S. official, and that was it was not an easy thing even at that time, even though we had copious amounts of evidence coming in about what was happening, buttressed by the personal testimony of individual Uyghur Americans whose family members were disappearing in East Turkestan, and who were coming into the State Department every day to tell us that they had lost touch with their family members throughout 2016 and 2017. And then also at that same time period, as we think about this bell curve and how the U.S. government and other like-minded countries got really more active and effective on this file, that combination of individual citizens and legal permanent residents of the United States and other countries coming in to their governments and talking about their missing family members, and then the meticulous documentation that, as Liz noted, many in this room were responsible for producing, that really showed that the individual and then the big picture. It was this combination that was so powerful in forcing the United States and other countries to act and to do things that are hard for us and not normal, I will say, as somebody who's worked on human rights in the United States, and many of the issues that were decided that don't get the attention they deserve for nearly 3 decades. I can tell you that, especially when it comes to China, the United States government doesn't want to have to confront China on its human rights abuses. It literally has to be dragged kicking and screaming to do it for the better part of the past 3 decades. And to see it turn like an aircraft carrier slowly but inexorably on this issue has been something that has been quite remarkable for me. So how do we keep it turning and keep it then chugging in the right direction? I think that this is, as Luke said, the challenge that we face. Going back to, for instance, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in Congress, this is now law. It represented a monumental achievement of the Uyghur American community, as well as the human rights community, and a lot of people working really, really hard to drive this across the finish line against enormous resistance from some of the largest corporations in the United States and from the Biden administration itself. And that the fact that this got passed was a huge accomplishment. But then the implementation has been slow, it's been erratic, it's been incomplete. And that resistance from the business community has continued, and they are at an advantage in these processes that are taking place out of the public eye. They're not secret, but they're boring. They're incredibly technical, and nobody cares about what's happening inside the Department of Homeland Security's working group on implementation of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, except for the people who care about that. And that is a small number of people who follow it every day and who make sure, who are tracking it. But it's not a sexy media story. It doesn't have a lot of, it's not going to end up on the front page of the newspaper. And it's not going to get a lot of eyeballs on online media. So this presents like one of the problems of success, right, if you will, that you get a piece of legislation that is major and landmark, and then you're trying to implement it, and it's a slow, boring, painful process that is taking place largely in technical places, technical bodies that are of little to no interest to anybody outside of your community. So trying to figure out how you connect these processes, these boring technical processes, to what's going on in the wider world is very difficult in most cases. I will say that there is a small advantage here in that you can connect it to the broader U.S.-China competition and geopolitical competition and de-risking, or whatever it is that we're calling it these days. But there's a risk involved in doing that as well, and we have to be very mindful of the risks that are entailed in doing so. And I think that one of the things, though, that I continue to try to do in my own work and in my cooperation with Uyghur groups that are trying to work on these things is figure out how do we, a lot of what this comes down to is raising the costs and consequences to the regime in Beijing, to their activities and their behavior, and not allowing them to get away with stuff without some form of resistance or some cost or consequences more than what they have been tagged with in the past. And so I tend to focus on, okay, does this action raise the cost for Beijing? Does it require them to deploy more diplomatic resources than they normally would? Does it cause them to have to respond in the media to something that makes them then look foolish? Does it inform people outside of our usual circle of people who care about this issue in a new way about something that then causes them to pick up an item, look at the bottom of it, see if it's made in China, and think, maybe there's forced labor here, maybe I should put this down and look for something that's not made in China. Like that, those are the, it can be very small costs, that small costs add up to bigger costs. I think we're seeing this with Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act implementation, as imperfect as it is. And I think that also if we start to adopt this paradigm of how do we raise the costs and consequences to Beijing, then it actually gives us goals to work toward that are more sustainable and longer term than trying to get media hits, trying to get legislation, trying to get more funding for this or more funding for that, and thinking about it in this more strategic way, because that's how they are very strategic, and they are very, they are putting a lot of resources into putting their agenda out and into putting their preferred narratives out. And so if we can especially use jujitsu ways that are small cost to us, but create more costs for them, that's what we want to see, is how we can, continue to be the pebble in their shoe, continue to cause them problems and discomfort as much as possible until we get into a position to do the next big thing. And I'll stop with that.
Thank you very much. A lot to think about there. Okay, I'm going to go straight over to Senator Herbert Fischer, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Senate of the Czech Republic, and founding co-chair of the Interparliamentary Alliance with China. Pavel, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you for inviting me here. The efforts to defend the rights of the Uyghur people in China's autonomous province of Xinjiang is a noble cause. Even though the communist government of the People's Republic of China officially acknowledges this region, East Turkestan, as an autonomous region, it consistently denies any genuine autonomy and undermines the preservation of Uyghur culture. Furthermore, it goes to great lengths to deprive the indigenous Uyghur population of their basic human dignity and fundamental rights. This includes enforcing the Chinese language as the primary medium of instruction for Uyghur children, leading to sanctions for those children who struggle due to it not being their native language, and tragically, cases of student suicide. Across Xinjiang, the use of the native language or preservation of authentic traditions is strictly prohibited. I will have as many micros as important leader. Across Xinjiang, the use of the native language or preservation of authentic tradition is strictly prohibited, a clear violation of UNESCO's principles. One notable Uyghur scientist, Rahila Dawood, has been unjustly sentenced to life imprisonment by China on charges of separatism. Shockingly, any scientific work is considered as a threat to the Chinese Communist Party because of national security. Similarly, another prominent Uyghur scientist, Ilham Tohti, was sentenced to life in 2014 for alleged separatism as well. His research over the years has highlighted that the Communist Chinese Party's nationality policies exacerbate problems in East Turkestan rather than solving them. Many influential Uyghur public intellectuals, such as Abu Bakr Jalaluddin, Jalkun Rozi, Zulfikar Barat Özbaş, and countless others, including artists, historians, journalists, or creators of Uyghur culture, are unjustly imprisoned. Fundamental rights, such as the right to live with one's family and the right to know the reason for arrest when detained by the police, are routinely disregarded. Reports indicate appalling conditions in detention facilities, and a recent public hearing in the Senate of the Czech Republic highlighted extreme violence against women, including state-organized rape and forced sterilization to prevent childbirth. One would expect that the international community would unite to investigate and end this horrifying violence. However, the reality is quite different. I will illustrate it with 3 examples where my expectations were sadly mistaken. First, initially, I believed that publicizing information about conditions in labor camps would mobilize global conscience, but even detailed reports by the BBC and leaked documents failed to prompt meaningful action. Second, I anticipated an outcry from Muslim countries worldwide after an independent tribunal chaired by Sir Geoffrey Nice found that China was systematically reducing Uyghur population. For the tribunal established that China had carried out a deliberate, systemic and concerted policy to bring about long-term reduction of Uyghur and other ethnic minority populations, nothing happened. Since Sir Geoffrey Nice even added that the panel believed senior officials, including the Chinese President Xi Jinping, bore primary responsibility for the abuses against Muslim minorities in the Xinjiang region. Yes, Muslim leaders remained silent, and EU leaders continued to seek meetings with the Chinese president who bears responsibility for the situation. And last but not least, while the UN Human Rights Council produced a report on Xinjiang about possible crimes against humanity, China's status as a permanent security member hindered a proper debate on the findings. It's clear that something is wrong. Every UN member state is expected to adhere to UN principles. For permanent member states of the United Nations Security Council, this responsibility is even more significant, demanding exemplary execution of their duties and obligations enshrined in the United Nations Charter. To address this issue, I suggest a 3-pronged approach. First, with concern, we observe that as Russia and its aggression against Ukraine continue in a blatant breach of UN Charter, just for the record, we see that on March 17, 2023, the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Vladimir Putin for war crimes related to child deportation during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, marking a historic first against a UN Security Council member leader. And this, Vladimir Putin visited recently China and its capital for an important summit, as we observe. But Russia is not alone. It has support of People's Republic of China and of North Korea, for instance. This country, party under sanctions, showed very prominent approach to Russia. Lavrov said Russia deeply values North Korea's unwavering and principled support for its war on Ukraine. Growing defense cooperation between Russia and North Korea is highly appreciated. By the way, during one of the high-level visits of Russian officials to Pyongyang, there was even a meeting also with Chinese officials, because the high-level delegation was there. If Russia is under international sanctions, as response to the aggression against Ukraine. If DPRK or North Korea is under sanctions adopted for many years already, we have to be ready to prepare sanctions also to China, because it already provided lethal aid or drones from Chinese manufacturers to Russian military and other equipment. Yes, we have to prepare sanctions against China even in advance, in order to deter China's leadership to engage more, for instance with North Korea, which could further destabilize the whole region. Second, when prominent Uyghur scientists like Rahila Dawood and Professor Ilham Tohti are silenced by imprisonment, we must raise our voices on their behalf and bring their fight to the attention of organizations like UNESCO. Why UNESCO? Since preserving distinct ethnicity, culture and religion is the very principle which are denied by PRC in Xinjiang. We have to hold them into account. Third, as a member of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, I will table a resolution based on the public hearing in the Senate regarding the Uyghur condition. This resolution should call also on our government to collaborate within the EU to hold China accountable for failing to meet its fundamental obligations. Additionally, we must initiate discussion on how to inform consumers in our respective countries about products associated with forced labor from Xinjiang. Incorporating labels and brands can be part of our strategy, marking corporations and products that do not engage in unethical business practices linked to the Chinese regime's crimes against humanity. This approach aligns with consumer interests in sustainability and ethical sourcing, for instance. While Communist China may not respect its international obligations, we can send a strong message through sanctions and economic pressure. To begin, we should focus on the owners and shareholders of companies operating in Xinjiang, making them aware of their complicity in these crimes against humanity. Thank you once again for your invitation, and I look forward for our exchange. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Okay, and go straight over, if we may, to Rabbi Abraham Cooper, Chair of the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Full treatment here. Thank you. First, just a comment about the previous speaker. I guess it's been at least 90 years. I don't know what it is that's in the water in Prague, but from that amazing city, we've had over many decades, a moral clarity come forward from many leaders, some of whom are a bit more famous than you are, but you're still young. And I felt that your presentation, sounded so reasonable that I'm sure everyone in the audience is saying, so how come we haven't achieved all of this if it's so clear in front of us? So first of all, on behalf of USERF, and also as a Jew, on behalf of the Simon Wiesenthal Center, may I just thank you and your countrymen for taking leadership roles on and off, including the Prague Spring, and helping to make a difference in human rights. So when people from Prague speak, sooner or later humanity does listen. Let's hope it won't be belated. I'm going to try to break the rule. I'm a member of the clergy, and 5 minutes with 2 microphones is usually too much to overcome. But I actually want to make my comments, just a few comments. Obviously, my dear colleague and friend, Nuri Terkel, is the person who should be sitting here right now. The United Airlines and ANA have conspired to delay him by about 20 hours. I was only delayed by 2. And I also want to mention Nuri because when I was appointed a little over a year and a half ago to the commission, the first thing that I did was to nominate Nuri Turkel to be the chair of USERF. And the reason I did that, I think, is also maybe gives us a little bit of a hint of where we should be going. I'm haunted by the fact that Nuri cannot see his mother. I'm haunted by the fact that the grandchildren will never see the grandfather. For me, this is very personal. It's very human. It comes down, I guess, in answer to what I think Stalin was quoted as saying, that one death is a tragedy and a million deaths a statistic. So this is an extremely important parliamentary meeting. It's going to set the course in terms of what is achievable in the arenas of international law, but especially with the companies that are involved in the supply chain. But my comments are, you might say, a sidebar to all of this, which is, okay, what should be the approach? How do we awaken the sleeping giants of the consumers of the United States, of the European Union, and the rest of the world? How do we awaken all those NBA fans who are more interested to see their heroes slam dunk than actually pausing for a moment and saying something that may cost them a few dollars or even a lot more? This was brought home to me a few months ago. I'm sure everyone here remembers that apartment house fire in China, in which the apartment house was sealed during their belated COVID, whatever was actually going on, and people died. Innocent people died because they couldn't get out of that apartment house in China. The next night, about 200 Chinese students at University of Southern California, among them Uyghurs, called for a memorial service / protest on the quad at USC. In fact, it took place not more than 100 yards from the LA Coliseum, where in a little while we'll have yet another Olympic Games being convened. What I found to be absolutely stunning and shocking, and stays with me every single day, was among the 200 students, about 180 of them were wearing masks. Not COVID masks, full-face masks. What were they worried about? What everybody in this room is worried about. What happens if there's someone taking video right now and shipping it off to Beijing? What will that do to my loved one who've had no contact with? But for me, my first reaction was, wait a second. I was born in the United States. I'm standing here in Los Angeles. I'm at a memorial program for innocent people who died in a fire. And take a look. Every single person has now changed the way they behaved because of a decision made by the president of China, applying old, horrific lessons from the Stalins and the Hitlers and the Maos, but now with 21st century technology. I think the only real response that we can do is to try to go back to basics. The parliamentarians should continue to further sharpen the rules, the attacks, and the demands of European countries. We know who they are, for whom export uber alles. No matter what Iran does to the women and teenage girls, nothing changes for those countries. But the clarion voices, that many of whom are here today, will play a continued powerful role. What about the rest of us? The thing for the rest of us is we have to figure out a way how to work from the bottom up. How to make, whether it's for young people across the US, across Canada, across Europe, how do we get them to embrace not some mega game plan, but to embrace one picture, to think about Nuri Turkel's mother as their aunt or neighbor. We have to personalize it. We have to bring it down to Stalin's equation, not in the millions, although tragically that's where we are, but to make it individual, to make it, I think, when we can put that humanized face in front of people, especially young people, we have a chance of changing hearts, minds, and policies. One last point, and I'll leave it to Nuri because I'm hoping he actually will be here in the next few hours. It's time again for us to name names, and you're right, it's boring, to name names of companies, American companies that keep deflecting and avoiding their responsibilities, and a number of major Japanese firms that also continue to have those intense, close economic relations with China. We need to name names. We need to be able to call them out. We need to be able to pressure them directly. On behalf of USERF, that's the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, we're 9 commissioners from different parts of the United States, Muslims, Jews, Christians, Uyghurs. I want to commend the Japanese authorities for their embrace of the Uyghur cause, for their intelligence in making room for many Uyghurs here to build their lives while they await a change, a fundamental change back home. And it's not easy to call such a hearing when you're so close to the Chinese mainland. So I think we have to say thank you to them, and to just let everyone here know that USERF will continue to be a bit of a gadfly to our own State Department, if necessary to our President. I think many people in US Congress actually get it, Democrats and Republicans. But if you need our help to stir the pot a little bit, that's what we're here for. So God bless your efforts. Look forward to learning a lot in the coming days from everyone here. Thank you. Not in the millions, although tragically that's where we are, but to make it individual, to make it, I think, when we can put that humanized face in front of people, especially young people, we have a chance of changing hearts, minds, and policies. One last point, and I'll leave it to Nuri because I'm hoping he actually will be here in the next few hours. It's time again for us to name names, and you're right, it's boring, to name names of companies, American companies that keep deflecting and avoiding their responsibilities, and a number of major Japanese firms that also continue to have those intense, close economic relations with China. We need to name names.
We need to tie this together and to ask a few questions of the panel. But first of all, we have a final presentation from Alexis Ducet, MP, member of the Canadian House of Commons, another IPAC member, and somebody that I will happily introduce as employing, let's hope, slightly less diplomatic language in your presentation.
I love it when you say that. Hello everybody, I'm going to start with a little context and then I'll get to the point of what should we concretely do. And just remember that English is not my first language, so I have text too. Okay. On October 2020, the House of Commons Subcommittee of International Human Rights issued a statement that I will read for you today. The subcommittee condemned the persecution of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang by the Chinese government. In light of the testimony in 2018 and 2020, the subcommittee is persuaded that the actions of the Chinese Communist Party constitute genocide under the terms of the Genocide Convention. So we did that in Canada in October 2020. A lot of people here today will surely tell you better than I can. During the study of the Human Rights Subcommittee about the Uyghur community, we heard some true through our stories. We heard disturbing testimonies that as a human being we can even imagine. As the Vice President of the Human Rights Subcommittee, I learned that nearly at that point, 2 million, now it's 3 million, we say 3 million, but at that point it was 2 million Uyghur and Turkic Muslim that was imprisoned in concentration camps that Chinese authorities have the odious habit of calling vocational training centers. In these same camps, mass rapes are committed as well as numerous acts of torture. Women are forcibly sterilized, adults and children are abducted, and more widely, artificial intelligence software uses surveillance camera to track Uyghurs around the globe. It's a veritable enterprise of cultural erasure, and it's also in full swing, indoctrinating those incarcerated and depriving the people of all cultural expression. It takes a lot of courage to denounce the atrocities suffered by the Uyghur community. I would say an unspeakable courage. As a parliamentarian, we have the obligation to honor this courage. We have a duty to stand up as often as we can in support of those fighting for their rights, those fighting for their safety, those fighting for their survival. My party, the Bloc Québécois, has been at the forefront in denouncing the CCP genocide against the Uyghur, but we did it by acting in bipartisanship. I've worked with Samir Zubair, Liberal MP, but I've worked with Garnet Genius, Conservative MP, Edward McPherson, and from the New Democratic Party. We did it as a non-partisan issue, and that's what Parliament should do everywhere in Western democracies. So that's the thing I want to underline. If we try to make politics when there's a genocide happening, it's wrong. Actually, it's wrong. So we have to discuss, of course. It's politics. We always discuss, but I mean, we don't have to take this as a partisan issue. I was the one who amended the motion in 2021, the first motion in the House who recognized the genocide. I amended it to ask the Parliament of Canada ask the Olympic organization to move the Beijing Olympics. And we voted yes, actually, but finally my government decided just only to do a diplomatic boycott, which did nothing. In fact, we had people doing an Olympic Games in a capital where on this same territory there was a genocide going on. So, and you were asking, Luke, and I'm losing my text now, it's not important anymore. You were asking what can we do concretely and how do we do it. One thing I learned fighting with my friends, and you know, we really became friends, the Uyghurs community and I. What do we need for me to bring something, a legislation in the House or a support for the Uyghur in the House? What I need is the support of my constituent. In 2020, when we released that report, I live in northern Canada, northern Quebec. In 2020, in October 2020, nobody in the street of my riding not only knew about the Uyghur genocide, but they just didn't know about the Uyghurs. Now, when I go to the grocery store, first question people ask me is, how are your friends doing? And this is a big, giant step we made, because if I want the support of my constituents, I need that to bring that in the House. This is how democracy works. And we were talking how can we do it mediatically? Well, in 2020, when we released that report, we had a little news there and there, but not a big thing. So I decided to write an open letter about the Beijing Olympics. Suddenly, people knew about the Olympics, and we linked it with the Uyghur genocide. Suddenly, we had something. We had a wedge. We had a political wedge to bring it in the actuality. And all members from, not all members, members from all parties in the House signed that letter. Jewish organization, Muslim organization, Ukrainian organization signed that letter. and suddenly we made the news. Suddenly it was everywhere, and I even had an interview at Fox News. I'm a Canadian, so so that's how it works. We need the support of the people who are voting for us in Western democracy to then bring that issue in our own parliaments. M62 is the motion we voted in the House. M62 is the first motion in Parliament that says that we're going to bring 10,000 Uyghur refugees on Canadian soil as a program starting in 2024. Again, we did that with it was Samir, my good friend Samir Zubairi, a Liberal MP, who tabled that in the House. I worked to convince opposition, he worked to convince his own party, we got unanimous consent. That was great. And why? Because people in the street knew about the Uyghurs. We could do that. So, and then other parliaments in the world can take that and do the same. This is a step-by-step strategy. I think it's working, not enough fast, of course. It's never as fast as we can, especially when we're talking about an ongoing genocide. But then remember one thing, it worked in Canada, it can work everywhere. And the other thing is, for a so-called Communist Party, the only language Beijing is speaking is money. And there's a lot of money from Canada public sector in Chinese funds. Now, if we take all this money, take it out of Chinese fund, then we're gonna have some sign from Beijing suddenly, and we can convince our own citizens that if Beijing is invading Taiwan, not if, it's when, but when it's gonna happen, maybe that money will be lost. So then, again, we have another wedge to link the Uyghur genocide with things that people in migrant to know, their pension funds. But I think that's our country that can be, and I'll let it to you for the exchange. Thank you.
Okay, rapidly running out of time. I'm going to do something a little bit unfair here, and I'm going to ask each of my panelists to project what they think their government is likely to do over the next couple of years around the Uyghur issue. And I want you to try to say to this assembly how they might be able to help. Just giving you a bit of time to think on this. You have all in different ways spoken about business accountability and business behaviour. Particularly Kelly, you were digging into some of the issues around implementation of the Uyghur Forced Labour Prevention Act, but we were also dealing with implementation issues here, actually around this motion that you passed with Uyghur visas, and you've got 14+1 now over in the Czech Republic. There might be some issues there that you can think of that would relate to this group, and just to give, I guess, a bit of a mandate to this assembly. This is what I think is going to happen in my country. This is what you might be able to do to assist us. So, crystal ball is yours, Kelly.
Great. Am I back on? I am. Okay. Can everybody, am I good? So I think that I would like to say that the U.S. government is going to do things, but I think, again, it will have to be dragged kicking and screaming to do anything, especially I think one of the biggest things that the groups and the individuals that are working on this issue in terms of U.S. policy have to, at least for the next year, and depending on our elections next year, beyond that, we'll have to contend with is the desire to make progress on climate change at the expense of human rights when it comes to Xinjiang or to East Turkestan and the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in particular, and things like supply chain on solar panels, wind turbines, and other critical minerals that run through East Turkestan and where Uyghur forced labor is prevalent. I think that you will continue to see this, one step forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back problem with implementation of UFLPA, and it's just going to be a slog, and you just got to have your facts, and you've got to, and I think, you know, we've got some resources coming online, hopefully in the next few months. Some of you know what I'm talking about, in the form of one of our most exceptional researchers joining this effort on the front lines, and that will help, and we've got to be prepared to take the maximum advantage of having more resources coming online to fight against the forced labor problem. But I think the next front where the battle is being joined in Congress more broadly on China, and where the Uyghur community can work within the slipstream of this, is on these financial services issues that my colleague has alluded to: pension funds, exchange-traded mutual funds that continue to include Chinese equities that have been listed on the U.S. Department of Commerce entities list, that have been identified by the Department of Defense, that have been identified by other portions of the United States government, other aspects of the United States government, but are still allowed to participate in the financial markets and in the capital markets of the United States, receive capital from the U.S. capital markets, and get investment despite being involved in horrific forced labor issues. Tackling that and making sure that that stays lashed up with the national security problems of some of these other, some of these companies, they're in a Venn diagram where they are involved in China's military buildup, but they also are involved in human rights abuses, making sure that we stay lashed up with the national security aspect of this in order to get comprehensive sanctions, including on capital markets, and forced divestment from these companies is, I think, the biggest battlefront that we have to really focus on over the next couple of years.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Look, we've got 3 minutes, so I'm going to have to ask our other speakers to just restrict their comments to a minute. Very sorry about that. Pavel, can I go to the Czech Republic, please? What happens next, and what can we do?
Thank you, Luke, for your question concerning 14+1. I will not waste my time explaining why the government is so silent. So I am in blatant conflict with the official silence of our government concerning this format created by GRC in China. Now, I very much value the example of Canada, because if we do not speak about threats that Chinese regime constitutes to its neighbors, we will not understand what is ongoing also as ourselves and our own interests are concerned. I very much appreciate the example of this threat to Taiwan that Beijing so many times published, that by the use of force it would discipline Taiwanese democracy. And threatening others by the use of force is a blatant breach of the UN Charter. So we have here a regime that speaks as if UN organization didn't exist. And we have to tear conclusions from this and say, if we want to save our money in Chinese funds, we have to withdraw them. And this is a logic that will be understood in our capitals as well. So thank you for the point. And what we can do, more law enforcement related to forced labor in Xinjiang. And I know that there are already examples that we can follow, and address this issue on UN Human Rights Council and UNESCO as well.
Thank you very much. Robert, just a very brief word, please.
Okay, but please don't tell anybody if I actually keep it to 30 seconds.
Okay,
I'll ruin my reputation completely. There's a word that Uyghurs need to learn. It's a Yiddish word. It's called schlep. We're going to have to schlep the companies and the governments kicking and screaming to do the right thing. Just to follow up on my approaches, and if we can use our context. We have everyone now in Congress, from Richie Torres, most progressive, fantastic guy in the House, to right-wing Republicans in the Senate. This is perhaps the only human rights issue that does have that gravitas. It didn't happen overnight. You have to give Helen and the rest of them tremendous credit. But let's start finding out, do our homework. Is Messi's going to be playing for a couple of years in Miami? Who knows the owner? Can we get Messi to wear two names? Maybe two Uyghurs who are currently disappeared. Let's create a scenario where it's easy for young people to go beyond just the hashtag and actually get off of the you-know-whats and adopt real people. So maybe twinning a kid in Toronto with a Uyghur. Just create that humanizing factor where I've got Nuri Turkel's mom, but there are a million others out there that need that kind of human spark.
Thank you very much. Lexus, just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Very concretely, after a motion that we passed, we're going to have an inquiry on Chinese interference in Canada, and it's going to be a public inquiry. This is major. We really should look at what's going to go through that and what's going to come out of this. And I did a press conference with Mehmet Toti here, and what we did, and we put together the Tibetans, Hong Konger, Taiwanese, and Uyghurs at that press conference, and it made a big things, and suddenly it was important for the rest of Canada. So we should also think that all the minorities right now that are oppressed by Beijing, we should be able to mobilize them together with all of the power we got using the tools we have in different parliaments around the world. So, yeah, 2 seconds.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to all of the panelists. We're going to wrap up now. Just let me briefly summarize these ideas, dump them out there for those of you who might want to engage with them. We heard from our panelists that they need help with Uyghur Forced Labour Prevention Act implementation, law enforcement around forced labour, and really getting involved in technical implementation of existing legislation that has already been got over the line. What can you do in those areas to assist with that? And you know people who are working on it, so you know people on the panel as well, so just bother them. Next, we want to help make calls for sanctions on individuals realistic in more amenable jurisdictions. What can you do on that? What are you doing to compile a dossier of people who should be sanctioned and making sure that they get to the right people in the more realistic places where there might be prospects of success? What are you doing to raise individual cases? What are you doing to engage consumers and to name companies? I know that a number of you are working on this. But critically, as far as I'm concerned from the IPAC point of view, what are you doing to make pressure within constituencies, to incentivize politicians to raise these cases? Because really they care a lot about being elected, and that is a tool that's very much underutilized. Let's try to humanize these stories, let's try to make sure that constituents care, and let's try to put pressure on financial services, which is definitely an area that's going to be ripe for exploration and campaigns over the coming years. So, brace for the schlep, everybody, don't be discouraged. Thank you very much indeed.
様、こんにちは。そろそろ始めたいと思います。このセッションではですね、日本の政界、そして、ジャーナリスト、業界ですね、メディア、そして学者、学術業界を、代表する3人の、先生方をお招きして、日本の、このウイグル問題に対する、今までの取り組みと、そしてアジア太平洋地域において、これから日本がこのウイグルジェノサイドを、終わらせる、国際的な取り組みの中で、日本がどのような、役割を、果たせるのか、あるいは果たすべきなのか、そしてそれをアジア太平洋地域において、他の国々にどうやって、広げていくべきかといった課題について、議論していきたいと思います。今日登壇してくださるのは、まず、日本の国会において、日本ウイグル国会議員連盟の会長を務める、そして、昨年、日本の国会で、衆議院と参議院において、歴史上初めて、ウイグル問題に関する国会決議が採択されましたが、その立役者である古谷啓二先生と、そして日本の、中でですね、最も影響力のある、そして中国に対して日本がどのように振る舞うべきか、日本が国家としてどうあるべきかといったさまざまな、提言ですねを、政界、そして、ありとあらゆる、日本社会に対して、力強く発信して、その日本の言論、においてですね、最先端を走る、ジャーナリスト櫻井よし子先生、そして日本の中でこのウイグルジェノサイドに、対処するためにですね、多くの学者がやっぱり中国とのさまざまな利害関係を、優先した、結果、なかなか発信を控える、学者の中でですね、そういった学者が非常に多い中で、唯一声を上げ続けている、学者、東京大学の阿戸智子先生に、お話をしていただきたいと思います。日本はですね、ご存知のように国連や、その他さまざまな国際舞台において、欧米以外で唯一このウイグル問題で、中国を非難し、そして、国際的な調査を求めてきている、共同声明欧米の共同声明に毎年のように署名をしてきている、唯一の国であります。そして日本国内においても今まで不可能であると、中国に対してはやっぱり国内問題に対して、日本の国会が正式に物を言うのはなかなか厳しいと、壁が、ハードルが高いというふうに言われてきたのが、去年、新たな一歩を踏み出すことができた、こういった中でこれからこれをアジア太平洋地域の他の国々に、いかに広げていくのか、というのが一つ課題としてあるんですね。中国はウイグルジェノサイドは西側のでっち上げだと、デマだと、アメリカや欧米のデマだというふうによくアピールします。今日ここでこのような国際会議が世界中の政治家や学者が一堂に集まって、このウイグルジェノサイドにどう対処すべきかということを議論する会議が、この日本において開催されたこと自体が、中国に対する最も効果的な反論であると私は思っています。その観点からもぜひこれから日本がこのウイグル問題をどう扱うべきか、そしてそれをアジア太平洋地域の他の国々との連携強化にどうやって広げていくべきかという観点でお話をしていただければと思います。では古谷先生、どうぞよろしくお願いします。
ご苦労様です。 中国の人権侵害を究明する議員連盟並びに新疆ウイグル地区議員連盟会長古谷啓二です。朝にも私、オープニングの時にご挨拶をさせていただきました。この議員連盟を作ること自体が皆さんにちょっと、理解しがたいかもしれませんけれども、メンバーになること自身でですね、中国からのすごく、干渉があるんですね。いろいろ圧力がかかってきましたけど、70名の、議員は全部名前を公表して役員になってます。このメンバーがやはり立法府においても、この、中国の常軌を逸した人権侵害に対して毅然とした態度で対応していこうという強い仲間でもありますので、ぜひその辺はご理解をいただきたいというふうに思います。で、実は我々去年の年末に中国の人権侵害を究明する議連を作ったんですけど、その後すでに2回専門家呼んで、実情を聞いてます。まず最初は、3月の7日ですね、イーサン・カットマンさん、これ中国専門アナリストで人権問題の調査者で、共産主義犠牲者記念財団 VOC ですねの中国の研究の上席研究員です。彼からもですね、生々しい話をたくさん聞きました。例えば2012年には、個々の中国の病院での移植件数から中国は年間最低でも6万件の移植手術を行っている。あるいは2014年は中国の警官が法輪功修練者の自宅に、入り込んで臓器の組織型の適合性を記録するために血液と DNA 鑑定を強制をしたと。そして2016年はですね、DNA と組織型の適合性を記録するために中国政府が1000万人のウイグル人を対象に強制採血をしているとか、それから2017年には新疆ウイグル地区で100万人以上の囚人を拘留できる収容所が建設されているとか、また同年には新疆の複数の空港で臓器輸送、専用通路がすでに設けられたとかですね、あと2018年は新疆ウイグル地区で9つの火葬場を建設する命令が下っている。ちょっと人権という視点から信じられないようなことが堂々と中国で行われているという国防報告を受けました。またその後4月4日にはですね、これはデイビッド・マタさん、国際人権弁護士で、中国の臓器乱用問題の調査の第一人者であります。ここでもですね、その臓器、移植、生体に生きた人間から臓器を移植してビジネスとしてやっている。それがもう見事に確立を、されているということでございまして、日本でも海外における斡旋が堂々と行われている。一部の、富裕層は、体に不具合の持つ富裕層は、背に腹は変えられないという発想で、それに、参加しているという報告もございました。同じ日本人として、そういったところに参加をする、本当に残念でございますけど、現実にはそれがあるということで、あります。そして、G7 でもですね、この時はまだ G7 に開かれる前だったので、ぜひ、報告をして、そして決議をしてほしいという要請もありました。そこで、今日はあちらに、中谷元さん、当時の人権担当の総理大臣補佐官です。彼がですね、いわゆる政府調達についてはメーカー側というか企業側に、人権を尊重する、そういう人権侵害が行われているような国からの調達は控えるようにというガイドラインを作ってもらいました。ガイドラインですから強制力はないんですけど、現実にそれを日本の企業は無視をしてやるっていうのはほとんどない、事実上の規制になっているということで、あります。 G7 でも、その趣旨の発言がなされてまとめられましたので、ぜひ中谷先生からその部分については報告をいただきたいというふうに思います。我々は先の国会で決議をいたしました。ただ文言としては櫻井さんからも非常に厳しく言われておりますけど、生ぬるい、その通りなんですよ。我々はもっと厳しい決議をしたいんですが、日本は各政党の合意を得なくてはいけない、そうしないと基本的に全党の合意を得ないと国会決議ってできないんです。だから残念ながら私も苦渋の決断で、やらないよりは決議をした方がいい。ゼロはいくらかけても1にならないけど、1は努力次第にやっても100にも200にもなる、こういう考えで、私の責任において決議を取りまとめて、提案をさせていただいた。参議院の方でもその後、決議をしていただいたという、経緯がございます。これからまだまだやらなきゃいけないことたくさんあります。今日は櫻井さん、安保さんからも専門的見地からいろいろいただきながら、我々しっかりそれを受け止めてですね、これを議員連盟としても、しっかりと検討して実現に向けて頑張っていきたいというふうに思っております。冒頭は私はこの程度で、それで早速ですけど、中谷先生から今の補足をしていただきます。
国会で、IPAC の日本の支部であります JPAC、国際人権問題、議員連盟の代表をしております中谷でございます。で、私は2年間岸田総理の下でですね、国際人権担当補佐官を命ぜられまして、人権に関する仕事をしてきました。スイスのジュネーブで、国連の人権理事会がありますけど、2度演説させていただきまして、この中国の行っておりますこの人権侵害、新疆ウイグル自治区の人権、法の支配、自由は中国においても保障されるべきであると。そして情勢を非常に懸念して中国に対して透明性のある説明を求めて建設的に具体的な行動を求めるという内容の演説をさせていただきました。そして総理も外務大臣も中国の首脳と会談をした際はこのウイグルにおける人権問題、これを言及をいたしておりまして、強く懸念の意を表明をいたしております。で、あと先ほど古谷さんがお話がありましたけれども、いかにこれを食い止めるかということで、我々はサプライチェーンにおける人権尊重のためのデューデリデンスのガイドラインというものを決めました。これは日本の企業全てが関わることでありまして、いわゆる人権侵害を扱った製品は流通をさせないんだというようなガイドラインでありますので、これのデュープロセスをですねしっかり守っていくという決意をいたしました。それからもう一つは政府調達、これにおいてもこのデューデリデンスを適用するということで、こういった国際強制労働などの人権侵害が生じていないかちゃんと確認をした上でですね、この入札また政府調達に関わることにするということを決定しましたので、このような形で人権侵害を阻止をしているということをやったわけでございます。以上簡単ですけど報告しています。
ありがとうございます。はい、櫻井先生、先ほど、古谷先生と中谷先生の方から、今まで、日本政府としてこのウイグルジェノサイドへの、対処、あるいは向き合い方について、ご報告がありました。そして、先ほどお話がありましたように、去年採択された、決議に関しても、櫻井先生も日本としてもっとしっかりとしたものを出すべきだというご意見は力強く発信してくださっています。日本の今のこのウイグル問題に対する向き合い方と、そして日本がしっかりもっと強くこの問題に向き合って、でさらにはアジア太平洋地域の他の国々にも、ちゃんと固めてですね、連携強化をしてもっとその西側だけじゃなくて東からも 力強いメッセージ、やっぱりこんなものウイグルジェノサイドは許さないんだと、東も西も関係なく国際社会は許さないんだという、その最先端で立っていただきたいというのが、ウイグル人としての思いというのがあって、そこに関してそれも含めてぜひ責任いただきたい。
皆様こんにちは。櫻井よし子と申します。私は一人の言論人であるとともに小さなシンクタンクを主催しています。国家基本問題研究所と言います。これは日本国が本当に日本らしい良さを発揮して国際社会にどのように貢献できるかということを研究する機関でもあります。今古谷先生などからいろんなお話がありましたけれども、私は中国に対して非常に厳しい考え方を持っております。例えば今地球上で進行していること、ロシアによるウクライナ侵略、ハマスによるイスラエル侵略、イスラエルによるハマスへの反撃、人間の命が本当に紙くずのように消費されています。中国はその多くの場面において中立の形を取りつつ、しかし実際には中国が行っていること、これはウイグルの人々に対してだけでなく、モンゴルの人に対してもチベットの人に対しても大変な人権侵害であり殺戮であります。中国のしていることはロシアがやっていることと全く同じであります。にもかかわらず中国はその大規模な経済力、軍事力を背景にして国際社会で非常に重いポジションを勝ち取っています。私たちはその中国に対して人類の未来はこうあるべきだという見地からきちんとものを言うだけではなく、中国に私たちと同じような価値観、それは国際法を守り、人権を守り、人道を守るという当たり前のことですけれども、そうしたことを守らせるようにものを言わなければなりません。でも実際に中国がしていることは、その経済力、軍事力を駆使して、例えば一帯一路を見てみましょう。多くの国々にその力を誇示しながら中国に賛同するように仕向けています。発展途上の国ではごく一部の指導者たちをお金で絡め取ってその国を債務の罠に突き落としています。その国での人道問題などについては何も言いません。今地球上ではこの地球上の形をめぐって激しい戦いが展開されていると思います。片方は国際法を守るのか、人道を守るのか、人権を尊重するのか、小さな民族の宗教を大事にするのか、その民族の言葉を大事にするのか、その民族が民族として存続することをきちんと抱き留めて守っていくのか、それら全てに対してノーと言っているのが中国でありロシアであります。その全ての問題に対して前向きに取り組みたいと願うのが私たち民主主義を大前提とする側であります。この戦いに私たちは負けてはならないんです。この戦いに勝たなければならないんです。負けた時にはどうなるか。私たちは中国やロシアの価値観に基づく国際秩序の中に 押し込められてしまいます。そんなことがあってはならないんです。そのような問題意識を持って我が国日本の状況を見るときに、古谷先生たちの甚大なる努力には私は心からの敬意を表するものであります。けれども言論人として見るとき、国家基本問題研究所を主催するシンクタンクのヘッドとして見るとき、到底十分だとは思っていません。全く足りないと思っています。これは日本国が衆議院でまず発したこの人権問題に対する中国への申し入れ、その最初の文案の中には中国という言葉が入っていないんです。なんで中国という言葉を入れないのか。人権侵害という言葉も入っていませんでした。人権状況という言葉でありました。何が人権状況でありましょうか。確かにこれは国会の議決はですね、全党の賛成を得て行わなければならないという政党間の駆け引きの事情があるのは理解します。公明党が反対して全ての中国に関する記述を削除したり弱めたりしました。公明党というのは仏教に基づく平和と人権を大事にするということを旗印にした政党であります。でも中国に物を言えない、人権侵害から人権侵害という言葉を取り去って人権条項と直してしまう、このような政党が何が平和の党であり人権の党であるというのか、私は強く反発するものであります。このようなことを乗り越えて日本はそれでもチベット、モンゴル、ウイグルに関する議員連盟、世界最大規模の議員連盟を作っております。多くの政治家がチベットやモンゴルやウイグルの人たちのために働かなければならないと決意した。そのことは日本として誇りとして良いと思います。けれども形だけ作っても意味はないのです。形を作ったらその後にその規模に見合うだけの力を発揮して中国に働きかけ、国際社会に働きかけ、物事を変えていくための動きを取らなければ意味がありません。その意味で私は日本国の政治は世論よりはるかに後ろを歩いていると思っております。日本国民の方がよほどこうした問題について鋭い問題意識を持っています。私は日本国の政治に対してもっとこのような日本人の心というものを吸い上げて日本のために世界のために貢献する道を歩んでほしい、そのように思っています。そうしなければ問題は最終的に日本国に戻ってきます。例えば今中国ではですね、いろんな人たちが理由を説明してもらうこともなく拘束されています。日本人もアメリカ人もオーストラリア人もいろんな国籍の人がある時突然拘束される。つい先日オーストラリアの女性でチェンさんという人が3年間拘束された後釈放されました。彼女がオーストラリアに戻って発言したことの全てを私は 議事録で読みました。それによると、ある会議でインバーゴが出た。お昼の12時まで発表してはいけませんよという内容だった。彼女はそれをテレビの報道で12時より1分前に、たった1分ですよ、60秒前に明らかにした。このことが罪に問われて3年間刑務所にぶち込まれたんです。エンバーゴというのは12時になったら全世界に公表してもいいですよというものです。何の秘密でもない。それをたった1分早くしただけで彼女は捕まってしまった。そして半年間は地下の電気も何もない、光が入らない電気だけで明るさを保っているこの地下の倉庫みたいなところに半年間拘留された。気が狂いそうになります。その後刑務所の方に入れられて丸々3年間銃を拘束されました。今彼女は釈放されましたが、なぜ釈放されたのかわからない。おそらく中国政府は今オーストラリア政府を取り込もうとして、オーストラリアに対してはいろんな便宜を図ろうとしていますから、政治的な理由で逮捕し、政治的な理由で釈放したのだと断じて間違いはないと思います。日本国からは多くの人が逮捕されています。阿古先生はこのようなことに非常に詳しくていらっしゃいます。で、最近逮捕された人にアステラスという製薬会社の社員がいます。半年前に拘束されました。なぜ拘束されたのか、理由は明らかにされていません。でもいろんな理由が推測されています。そのうちの一つがウイグルの人たちに関係があるのではないかと思いますので、ご披露したいと思います。アステラスの取り扱っている薬の一つがですね、腎臓移植をする時のこの反応を抑える機能を持っている。中国ではさっき古谷先生もご紹介なさったように、おびただしい数の臓器移植が行われています。阿古先生はとても詳しくていらっしゃいますが、この臓器移植がですね、囚人の方から取ったもので行われているということはもう公然の事実だと言っていいと思います。加えてウイグルの人たちからも臓器移植を取っている。取られた方はどうなるんですか？死ぬんですよ。生きている人から臓器を取って移植をする、このようなことが大変な数行われている。そしてその中でアステラスの社員が拘束された。アステラスのこの特定の薬を使えばこの炎症反応とかいろんなことを抑えることができるために、この特定の薬がどれだけ中国で使われているかという統計を調べれば、どれくらいの数の臓器移植が行われているかということを推測する一つの手がかりになります。しかしアステラスの社員が拘束された理由がそういう理由であるかどうかというのは確証が持てません。なぜなら中国当局は何も発表しないからです。そして彼は半年前に拘留されて、つい最近正式に起訴されました。これはオーストラリアのチェンさんがたどった道と同じです。半年間地下の暗いところに入れられて、ありとあらゆる取り調べを受ける。半年経ったら正式に起訴されて刑務所に入れられる。おそらくこのアステラスの社員は重い刑に処せられると思います。日本政府はこの社員を守ることができていない。どうやって守るのか。言葉で申し入れをしたって何の役にも立ちません。中国は言葉で動く国ではありません。国際法で動く国でもないんです。 力によってしか動かない。日本は軍事力を使う国ではありませんけれども、軍事力を使えないからといってその他の力がないわけではない。言論の力があります。国際世論を起こす力があります。経済において他の国々と一緒に協力して中国に対して反省を促すこともできるはずです。今は日本国をはじめ西側諸国が本当に知恵を絞り協力をして力の限りを尽くして中国の蛮行を止めなければならない時期だと私は思います。皆様方と一緒にこれからも声を上げていきたいと思います。どうもありがとうございました。
櫻井先生、ありがとうございます。次は阿古先生に伺っていきたいと思うんですけれども、特に日本の場合ですね、中国に詳しい学者が非常に多いです。中国のことを多分欧米よりはるかに知っている学者が非常に多いです。ただ、中国が嫌がるような話題に、やっぱりこうなんていうんですかね、そこを避けたがる学者も非常に多い。なのでこのウイグルジェノサイドに関する、この専門家の皆さんがですね、このウイグルジェノサイドに関する発信をするのが非常に、欧米に比べると弱いと私たちは感じています。学者の皆さんがやはり中国の顔色を伺ってしまっている。レポートを書こうと思えば、調査報告書を出そうと思えばいくらでも出せます。おそらく学者の力がそれだけあると思っています。ただなかなか中国の顔色を伺って発信も調査もしない、避ける、そういった傾向が非常に強いと思っています。阿古先生が、そういった中で非常に精力的に発信されて、来られていますが、今の先生方のお話も含めてですね、日本の学術界専門家の皆さんが取るべき、行動なども踏まえて、ご発信いただければと思います。よろしくお願いします。
皆さんこんにちは。アフメットさんありがとうございます。まずこのようなウイグル問題に関する国際会議を日本で開くことができたことを非常に嬉しく思います。でそれはひとえにアフメットさんたちをはじめとする日本に住んでおられるウイグル問題を発信してこられた方々、それから世界の方で活動している方々の努力によるものだと思っています。私はもともとは、中国の、農村問題とか、それから人権派弁護士などの問題、市民社会の問題を研究してきたんですけれども、今はウイグルの問題、それから香港の問題で、ちょっと私の力不足ですけどチベットやモンゴルなどの問題にも時々関わらせていただいているというような状況です。でこういう私自身が本当は中国の問題の研究が中心だったのに、ウイグル問題などにも関わるようになったというのは今アフメスさんおっしゃったようにその道の専門家がまだたくさんいるんですけれどもなかなか発信をしないという状況がありまして、私自身本当に恥ずかしながら人権問題の専門家ではなかったのに今はもう人権問題の専門家のようになってしまっている状況です。でも私自身はそれでも胸を張ってしっかりと日本からその人権問題を発信していかなければいけないというふうに思っています。でそのウイグルの問題に関しては私はアフメットさんたちと一緒にやらせていただいたのは主に監視カメラの問題ですね。監視カメラを分解して中を見ますとですね、多くの部品が日本企業が提供したものであるということで、その監視カメラに関する、アンケート調査を関わっていた企業に、行いました。で、そこから返ってきた回答というのが、非常にもう残念な状況でですね、一般的な回答しかないわけですね。私たち企業は企業としてその人権問題を守るための取り組みを行っていますというような一般的な回答はあるんですけれども、じゃあその具体的に使われている部品がどのようなルートをたどってその監視カメラ
一部となっているのかというようなことに関して全く具体的な調査も企業自身が行っておらず、そしてそれに対して、説明責任も果たしていないということなんですね。でそういったことに関して、中谷先生なども一生懸命ヒューマンライツの人権のデューデリジェンスのガイドラインを作ってくださってはいるんですけれども、やはり足りないのは法制化だと思います。EU などもですね、アメリカもですけれども、そういった法律としてしっかりと国会でも議論をしてですね、超党派の立場からその議論をしていただいて、法律として打ち出してくださっているわけなんですね。もちろん日本企業もガイドラインにはしっかり従う動きは見せてはいるんですけれども、やはり法律として打ち出していかなければ、具体的にどのような罰則があるのかで、日本の市民にとってもですね、やはり法律として示されたものであれば、もっと消費行動を取るとき、あるいは投資をするときに考えなければいけない問題というのが出てくると思うんですけれども、そこに至っていないんではないかというふうに思います。はい、でそういったことを改善していくためにどうしていくかというときにですね、私はですね日本の特殊な事情というのもやはり現実としてあると思うんですね。で私自身はですね学者として活動していく中でですね例えばそうですね今、いろんな運動がアフメットさんたちとこのような運動をするときもですね、ヒューマンライツの例えば人権団体に関して今桜井先生おっしゃったように政治家でも保守的な立場を立つ政治家の方々、それから保守系の中でも公明党のような団体は中国については批判しないというような立ち位置を取ってしまう場合もある。で人権団体もその立ち位置としてやっぱり保守系と革新系とかいろいろあると思うんですけれども、私自身はなるべくそういった異なる立ち位置を持つ人たちが議論をできるような特に中国の人権問題に関してもっと深く議論をできるようにしていこうというふうにやっております。ですので、どちらかというと保守系のメディアにも書きますし、革新系のメディアにも書きますし、そういったところで一番私が懸念しているのは日本の中で分断が進むということなんですね。社会の中で分断が進むということなんですね。でそれを例えば今イスラエルの問題などに関してもですね、非常に分断が進むような状況が起こっていると思うんです。でその背景にはですね、中国の存在というのはあると思うんですね。中国は例えばイランやトルコやサウジアラビアなどとも関係が深いですし、ロシアですね、ロシアとも非常に複雑な関係にあると思うんですけれども、最近も一帯一路の会議でですね、ロシアがプーチン大統領が中国を訪問しています。もちろん中国はですね最近アメリカともですねかなり近づいた交渉を行ってますから、その中国は非常にその立ち位置を巧妙に変えながらですね、自分たちの利益になるものを見ていこうとしているんではないかと思うんですね。そういった中で私たちも日本の中でもその戦略を非常にしっかりと立てていかなければいけない。ですから分断されている状況ではないんですね。私たちはしっかりといろんな異なる立ち位置にいるものの中で調整を図りながら中国の人権侵害に対して発信をしていかなければいけないということがあると思います。そういう中で先ほども申しました法制化の問題もそうですし、あと具体的な人権侵害に対してまず私はですねしっかりと事実調査をやっているのかということですね。国会として国会議員の中でそれから学者と連携してですね日本としての事実調査を行っていくべきだと思います。でやはりそのウイグルの問題に関してもわからないこともあるんですね。あと誇張された問題状況も発信されたりしていることもあります。ですから信頼性の高い、報告書というかしっかりと事実に基づくものを積み上げた報告というものを日本から発信していくということがまず一つ大事であると それからもう一つはですね、具体的な人権侵害に対して救済の処置を取っていくことが必要だと思います。亡命者を受け入れるということも必要でしょうし、例えば最近はこれはウイグルの問題ではないんですけれども、ウイグルの問題に関しても発信していた人権派弁護士、中国の人ですけれども、ラオスに強制送還されたんですね。でその強制送還されたときに、私は多くの国際的な人権団体からラオスの政府に日本政府から連絡をしてくれないかと言われました。なぜなら日本はラオスにたくさんの援助をしてますから力を持っているはずですね。で知り合いの議員さんなどにもお願いしたんですけれども、働きかけというのはほとんどなかったと思います。で結果ですね、この人権派弁護士はですね、中国に強制送還されてしまったんですね。そういったことについてももっとできることがあるでしょうし、日本の多くの先ほど櫻井さんご紹介あったアシュラス製薬の捕まった方も私の長年の友人ですし、あと日本の外交官が食事中にですね、中国のジャーナリストが連行されています。で公明日報という記者の方なんですけれども、その方についても私はご家族とかいろんな方々から日本からもっと発信してくれないかと、日本の方に直接的に力をかけられていることに等しいんじゃないかと言われているんですけれども、なかなかその発信も日本からは行われていないというような状況があります。で中崎さんのような人権担当官のポストもなくなりました。でこれはちょっと本当にどういう事情があったのか分かりませんけれども、日本がもっと国際的な場でなくなったのかどうか分からないんですけれどそうですか、もっと日本として発信するための重要なポストを人権担当官としてですね、作っていただきたいなというふうに思っているんですね。あとすみません、時間的なんですね。あともう一つはですね、私自身はですね、一人の子供を持つ母親です。で先ほどのセッションでも問題あったんですけれども、人権問題というのを一人一人のその人間の問題として捉えていくということで言えば、私は実は日本人もまだ足りないと思います。櫻井さんは日本の人々は世論はもっと上を行っているというふうにおっしゃったんですけれども、私は教育現場で人権問題議論しているかというと、小学校でも中学校でも全然してないです。子どもたちが批判的な思考を持つように教育されているかというと全然できていないです。そして日本の中でもいろんな人権問題あります。ジャニーズの問題もそうですね。そういった問題、国際的におかしいと思われている日本の状況も日本からやっぱり変えていかなければいけないですから、一人の母親としてその教育の現場、市民社会の現場でそういった人権問題をもっと取り扱っていくようにしていきたいなというふうに思っています。はい、大丈夫です。ありがとうございました。
佐藤先生、ありがとうございます。今の先生方のお話の中でですね、まず日本が、国としてしっかりした調査を自らですね、調査をし、欧米から出された報告書を、メディアもですね横流しをして伝えるという立場ではなくて、日本から、独自に調査をしてそのつかめた事実を逆に日本から世界に発信すべきだというご意見に私も非常に賛同します。で日本が本気でやろうと思えばできることだと思いますね。でただ、特にこのメディアの皆さんがですねやっぱり横流しをする傾向が非常に多い、現場に潜入取材とかで行ってるメディアも非常に少ない、この現状を、変えていくために何が足りないというふうに、思われますか、櫻井先生。
メディアの中国の人権侵害に対する報道、もしくはウイグルの人々に対する報道が足りないのは実態として事実だと思います。でメディアの人たちはそのことを問題であると思っていないのではないんですね。問題だと思っているんだと思うんですけれども、例えば影響力のあるテレビでそれをやらないといった時に、これ私自身も16年間テレビの現場で 働いたから分かるんですけれども、それが視聴者に受けるかどうかということですね。さっきアコさんが、情報が足りないんだけども過剰に強調された情報もあるというふうにおっしゃいました。で例えばその臓器移植のことなんかはですね、本当は冷静に報道しなければいけないものですけれども、報道する場合それがすごくセンセーショナルになったりとかですね、もしくはあまりにも辛い現実なので、見る人が少ないということで報道しなかったりとかっていうことがあると思うんですね。ですからこのウイグル問題を扱うっていうのは主に雑誌だと思うんですよ。雑誌の場合は部数も少ない新聞に比べて、もしくはテレビに比べて見る人も少ないということで報道されていないわけではないんですけども、極めて少数派にとどまっているのが現実だというふうに思います。
ありがとうございます。次に古谷先生に伺いたいんですけれども、先ほどの、議論の中でですね、日本がまず、国会決議は、採択しましたと。でその次はやっぱり実効性のある、法整備を進める、制裁をかけていく。櫻井先生の話の中では中国は、ただ申し入れをしただけではダメだと、国際法を、持ち出しただけではダメだと、通用しない国だという非常にごもっともな、ご指摘がありました。その通りだと思います。そして、そうなった時にどうするかというと、やっぱり力を持って、対峙していかないといかないというご指摘がありました。でその時にですね、日本が持つ最も、強い武器というのは多分中国とのその経済的な結びつきが強いというのが逆に武器だと思ってるんですよね、私たち的には。でその中国との経済的な結びつきが強いという武器を持ってですね、私たちと経済活動をするのであれば、こういうジェノサイド、世界中からジェノサイドというふうに批判されているこのような犯罪から手を引くのがまず条件だと、それをきっちりと突きつけていってですね、でそれをできない相手と商売できませんというようなこともやっぱり必要だと思うし、で逆に日本の企業が、知らず知らずに強制労働問題や、技術の監視カメラの技術が、ウイグル人の監視に使われている日本の技術が、そういったところも含めてですね、やっぱりビジネスをする、そして技術的な技術提供をするときに、しっかりと法規制をかけていく、そこに国がやっぱり動く、企業任せではなくて国が動くと、それをもってやはり、欧米からの制裁の割として日本が悪用されるというこういう実態を変えていく。そして欧米がせっかくいろんな法律を作ってこのウイグルジェノサイドに関して中国の企業や個人に制裁をかけている中でですね、じゃあ欧米に売れない分日本に、切り替えてくると、こういう落とし穴を作ってしまうと結局効果がないんですね。なので、こういうことも含めてですね、日本が欧米と足並みを揃えてやっぱり法整備を、進めるべき、ところがいくつもあると思っています。その点について、どうお考えですか。
先ほどね、中谷さんが、政府調達に関して一定のガイドラインを作った、事実上もこれ規制ですよ。これは第一歩だと思いますね。ただ生ぬるいで、やはり我々この議員連盟を作ったのはやはり、政府の背中を押す。要するに先ほど朝アメリカの議会課の方もいろんな発言している中で具体的な法律も作ってますよね、アメリカはね。実際そういう人権侵害のある国々の製品は使っちゃいけない、入れちゃいけない、罰則までついてますよ。私正直ですごく羨ましいけども、やっぱり日本もそういう形に持っていくべきですね。そのために我々はこの議員連盟を、全部4つある議員連盟をまとめて中国の人権侵害を究明する議員連盟というのを作ってるわけなんで、むしろ政府の動きが鈍い場合はこの議員連盟がしっかり政府の背中を押していく、そういう役割を私たちは果たしていかなければいけないなということを思います。これが一つ。それから先ほど櫻井さんがメディアのことを言われましたけれども、 確かに日本のメディアは正直言って中国に極めて忖度しているというふうに思います。ちょっと人権侵害ではないんですが、一つの例を申し上げます。これ事実ですから。私実は台湾議連の会長やってるって朝申し上げましたが、台湾で、今から8年前に、台湾の、国立故宮博物院で美術品を日本で展覧する展覧会を歴史上初めてやりました。私自身が法律を作って10年ぐらいかかりました。そして開会直前に、これはメディアがスポンサードしてましたので、メディアが、広告を作りました。そして山手線の内側にそのポスターを全部貼りました。そのポスターが致命的な、問題があったんです。それは台湾の故宮博物院の正式名称は台北国立故宮博物院です。それをなんと台北故宮博物院、国立っていう名前を外して掲示をしたんです。古谷啓二のことを古啓二っていうのと同じですよね。それをやりまして、これが実は台湾側に非常に伝わりまして、もうこの開会ができないぐらいまでになりました。最終的にはシールを全部貼って国立故宮博物院というふうに、訂正をしてギリギリ数時間の、時間差で開会式が間に合ったっていう現実があるんです。そこは実は全てのマスコミに聞きましたけども、今日はこういう回ですから言いますけどね、やはり中国からの圧力だったんです。でこのポスターに国立を入れるなら北京の特派員は出入り禁止にすると、こういう話だったそうでありまして、結果的にそれでみんなメディア側も、残念ながら言うことに仕方が得なかったというか、要するに私の申し上げたいことは、もう北京は常軌をしたやり方を必ずしてきます。そこで少しでも怯えたりびくついたりしたらもう勝負が見えています。今日の朝にも申し上げましたように、我々がこの11年前に新疆ウイグル地区議連の新疆ウイグル地区の国際大会をやろうとした時に、就任したばかりの鄭英華大使から脅迫状が来ました。チベットやモンゴルや、ウイグルは民主的に管理してるから中国がこの問題でこれ以上首を突っ込んだら君たちの身の安全は保障しない。一国の独立国家の、国会議員に対しては甚だ、不適切な内容でしたけど、我々はすぐ反論するだけではなくて堂々とそれをメディアに公開をして対応しました。その後は何の反論もなく無事11年前歴史的な、ウイグル会議が国際会議で、あの時櫻井さんにもいろいろお世話になりましてありがとうございました。そういうことです。だから結局毅然たる態度で、これは我々政治家はもちろん、そして企業側もそうなんですよ。企業も脅されるんです。そうすると、あんたこれやったら次我々の商売あんたとは切るぞと言ってますけど、そういうことにやっぱりビビらないようにしていくっていうことも大切ですね。その点私は安倍元総理がですね、戦略的互恵関係というものを打ち出した。要するにお互いにビジネスでは30兆円の取引があるから、ビジネスでお互いに利益があるならそれはしっかりやりましょう。でも共通の価値観がある国々じゃないんだから、それ以上のものでもなくてそれ以下のものでもないということで、就任して3年半の間、自らが習近平主席に、首脳会談を、全く働きかけなかった。そしたらしびれを切らして、やっぱりいろんな経済問題たくさん現実にはあるから、習近平氏から働きかけてきたということがあるじゃないですか、櫻井さん。やっぱりそういう戦略的互恵関係っていうか、そのポイントだけはしっかり経済界の皆さんも、我々政治家もしっかりそこだけは間違っちゃいけないということを私は強く感じています。以上です。
ありがとうございます。そろそろ時間が来ているので、最後一言だけですね、赤穂先生に伺いたいんですが、
中国が国連などの国際舞台でこのウイグル問題を扱うときにやっぱり数で勝負してるんですね。小さい国あるいは自分のその経済的な、面で自分の影響力に収めている国々をたくさん集めてきて数で勝負して、民主国家の、人々がいくら、独立した調査や制裁を、しようとしてもなかなか前に進まないという現実が今あります。でそういった中で多くのアジアの国々もそこにたくさん入っています。で日本が多くの、このアジア太平洋地域でですね多くの国々に、その経済援助をしたりですね技術援助をしたりさまざまな面で、貢献をしてきている、そして良好な関係を築いてきている、側面があります。そういった中でこのアジアから、東から、このウイグルジェノサイドを終わらせるためにより強くより力強い風を起こすためにですね日本がそのアジア太平洋地域の国々を、巻き込んでより多くなもちろん日本独自にまたやらないといけないことはたくさんあると、先生方もおっしゃってましたし私たちももっと日本が頑張ってほしいという思いはあります。でそれと同時に日本だけではなくて、より、例えば ODA を提供している国々に対してですねこういうウイグルジェノサイドのような犯罪に、賛成票を出しているような国には日本は ODA 出せませんというようなことまで一歩踏み込んだ対応を取ってもっと力強い風起こしをできないものなのかという点についてどう思われますか。
はい、そうですね私も毅然とした態度でそのような具体的な行動を日本政府に起こしてほしいと思うんですけれどもただ現実を考えると中国の数と経済力軍事力は非常に脅威です。で日本は相対的に力を弱めています。人口も減っていますし経済的にも、現実的に考えてですねやはり以前のような力は持っていないと思いますね。でそういう中で、ビビらないようにっていう話があったんです。やっぱり日本国民も怖い。例えば台湾の人たちも怖がってます。本当に非常に怖がっているので台湾に私たち行くと今もう話すのすごく慎重になってます。台湾の人たち怖いんですよ。何が起こるか分からない独裁国家の長が何をするか分からないですよ今。で今中国の経済も非常に不安定になってきてまして李克強氏も亡くなったんですよ。でその追悼の輪がどんどん広がっているんですね。そうすると天安門事件のようなことが起こるかもしれないと思ってどんどんまた今度圧力をかけ始めます中国政府は。そうするとですね本当に何が起こるかわからない怖さがあるんですね。その中で私たちどうやって戦略的に中国と向き合うかっていうことも大事なんですね。ただ毅然とした態度を取るだけでは中国というその恐ろしい国に向き合うことはできないのでそういう中で私が思っているのはですね中国の中にいる良心的な声とか中国で変えようとしている人たちともやっぱりつながるべきだと私は思っています。だから外と中いろんなところそれから表裏いろいろな戦略を合わせた上で中国の問題に向き合ってですねそれからこの世界秩序を変えていかなきゃいけない。やっぱり中国の今の共産党政権が作ろうとしている秩序はおかしすぎます。ですからそれに立ち向かうだけのさまざまな戦略というのをやっぱり持っていかなきゃいけないと思っています。
はい、ありがとうございます。それでは時間になりましたので、ここまでにしたいと思います。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Powerful political statement that we are sitting here this afternoon in the Japanese Diet, and so thanks to all of the Diet members who have been enthusiastically engaging, and WC to IPAC, thank you so much for gathering us all together. My name is Sophie Richardson. Up until 3 weeks ago, I was Human Rights Watch's China Director. I'm here, I think, in my capacity as a long-time activist working on China and human rights, and I've had the enormous privilege of learning a great deal and working alongside many many people in the Uyghur community for about 2 decades now. And I suspect I was asked to chair this panel partly because of some of the work that Human Rights Watch did looking at the issues of Chinese government uses and abuses of surveillance technology in the Uyghur region. I am not especially knowledgeable about artificial intelligence. I want to admit that right up front. So I've also taken the moderator's prerogative of making the topic a little bit broader to talk about AI and about surveillance technology to broaden the focus a little bit. And I think this is the first session in our gathering that is meant to be an interactive dialogue. So you're going to have a little bit of a conversation for the first part of our session this afternoon amongst ourselves. I have some questions for the panelists. But then we are going to open up to all of you for questions or for observations, and we can do the housekeeping rules about that when we get to that portion of the program. And our topic this afternoon really is looking very broadly at AI and surveillance technology. And we have 3 people here who have, I think, real contributions to make on the topic. To my far left is a wonderful Peter Irwin, who I've had the pleasure to work with for a long time, who's the Associate Director for Research and Advocacy at the Uyghur Human Rights Project. Sitting next to him is Catalin Tenita. How's I do? Excellent. My Romanian is coming along nicely. And it's gone up by 100% in the last 10 minutes. He is not only a member of Parliament, but also a member of IPAC, and also, we're going to come back to this at some point in the discussion, fascinatingly helped start an organization called Geeks for Democracy. So we're going to be talking about some of that work and how what you experienced there when you worked on might be relevant to the discussion we're having now. And then last but not least, to my immediate left is Professor David O'Brien, who's a lecturer in East Asian politics at Jagiellonian University in Krakow. All right, my Polish is coming along well too. And just to sort of set the tone of this discussion a little bit, I think there's never been a point in history in which modern life is lived through technology and mediated by technology, whether you're talking about culture, politics, government, society, art, information. Our lives are now largely governed by and through all different kinds of technology that are frequently owned, run, restricted, manipulated, abused by political authorities. And I think no government has sunk the kind of resources into efforts to do everything from manipulate political narratives all the way through to deploying different kinds of surveillance technology to monitor whole populations, arbitrarily gather and store DNA information, take on down the list through misinformation and disinformation. I think Beijing has really set itself out as sui generis in its uses and abuses of these kinds of technology, and it's been particularly visible in the Uyghur crisis, as Beijing has sought to not just deepen repression within the region, but indeed to expand it globally. But I think a logical place to start, and I want people to keep in mind, at least from an international human rights law perspective, the ideas that govern the use of this kind of technology are about necessity, proportionality, and legitimacy. States have to make the case that the ways that they are using technology or manipulating information meet those criteria. And I think we can probably go into this conversation with a pretty clear understanding that Beijing has not met any of those criteria in these particular circumstances. But Peter, I want to start with you to just spend a minute or two talking about the current realities for surveillance technology inside the region, or if there are particular global aspects you want to point to. Please go ahead.
Sure, thanks a lot. So I think in the region itself and then globally we can speak about both, but I wanted to speak first about a couple companies in particular, and we can speak about AI companies and how they sort of support the surveillance system. UHRP, the Uyghur Human Rights Project, just released a couple of briefings written by specifically on Hikvision, and DAPA. These two companies, surveillance technology companies, control about a third of the global market in surveillance technology. There's state-funded control, primarily, state-funded controlled by the government, essentially. They also provide technology to, at least 150 companies, 150 countries. In the U.S. alone, there's 600,000 vision surveillance networks. In the UK, I think it's around 150,000. In London by itself, there's 55,000. So the reach is pretty broad, widespread. But in terms of what they're actually doing to the Uyghur community, I think a lot of people are aware of this already. So really between 2016 and 2017, you get these massive contracts being signed by both Vision and Dahua, worth close to $1 billion. What they're doing essentially is setting up the surveillance architecture across the Uyghur region for the purpose of what we later learn is mass detention, so mass detention and control. Right. But these companies, not only do they supply the actual hardware, the hardware exists, it's installed, but increasingly, and really from the beginning, they were tasked with actually controlling the systems themselves. Not only controlling the systems themselves, but they have these partnerships with public-private partnerships with counties in the region. So they have the cameras, they're controlling the networks, they're facilitating the kind of repression that we see. But then at the same time, they're also co-writing the standards for facial recognition technology. They're writing the standards for surveillance with the Chinese government itself, right? So that gives you a sense of how close these companies are with the Chinese government. Effectively, what's happened now is that they're going to speak briefly about where the cameras are. Contracts have been signed. There's cameras at mosques. There's a lot of tender contracts that have been made available, or leaked, or the journalists and other organizations have found, showing that there's contracts specifically to build surveillance networks at mosques, at internment camps, at prisons and other places. So there's a bit of an economic incentive now, or not a bit of an economic incentive, a huge economic incentive for these companies to be supplying this technology and setting up and facilitating repression directly. Right? What Darren Violet, for example, calls terror capitalism. You have a state which essentially renders an entire population as potentially terrorist or extremist, and then you get these companies who move in and say, look, we can actually find where these terrorists are. You mentioned, we can tell you that when you say that people are going to the mosque, we can tell you who's going, when they go, who they're meeting with, when they leave their homes and things like this. And then just briefly, and we can talk about this in the implications and maybe what the response will be, but I think certainly from UHRP's perspective, and there's been some responses in sanctions and export control investment bans in the US, for example. There's more conversations in the UK about this. But the fact that these two companies are directly, there are fewer companies that you can point directly to that are literally supporting and facilitating genocide and crimes against humanity. If you look at historically, there's always been a corporate complicity element to genocide and atrocities, but this case in particular sort of stands at the top of those. So I think it's good to have investment bans, these export controls, but I think the question we need to ask ourselves is how comfortable are we as citizens of the international community, how comfortable are we as governments, procuring cameras from these companies, how comfortable are we buying them? And I would say, you talk about national security grounds, and I think that's an effective way of speaking about it, but just from a moral perspective, these companies are supporting genocide. They're supporting genocide through and through, and we're still buying them, and we're still having conversations, for example, in the UK about whether, they should be banned from Parliament, but maybe not from schools and police stations, right? So I think that from a principled perspective, we should be doing no kind of business with these companies. Maybe I can go into specifics, but that's sort of UHRP's position. They are facilitating abuses that rise to the level of atrocities, and that's what we've seen for the past 6 or 7 years already.
Yeah, just if I can fill in a little bit on what Peter has just shared. We're not just talking about companies selling cameras. We're talking about firms that do everything, that literally write the algorithms of repression, that design programs that some democracies have now moved to restrict or ban using, for example, facial recognition software, or programs that purport to scan faces of particular ethnicities. I was actually very glad when I was boarding my flight at Dulles the other night, and United had told us that we were all going to be, that we had to do a facial recognition scan compared to our passports, and I got off to the counter and said, oh no, we're not. And I was allowed to board. but obviously that would not happen in the Uyghur region. So I think people should understand that these companies are not just manufacturing simple technology that is then being deployed in ways that where authorities are the ones conducting the abuses, and companies could potentially have the excuse to say, well, we didn't design the gear to do that. These are companies that are explicitly producing materials for the purpose of repression. They're really designed to do that, and yet we see them. You can walk in federal government buildings in Washington and see cameras that are made and technology made by some of these companies still in place there, which I find mind-boggling. For those of you who were downstairs at the panel on transnational repression, part of the conversation was about why the Chinese government tries to silence people outside the country. And it's really about trying to control particular perceptions or offer up what the state thinks of as the truth, and to substantiate claims that Uyghurs are either terrorists or happy dancing minorities. Beijing can't quite seem to make up its mind about which view it wants to put forward. But one of the realities of some of the technology that we're talking about allows for certain perceptions and narratives to be put forward to a global population that may not be so informed or discerning in its consumption of those views. And this is something that David has written about, so I want to turn to him to ask him to talk a bit about how technology can interact with these kinds of narratives.
Thank you, Sophie. I hope you can hear me okay. Is that okay? Can you hear me? Okay. Well, first of all, it's a very deep honor to be asked to speak at an event like this. And it's very humbling to speak alongside survivors of what is an extraordinarily grotesque and moral crime against humanity that's happening right now. It's very humbling for me to be here alongside people who have proven that this is happening. And it's heartbreaking when we listen to that testimony. And for me, another thing that's also heartbreaking is that when I encounter my students or other people I know who doubt and who don't believe, or who are perhaps uncertain, when the evidence is so overwhelming and so conclusive and so certain that this is happening. And I ask myself, how can it be that these people, my students, my friends, my own family members, are still not sure that this is happening? And there are many answers to that, there are many reasons. One is, of course, technological. And when we look at how the Chinese government have been successful, and I use the term successful in its most negative sense here, in planting doubt into people's minds that this is happening. They do it in ways that I'm not particularly well qualified to speak on. In fact, I'm probably not that well qualified to speak on many aspects of AI and technology. But I see this in the way that, online trolls and how narratives are being used and manipulated, and how at times it can seem really quite ridiculous when you look at some of what's being said, but in a cumulative effect, it's working. And when I think about how that has impacted on the perception of this horrific, horrific thing, I can only think that as AI advances, this success, this terrible success the Chinese government have had, is only going to become more and more effective. I think about a Chinese student of mine who spoke to me recently about, she was writing an essay about Tiananmen Square. And when it came, now she shouldn't have been using an online translator, but she was. And when she tried to translate some of the words in the essay in a Chinese online translator into English, the words just weren't there. It came up as an error. Like removing the words from the language, if you don't have the language to speak about something, if you don't have the ability to describe what had happened, if you literally remove the words, that's something we see in China. It's happening in China. And as AI becomes more and more effective and more part of our lives, even though we don't understand it, and I don't think there's anybody in this room who fully understands it, when I think about how that could become and how effective that might become, and I was struck by Rabbi Cooper spoke about the commemoration for the people who were killed in the fire in Urumqi, and the concern by people at the commemoration, which I think was in San Diego, Los Angeles, or LA, I'm sorry, and how people were concerned about facial recognition, and so they were covering their faces. And in many ways it made me think of Michel Foucault's idea of the panopticon. If you think you're being watched, then you're going to act in a different way. The chances are now for those of us fortunate enough and privileged enough to be able to not be so worried about what might happen to us or our family members, is that we're probably not being watched, or if we are being watched, it's less dangerous. But as this technology develops, the panopticon becomes ever more real and ever more part of our lives. And not only might it impact on our behavior, it might also, of course, lead us to experience something close to what our Uyghur friends and colleagues are experiencing. So while I can't speak for what the technology will involve, I can certainly speak about the perceptions and the fear that might come from that.
It's a powerful point. And I'm listening to you thinking about the language of the Genocide Convention, to destroy in whole or in part. What happens if AI allows for the destruction of knowledge and awareness and communities, histories, facts, truth? I hadn't thought about that until listening to you, and that's something that we might want to come back to. I will confess to all of you, I have no idea how we would go about preventing that outcome as a technological matter, as a free speech matter, as an intellectual, historical matter. But to preserve knowledge and to make sure it is not erased or so pushed into the minority or into obscurity by technology might be an interesting challenge for all of us going forward. Kathleen, I know you've got some appropriately dystopian remarks to share with us at this point, so we'll pass the mic to you.
While my two colleagues were speaking, I was thinking on some observations.
Hello, it does?
Yes.
Around 70 years ago, somebody said, if you are looking at, let's say, the smarter people that works in a society, if you are looking at what they are working at, you discover what the society values the most. So if you are looking at the middle age, you will discover the best minds are in the churches and the monasteries and the gospels. And let's say in this century, let's say in Western world, we have the best people working at the commercial appliances, mostly in IT or in genetics and some of the issues. In the same way, let's say the smartest people in China, in mainland China, are working probably now at surveillance and AI and how to, let's say, use technologies in order to let's say, control the society. And for sure, they are very smart kids, and for sure, maybe some of them are, let's say, moral, but maybe some of them are not caring about too much about morals, because I was an entrepreneur in the digital area for 20 years, and I know how IT engineering is, let's say, the most important issues related to human rights. It's important. It's interested more in, let's say, issues related to dynamics and how to, let's say, use technology in order to solve a problem. And the problem from the point of view of CCP, it's how to optimize it in order to control the society, and that for sure. And this is my first remark. And my second remark is the following. Us as politicians on the other side, let's say our first and most important goal is to avoid genocides. From my point of view, everything else is about administration, but the genocides avoiding, it's about the real activity of politicians. So I'm here, and most of my colleagues probably from from politics are here in order to avoid a genocide that happens now, or to stop it as soon as possible. And the other observation is as Hannah Arendt said, let's say, survival of genocide was the real politicians are the ones that are creating islands of freedom, oases of freedom. It's very important for us to create this kind of spaces for freedom. So basically, if you are looking at this dichotomy between, let's say, the engineering mindset in a totalitarian system, political system, and let's say the political values of, let's say, good politicians in a democracy, you see the tension that we need to solve that at this moment. I'll be a bit more shorter. I was reading a few months ago, a book called AI 2041, and it's written by a very smart engineer called Dr. Kai-Fu Lee, who was the former former CEO at Google China, a lead authority in AI, with the help of a sci-fi writer called Chen Huifan. It's a very important sci-fi writer in China. And basically, how this book works? It's basically a book with 10 stories and 10 essays on 10 issues related to education and healthcare and some other uses of technology in 2014. And everything looks very nice. Most of the, let's say, the stories are, let's say, in Asian spaces, probably half of them in China. And basically, technology is seen as an enabler. But it's also, from my point of view, it will be also an enabler of a lot of dystopias if you are not trying to do something. And basically, I worked a bit. I gave some ideas to ChatGPT, because the other AI, Anthropos, Claude, didn't want to work on dystopias and scenarios, and we wrote together some short scenarios that can be dystopic. And also I created some images. You can look at them on my Twitter account. So the first scenario is the hidden code. An AI-dominated world, a new genetic editing algorithm combined with nanotechnology is developed, promising enhancement in health and longevity. However, this algorithm is unethically used to attempt to erase the unique genetic characteristic of an ethnic minority. Basically, what happens now, you can now create viruses that can target based on genetics. We know that. We are almost there. Racial inference. An advanced AI fueled by big data is developed to make genetics inference based on people appearances. Of course, we already are here with cameras and everything. Digital eugenics. In the future society, AI and nanotechnology are used to implement a digital eugenics program trying to improve the human race by eliminating genetic traits of ethnic minorities. We did that for dogs, we did that for a lot of let's say, mammals. Probably at this moment we can use genetics to do that technology from the technology point of view. The AI city, in a city full of fully automated by AI and powered by big data, ethnic minorities are excluded from the city digital infrastructure, causing segregation and isolation. Obviously, we can block, let's say, the access to subways based on facial recognition. Genome Bank, a mega biotech corporation, collects and stores the genetic data of all the planet inhabitants. Using AI and big data analysis, it discriminates against certain ethnic groups by denying them access to personalized nanotech medical treatments. We already have a very big leak of genetic profiles 2 or 3 weeks ago from 23andMe. Basically, something like 5 million profiles, genetic profiles, including mine, are in the open. And now, let's say the governments and let's say the hackers can work with them and create some let's say tools that will affect us. The biased AI, a facial recognition AI tried to on biased data is used to criminal justice system. It has a tendency to misidentify members of a certain ethnic minority as suspects, fueling institutional racism and convicting them for future acts of terrorism. We know that we have bias in the justice system, including in the Western countries, so obviously in the, let's say, totalitarian regimes, these biases will be even more pronounced, Hidden genetics for social scoring and credits, obviously we can do that. Segregated education, we can create an education that is basically specialized, but also, let's say, pushes the cultural differences of let's say, minorities out of the framework. Destroying the languages using automatic translation. Imagine you have a phone that is translating in real time this discussion, so the user will not understand Uyghur, will understand Mandarin. The hidden AI in a dystopic future, a secretive AI is used to monitor human activities using big data. This AI is programmed to destroy the culture and history of minorities and then to create a monotonous, uniform, controllable society. So basically, there are a lot of scenarios. I wrote something like 25 that will use technology like genetics and AI and big data and nanotechnology in order to, let's say, destroy some culture. But it's not something like it's the bad guys who do that. It will be something, let's say, inherent to let's say, to the efficiency of a system. Basically, the administration will say, maybe we should try to level up the society in order to control it. So that's my general remark. I'll finish very shortly. What can we do now? From my point of view, what can we do at this moment is to understand that the politics, it's the job of, let's say, thinking of something that will happen 10 years in the future. You know, to solve something that happened tomorrow, that's the administration, let's say, prerogative. So from my point of view, it's very important to understand that we need to create a new setup of, let's say, multilateral agreements, starting with the let's say, democratic system, democratic countries, that will regulate what will happen in the digital society. Because half of our society, for life, it's now in digital. We own a lot of things in the digital world. We live a lot of our life in the digital world, and basically we need to create some kind of framework in order to regulate it on let's say, democratic principles. From my point of view, the European Union did a lot of work on these issues, like GDPR, now AI. We are in a, let's say, advanced mode on frameworks and platforms, digital frameworks and platform acts. And my colleague David Liga from European Parliament can give us more details on these issues. So, but from my point of view, it's very important to understand that if we have, let's say, a common framework on this issue, it also, for example, I worked in Romania on digital inheritance, because 30% of the goods will be digital in the 5 years from now. From my point of view, if you are starting to work now with this kind of framework, and then you can have some, let's say, commitment. We won't accept any kind of, let's say, entities being commercial or national that are not, let's say, supporting this kind of treaties. We won't buy products from a company like Hikvision that doesn't, let's say, allow the audit of let's say, data, for example. If we don't do that now, basically we live in this kind of dystopia in 10 to 20 years. That's almost sure, because if you are looking at let's say, the promises of Xi Jinping on a global society, global civilization initiative, they are working towards this issue. They are working to define the values of the next society, digital society. And if you are not doing, let's say, you are not creating a concurrent system, and you are working together on this one in the next, something from now, it will be, in 5 years, it will be too late. And I'm telling that as a person that traveled a bit in Africa, for example, in the last year or so, people from Africa have issues related to development. Basically, they need to develop their economies in order to keep the pace with their explosive demographics. So if you are not trying to, let's say, to understand that now is the moment to let's say, work together and also to avoid them being, let's say, captured by China, from my point of view, in 5 years to be
Yeah, I think if I could just add to this, thank you, that was all both informative and alarming. One of the areas clearly for greater activity, and particularly potentially a topic of discussion for the IPAC members and Diet members who are here, has to do with international standard setting. And whether we're talking about, norms as opposed to binding law, also thinking about your points about Hikvision and Tapla, and whether their ubiquity winds up setting a low standard with respect to what companies sort of dominate markets and set a standard simply by virtue of their prevalence, but also about setting positive standards about a digital society, for example, and the kinds of norms that should be agreed. I think that's a huge area for discussion, but I understood one of my marching orders as moderator was to try to shape the discussion that actually focuses on some areas for recommendations. I think this is a very clear one. But I want to come back to David on what I think of as being one of the most disturbing dystopian realities in Xi Jinping's arsenal these days, which is the campaign of cynicization, and what that actually means for real live human beings, but particularly as it is mediated through, for example, the Chinese state media, through social media, where very particular images or narratives of what it means to be, for example, a Uyghur or a Muslim in the way the state approves, what effect that has more broadly on communities. Maybe you could share your thoughts on that for us.
Yeah, so my colleague here mentioned Hannah Arendt, and she also wrote about the banality of evil and how these things become normalized in a way that at times we could never have imagined it, and very, very quickly it just becomes what's happening, what's normal. And I think all of us sitting in this room, if we reflect even on a few years ago, to be sitting in this room discussing this subject, I'm not for 1 minute saying things were good for the Uyghur people 15 years ago, they weren't. But that we are here talking about this topic is extraordinary and horrifying. And that banality of evil that we've seen, and that's continuing to happen within China, has partly come about because of a complete homogenizing of opinion and views among the people who are not actively involved, but who are somewhat slightly aware of it. And when we think about how that has been created through sinicization and various other controls of narratives, we can see how it's happened, and we can walk it back. And we can see how the Chinese government are breaking all of their own constitutional rules about tolerance and respect for minority people's languages and so on and so forth. And yet it's still happening. It's still happening. And who gets to decide who the good people are has clearly gone in a very particular direction. And of course social media has a massive, massive role to play in that. And the normalizing of social media in all our lives is something that we have all willingly accepted, myself included. I use it all the time. But if we think about what AI is, and we often talk about the exceptional side of AI, this could be the most extraordinary thing. This could, we have no idea how fundamentally this is going to change our lives, but probably what it will do is that it will become normalized very quickly in our lives. And the role that could play in Hannah Arendt's ideas of the banality of evil is pretty chilling. And when you think about how it's already worked and how, the vast majority of people in China are not watching what's going on and not horrified by what's being done in their name by their government, you have to ask, how does that happen? And the way it's happened, I think, is complex and many and varied. But one way it's happened is by completely controlling the narrative and crushing any deviation from that narrative and deciding what's good, what's bad, what's right, what's wrong. And that's something that I think AI will only play a much, much bigger role.
Also, I think segregating off what I think we have to refer to now as the Chinese internet from the internet that most of the rest of the world has access to. I mean, these are really now two entirely separate universes, so that it's not just that it's the dominance of state media or state-approved material or sanitized, censored social media inside the country, but literally the access that people inside and outside can get at. And that might offer up that moment when you say, hey, wait a minute, I thought I read something that said the opposite, and maybe we should think about why that is and what's actually true and trying to evaluate different sources, but that's just not even an option for people anymore. I want to switch gears a little bit, and actually maybe we'll do this partly by taking a very quick audience poll. Raise your hand if you, the organization you work for, have been the victim of some sort of cyber attack. Yeah, that's pretty much what I thought. So let's spend a few minutes talking about that. And I wanted to bring that up partly because I think this issue, especially with respect to the Chinese government, gets more attention now because it is seen as a national security issue increasingly. I would like very much for it also to be seen as a threat to free speech and a threat to communities and individuals and knowledge and information. But as an activist, you sort of have to hook onto what powerful people are willing to pay attention to. And so I want to ask sort of a two-part question. One is to ask Peter to talk about the experiences you and organizations you've worked for have had with respect to cyber attacks and what's happened. But then, Kathleen, I want to come back to you to ask about the IPAC letter that you signed on this particular issue, so that we can spend a few minutes thinking about what some of the potential fixes might be. Peter, go ahead.
Sure. I'm not going to use, I can't use honor or for a reference point for this, but I think, yeah, so at the World Weird Congress where I worked previously, I mean, we're constantly under threat. It was basically myself and a partner, colleague, staff member who is consistently dealing with denial of service attacks, things like this. Website was taken down all the time. And again, this goes to the sensitivity the Chinese government has to information being published by the World Uyghur Congress. UHRP haven't seen as much of it, but certainly the Uyghur Congress, even just simple things like there was groups, the Communist Youth Organization in China had set up, they had some kind of WhatsApp group, and they had set up some kind of attack against our Facebook page, the Uyghur Congress Facebook page, just kind of banal things like this, where they would give us a bunch of bad reviews, bad ratings, so it brought the Uyghur Congress Facebook page rating down. It's just kind of simple things like this. It sounds a little bit absurd, but this is kind of stuff that's happening. So all the way from that to, again, trying to remove things from our website, text on our phones and our personal devices, things like that. It's certainly pretty consistent.
It's alarming, isn't it, to find that information that you would have thought wouldn't necessarily be all that controversial all of a sudden can trigger that order of magnitude of a response. But Kathleen, tell us a little bit about what IPAC had to say on this matter.
It's a lot of things I at this moment. One of them is like this, probably most of the IPAC members received a call from their security guys and said, you should pay attention because these guys are trying to enter your accounts and so on and so on. And I'm sure that's a company. Related to that, at the moment you know that there are a lot of, let's say, proofs that show that the Chinese operation and the Russian operation are working together. This kind of cyber attacks and that sort of information. So we are talking about some professionals. It's not like some kids trying to make some money. It's about professional institutions, people that are coming to work at 9 to 5, and they are having trainings, and they are discussing, they are brainstorming about how to improve their cyber attacks. So it's an operation which functions like a corporation. It's very important to understand that. So our response to that should have at least some level of, let's say, of professionalism and conviction that should work. What we did at IPAC is to send a lecture and give it to this is better. But also we are trying to, let's say, convince our governments and our, let's say, political system to improve better safeguards related to this kind of information. One more idea, very short idea. You know that, for example, in Russia, Kaspersky was one of the most, let's say, used companies in the Western world, antivirus. They had the big headquarters next to Lubyanka, next to KGB, successor of KGB, KGB. And the same, everybody knows that at the moment, if you want to have, let's say, an IT operation in China, you need to move the servers there in China. So at this moment, every person that has some kind of IT dealings with China has, let's say, her or his entire life for approval and search by this kind of professionals, high professionals. I insist on their professionals that are, let's say, working for CSD.
It's an area I think that requires further explanation. I've got a couple of lightning questions for the panel, but in a moment we're going to open up to questions from the audience, so you might want to start thinking what you would like to ask. I think when we do that, we'll just ask that you identify yourself, maybe tell us where you're from, but people are invited to put questions to the panel. I assume that we all share the view that, that mainland Chinese companies that are known to be tech companies, AI firms, that are known to have been involved in repression and human rights violations should have their ability to do business, particularly in democracies, limited. Are we all in agreement about that? I think that's a violent guess. What do you think is the best way of going about doing that? Because different jurisdictions have approached this issue with different levels of enthusiasm, some with not at all, some with trepidation, some with a willingness to try to shut down Chinese companies that are doing this, but not to tame their own companies that aren't living up to international standards on privacy laws. Peter, do you have views about this, or want to say more about where do you think it's gone well or badly?
To be honest, I think mostly it's gone badly. I think, again, when, for example, the UK Parliament voted to designate the Uyghur situation as a genocide, they were doing so in a parliament that was being monitored by night vision cameras, which facilitated that very genocide. I think there has been, I mean, the U.S. has taken some steps, so entity list, export control list designations, for example, there's been investment bans. The FCC, I think, what night vision and a number of other companies, this is essentially preventing technology being sold or purchased or procured from government agencies or from government agencies, essentially. So I think there really hasn't been a response. Again, I do want to stress that I think there is a reason. If you should not be doing business with companies who are supporting genocide, but at the point of national security, if that's the hook for governments, then fine. The issue is, again, going back to the UK government's response, and just this past week, you know, earlier this year, the Cabinet Office said that they were going to actually take some steps to remove the cameras from sensitive sites. And then we hear this past week that there's been conversations and debates about what actually the definition of sensitive sites actually means. Right, so is a police station not a sensitive site? According to the government right now, it doesn't seem so. Universities, hospitals, schools, and other places. So we're still kind of chipping away at the problem on the edges, but not really taking any steps. There are ways, so for example, investment bans, export controls, and procurement bans. That's effective when it comes to technology companies like Huawei, Hikvision, Dahua to a certain extent. When it comes to AI technology companies, it doesn't really do too much because they actually don't, the export controls doesn't matter so much for an AI technology company, for example. Again, I think the US has taken some steps that are important, but elsewhere really there's been very, very little, very little.
David, you want to
Yes, I'm based in Poland, but I'm Irish originally, and some of you will know that many of these Chinese companies are now headquartered in Dublin, Huawei, TikTok, so on and so forth. And they're headquartered there for many reasons, not just because of our very, very friendly tax situation. I think one other reason is because there is a almost complete lack of understanding within China as to what these companies are involved in and what they potentially are involved in. And when it comes to us who try to talk about this and try to write about it and try to inform our political compatriots and people working in the area, you know, they do sometimes listen. And Hikvision is a good example because those cameras were being used in the Irish Parliament. And when it was raised, there was a reaction to that. I can't say for certain if they've been removed. You might know more than I do. But maybe there wasn't a reaction to it. Maybe there wasn't. But when it comes to the lack of understanding, the lack of information that people have on what companies are doing, I think, you know, the need to inform and to speak to politicians about that is something that the Irish lesson is particularly pertinent to, given how many, and these are big operations employing thousands of people now in Dublin, which are for the most part welcomed by our politicians as
good employers, warmly welcomed, encouraged, and all doors open to. So speaking to our politicians is incredibly important.
I just want to point out that too. I think, look, if you can't get the cameras out of your parliaments, I mean, what hope do you have across the country? Like, you know, of course in the US individual can still buy this equipment, but there's still restrictions, right? So that gives you a sense of the kind of appetite for tackling this. There just really isn't one so far.
Kathleen, I suspect you have views
Yes,
on this topic.
I'm a geek. Before being a politician, I was an entrepreneur in digital services for 20 years. And when ChatGPT released add-on something like 2 months ago, where you can analyze big data, large chunks of data, I took the public acquisitions, public procurement data of Romania for last year, I think. And it was down to some hundreds of thousands of acquisitions. And I said, they showed me the acquisition of cameras. And 80% of the acquisition of cameras were 80% of them. And one of the acquisitions was for the headquarters or chief of land operations, the military land operations, at the headquarters, where the people from NATO are coming to discuss the Ukraine situation and some other issues. So if the military has an acquisition of Hikvision cameras at their headquarters, why we should discuss about schools and education? I mean, it's crazy. So at this moment, basically, probably the entire world, the default camera is Hikvision, like the default software operation system is like Windows, the default operation system for mobile is Android, and the default camera, everybody knows to implement it, Hikvision. So unless we have, let's say, a very clear idea to remove the defaultness, it's very complicated. I mean, everybody will start to buy things, buy Hikvision. Why we are buying Hikvision? Because it's 3 times cheaper and the same performance. It's a great camera, and I bought some in 2014 at a very, very cheap price point, something like $50 per good camera, while let's say the Western option is something like 300 to 400 euros. So it's 4 to 10 times cheaper. So unless we don't have a very clear idea and a very clear policy in all the countries to remove the Hikvisions, we are prone to have them for the internet.
Let me just ask Kathleen one more question, and if people have questions, maybe you can just stick a hand up and we'll try to get to you. Do you feel that either the Romanian government or maybe the European Parliament, the EU more broadly, is doing an adequate job? I mean, that's the question in issue.
All the digital platforms and digital issues should be solved at the European level, because we don't have power, we don't have, let's say, enough commercial power in countries in Europe to deal with it. Especially, for example, Romania, it's among top 6-7 countries in terms of GDP, but you have something like smaller countries with 1 million persons, or even more or less than Malta, and you can't create some patchwork of relations, of legislation, let's say commercial relations. So it's very important to address this at the European level and say, well, the cameras, the surveillance cameras are a strategical good of the government. You can't, I mean, it's like radio waves. You can't say everybody can install all kinds of cameras or kind of radio equipments and consider that there is enough security for this. So you should consider the cameras, the video of a country, a strategical good and regulated problem.
Yeah, no, I think this is not just a conversation about the actual technology itself. It's obviously about the legal architecture that protects privacy rights. It's a much broader question. But I was actually going to go in a slightly different direction to ask, I guess, particularly about the EU and other democracies, if you think they're doing enough to, counter isn't quite the right word that I want, but what are they doing that's useful to prevent or challenge or compete with the sale of technology from Chinese companies to third countries? Where, for example, the EU may be aid or European companies are doing a lot of business. Is there a consciousness at a political level that democracies should be trying to challenge the Hikvisions and the Dahuas in other countries too, not just within their own. Do you have thoughts on that, either of you guys?
From my point of view, I will look into blunt. Unfortunately, at Brussels and in Washington, the business lobby is 100 times more powerful than the human rights lobby. So because of that, it's very complicated to have, let's say, a vision of let's improve the business, the human rights issues by, let's say, sacrificing the business issues, business interests. And that's a fact. I mean, it's not something.
Well, just again from the Irish perspective, if I may. I mean, the Irish ambassador to China has spent her entire career working in the Department of Agriculture. And that is obvious why she's been appointed to Beijing, because we export a large amount of agricultural products to China, milk and beef. And her success was getting the beef ban that was in place on Irish beef lifted to sell beef into China, and she was celebrated for that. This is at the same time that Ireland was elected onto the Security Council of the United Nations, when we had an opportunity to play a role in the discussion. And of course, we didn't, even though we were elected partly on the idea that this small country, this former colony, this country that would stand up for those who were most, who were victimized. And of course, the reality is they didn't. They focused on beef and butter sales in China. And that's the reality.
If I had a buck for every time I'd heard a small government to say it was going to do something like that. Let me pause and see if people are ready to be interactive, since that's part of our purpose. Please, just introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Dari. I am a daughter, and I will not get questioning him. I will just say that AI is based a lot on. AI has been based a lot on stolen work. For example, it has stolen art from other artists without crediting them to have as data and analytics to make its own. Or it has stolen data and things to be able to give that to users. And as a lot of, AI will be able to replace jobs in the future from younger people. And some people even buy into that, even pay for AI to continue doing those things, because it's convenient. I will say that it's very convenient to just have an artist at your fingertips or a data analyst at your fingertips. But my question is, after knowing all this and after knowing how AI is able to affect the next generation way more than it is right now, do you still think that AI is ethical and moral? Thank you.
Wow, I'm delighted I don't have to try to answer that question. Kathleen? Guys,
well, I mean, it's as ethical or moral as what the inputs are, I suppose, right? So it's the way in which, like, what is it drawn from? I'm not at all going to pretend to be an expert at all on this subject, but again, I'll go back to companies like Vision. If you can't, actually, one point I'll make too is that I think in terms of privacy rights and digital rights as well, I think if we want to tackle this in terms of what Chinese companies are doing, we have to tackle what's going on with European companies and American companies as well. There's been some things happening in the US, for example, in terms of cracking down a little bit, but I think we're actually going to try to address it if we want to ensure that AI actually is a force for good, and that there are moral inputs and things that are positive. I think we need to more robustly be looking at the companies that are in our own countries, for example, while at the same time being able to address these Chinese companies. Because I think for so many years, we've kind of just let, from Canada, but we've kind of let these companies run wild and do whatever they want, and we're realizing, oh, we actually don't have standards, we don't have anything to actually control them. And by the way, these Chinese companies are coming down, and they have a very different set of standards and principles that are even worse. So.
Yeah, I think I'll just add quickly. I think much depends on the ethics and the morals of people who write the algorithms. And one of the very popular answers in the U.S. at least to the threats posed by Chinese tech companies is put forward by the lobbyists from Facebook, and who will say that's why we should be given prominence, to which I think a lot of the human rights community has said no, there need to be strong privacy rights and defenses for all. I can see the marvelous here, so we'll pass the mic to him. It's one of the special rapporteurs who's done brilliant work on Chinese government.
Thank you very much for the panel. I'm Shahid, a former institute rapporteur, and I currently at Essex University. A slightly different question to what we've been discussing. It's about freedom of thought and what AI is doing in this space. And there's currently a debate happening in the Human Rights Council Advisory Committee, a study coming out next year. It comes out on the back of concern that actually the current protections we have are too much. In other words, we say freedom of thought is totally invaluable. And the debate is maybe not, because if you give it full protection, then obviously, the current, the way in which we talk about altering people's, especially in mental health settings, will be wrong. So that's one argument. The other argument is, Sophie, your question about standard setting, and there's a debate about what do we do next. Do we create additional standards or rewrite a UDHR? That's one lobby. And the other lobby is that, well, no, we can't do that because it's impossible to do that. So can we extend current protections to cover that, which has strong implications for privacy and so on and so forth. So I want to see how, given what you discussed about how surveillance is being used to control narratives, what the potential for freedom of thought being undermined by AI would have for that narrative. That's one of my questions. The other question is not linked to the AI as such, but I think we are operating in an environment in which China is winning a broader narrative of legitimacy in the global south, that they actually have a more ethical approach to global issues than perhaps the traditional stewards of human rights are doing at the moment. So how would these two trends combine with the concerns you are saying? And last comment about ethical AI, I strongly believe AI can be ethical, especially in the context of neurodegenerative disease and mental health settings, rather healthcare settings. It's, like I said, Sophie, the way you apply it, that would make it ethical or unethical. Thank you.
I knew we could count on you for a couple of good, tough questions that we could spend weeks talking about. But on the question about freedom of thought, maybe David, Kathleen, do you want to take a stab at that? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking when you were asking the question, my wife is also an academic, and about 10 years ago, she was teaching in China, and an undergraduate student wrote in an essay, and we're pretty sure in all seriousness, that it would be a good idea if students had heart monitors fixed to their heart, so that when the Chinese national anthem was played, people would be able to see if their heart rate increased, and they would know that they were being moved by it. It seems absurd, right? And yet, as we move ever more, I can begin to see that as being a real thing. I can see what we thought was ridiculous 10 years ago as being something, and I'm looking at Sean Roberts there and his important work on biopolitics, of being something as a way to measure if people are loyal enough. Are they not just thinking okay, but is the physical sign there that they are thinking okay? And even though that's not an answer to your question, it's something that I thought about, because coming back to this idea of normalizing narratives, when my wife told me that, I thought that was so absurd. I burst out laughing. And now, the more I think about it, the more, I don't know, I think maybe that could happen. That could happen, or something like it, as a way of, particularly for minority people, as a way of seeing, are they really loyal? Can we see it in things like their heart rate?
It's a very complicated issue. So I have a lateral approach. Imagine, I think that thought process is very social in this world, especially on social issues, not necessarily on politics. It's very individual stuff. But let's say on social issues, our process of thought is very socialized. And let's consider that you have something like 200 clones, 200 bots, AI bots that create a lot of dialogue with one people, and let's say convince him or her to think in a different way. So it's very important to understand that freedom of thought is related to individuals, to humans, not to bots. So we should accept that bots can't have freedom of thought.
we should create somehow the freedom of thought in a way that structures dialogues between people, but between humans, not between humans and bots. But on the other side, we are not sure when these bots will become conscious and will be like a human. So that's a philosophical question about freedom of thought in this area. But at this moment, I think it's important to explain to people that the freedom of it's a social process. It's not you construct a freedom if you have a community of human beings. So we are here, for example, to support the Uyghur communities, not just the Uyghur individuals. Because the Chinese Communist Party can say, you know, we are feeding the Uyghurs and they are better than 50 years ago. And they are even better than our Han population 30 years ago, 20 years ago. But what they don't have, the Uyghur community, they feel they don't have the individuality and the socialized, the community feeling also. So that's my point of view.
Peter, I don't know if you want to take a stab at the question about the Global South.
What was the question about the Global South?
It was essentially, is the Chinese government's narrative, ethics, I think was the word you used, winning the Global South? I have a bit of a view, but if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, I think it is. We see that in, votes in the Human Rights Council, for example. We see that in the kind of statements that are being made by Global South countries. I think there's been not nearly enough work done in the Global South to identify the threats to their own democracies if they adopt these kinds of narratives, if they accept these kinds of narratives in terms of human rights of their own people.
I'm less convinced. I think what we can see is external manifestations of governments, some of them themselves highly authoritarian, voting or behaving in other public ways, signaling support. It's interesting to me that sometimes when you get even some of the less democratic governments behind closed doors, they won't argue the facts about Chinese government human rights violations. And some of them are very blunt and will say, look, we just need the money. And they'll say, it's nice to have the BRI stuff, but the roads stink or they fall apart after a year. And so I'm not so convinced that there is as much belief in the narrative, the model, the party line, so to speak. But that said, I think states are constrained. And part of winning this particular battle is about figuring out ways to mitigate some of those pressures and let people actually come down on the side of human rights.
Well, it's just, I wasn't trying to suggest that the governments themselves are convinced of the narrative,
right.
But there's also muddying of the waters when you have state media who are sort of getting into the system and people just don't quite know in many of these countries. So they when there's this kind of narrative which is being put forward and sort of accepted in these countries, people they're not really exactly sure what's happening. When journalists, for example, are being trained around the Uyghur region, you go back to many of these countries and write these stories, the government doesn't allow critical journalists to actually publish on Uyghur issues, for example, it causes problems.
Right. Dean Baxendale over here wanted to get in, but if other people have questions or just observations they want to share, you'll pop your hand up and I'll try to put the list.
Thank you. As you're probably all aware, the UK and Oliver Dowden invited China to the International Artificial Intelligence Summit in London on
lack of intelligence.
Yeah, lack of intelligence. November 1st and 2nd. We know where the British government seems to be going with respect to trade with China at this particular point, having backed themselves into a corner. But my question is, really, given all we know about China and redefining the human rights norms as they see it, they don't see our interpretation of human rights as being just or being ethical or being, it is them redefining. Should we be allowing them in such an important conversation to actually engage? And should they be helping to set the standards for AI, which ultimately will drive much of the narrative and will change the dynamics of conversation in the future?
Who wants to take that?
Easy question.
Or is that just a resounding no across the board?
I'm a rookie in politics, so it's my third year. But what I discovered is you have a lot of, let's say, dialogue with people for going to the summit. So what I think it's very important to have this dialogue between the democratical parts of this work before we discussing in the plenary with China. Then we should invite them. We should have a common position before starting the discussion.
Well, just a point about the UK, if I may. I mean, George Osborne visited Urumqi, I think maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and he stood in the new train station and said, "Look at these wonderful high-speed trains. You know, this is a remarkable thing. We need to work closely with." He stood in Urumqi and said that, and he knew what was going on. They had to have known at least, if not about the camps, at least the way the Uyghur people were treated in their own homeland. And yet he still went there. He still went there. He doesn't like to be reminded of it, he did.
Hi, my name is Patrick Quinn. So I was a former researcher with Amnesty International. So like Sophie's work, we also interview quite a number of Uyghurs, Kazakhs, etc. in the past. Well, I haven't done work on Uyghurs for 5 years, but I remember when I was in Almaty and also interviewed quite a number of Uyghurs in Europe. They mentioned the real fact is that they have no choice, but they can only rely on WeChat to communicate with their family members. And then of course, it's very ironic to see at airports, like WeChat pays everywhere in Europe, come on. Can we actually do something to stop them? I mean, okay, we can't stop WeChat, as a whole, but still, I mean, when we talk about AI, etc., to be honest, with really basic stuff, why can't we do something to target on Tencent, please stop all these, surveillance tools and stop cooperating with the Chinese government, etc. So that is my only, kind of very little observation and also experience from interviewing some Uyghurs. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. For those of you who aren't familiar with Patrick, he is a longtime fantastic researcher and activist and advocate on human rights issues. Does anybody want to respond to what are the obstacles?
From my point of view, I think we shouldn't try to transform us, say, to a surveillance state or society. It's not okay to do what authoritarian regimes are doing to, let's say, at the global platform, let's create a lot of polarizations.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great question. And the WeChat, before COVID, there was this idea that, for convenience sake, you couldn't possibly live in China without WeChat. You needed it for everything. Well, after and during COVID, you literally did, because it's how the health certificate was, and other things that were needed just to leave your house. So that's a normalizing of something that, very quickly became something that you just literally couldn't leave your house without. So, having that kind of the lack of any alternatives or any other way that you can choose not to use these products, as the case is now with WeChat, is very, very striking in the post-COVID world. I can't speak now about how, if you can live in China without WeChat, but I doubt it. I doubt it. And it's certainly a sign of suspicion if you're Uyghur and you don't have WeChat, because why aren't you using it?
So just to try to start summarizing the conversation, which is not an easy task, given how widely we've ranged. We talked about everything from corporations to international standards, on everything from digital society to company setting standards, free speech versus propaganda, trauma, AI and genocide, cybersecurity, freedom of thought, and what democratic governments are doing to try to manage some of these issues themselves. To try to close us out on a slightly more positive note, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to take no more than 1 minute to talk about one example you can think of in which technology or AI has been helpful or could be more helpful to this movement, to the pursuit of investigations, justice, accountability for crimes against humanity and genocide, for cultural preservation, for the preservation of knowledge. And it could draw on your own work or work that you've seen other people do, or maybe even some of your own aspirations, maybe for legislation in Romania or in the European Parliament. What's a good thing to go out and do? I'm going to put you on the spot first. A positive use of technology.
Well, I think what's happened, especially just came up on transnational repression, I think there's a struggle now, I think, from the Uyghur diaspora's perspective to maintain a certain sense of the Uyghur identity abroad because it's being destroyed at home. And I think technology can certainly facilitate and help with that. Connecting people who live in so many different countries. So I've seen that used in such a positive way from, especially younger generations of Uyghurs themselves, to connect and stay connected and exchange information and teach classes and things like that.
Well, I'll try. I got an email last week from a student, a Han Chinese student, who I had taught in a place, I'm not going to say where I taught her, but a long time ago, maybe 5 years ago. And she wrote to me to say that she wanted to thank me for helping her to understand the situation of the Uyghur people in more detail. And she'd gone on to pursue a master's exploring different aspects of the things that we talked about. And I remember her because she was a very, very intelligent student. What I didn't know at the time was, and she told me in the email, her sister was killed in July 2009, in the events of July 2009. And she said that, of course, initially she harbored a lot of hatred towards Uyghur people because of that. But after she reflected on some of the things we spoke about in class, she began to understand a lot more about the reality of how people are being persecuted. And I was incredibly moved by this email. But I also thought, all of the activists here and the remarkable work they're doing is so impressive. But how to speak to Chinese people, how to speak to people within China about what's happening, and thinking of her as an extraordinary example who went out of her own way to find out about the situation, to learn about the situation, and it completely changed her mind. Maybe there is a role for AI in that, maybe, or the exact opposite. That makes it impossible.
Get the final word.
200 years ago in Europe and 100 years ago in Romania, eastern part of Europe, 90% of the people were farmers. So 9 farmers to feed 1 internet priest or whatever. At the moment, it's just 2% in Europe and in the US. So 2% of the population are feeding 90%. The same will happen with AI. AI will generate so much productivity in cherries and intellectual areas and white collar to be able to liberate a lot of workforce for some other issues. And because of that, I think a lot of people will start to look around and be able to understand there are some other people, the Uyghurs, or maybe the people in Africa, or some other Myanmar, that are basically constrained and they are not living their life. So I think the fact that we will have a better productivity in most of the countries will generate a lot of, let's say, human conscience. And people that will try to do more in order to liberate them. So I really believe that a good development. Technology is good generally. If we are able to let's say, to create a good thing. And it's not very complicated. If we are putting our minds together.
All right, well, ending on a note about the importance of emancipation, I will thank all 3 of you for rolling with a topic that went in a lot of different directions, and to thank the audience for great questions and interventions.
Kamerang nag-free time.
No, good. Not ready for that.
Hello everyone. Welcome to panel number 3. Distinguished guests, distinguished hosts, friends and colleagues. We're about to start the panel on Chinese propaganda. I'm the moderator today, and for those of you who don't know me, my name is Natalie Tegelberg. I work in the European Parliament in Brussels, Belgium. I'm a Foreign Affairs and Human Rights Advisor, among other things assisting the Uyghur Friendship Group in the European Parliament. We're here today to discuss Chinese propaganda. This is an extremely important topic, not the least since the CCP is using propaganda and sophisticated disinformation to hide ongoing genocide against Uyghurs. The CCP is constantly expanding its networks to push narratives that undermines examinations and engagement for the Uyghurs and the Uyghur situation. Earlier this year, the CCP has been pushing the narrative that the re-education camps have been closed to generate the impression that Uyghurs are free and that claims about persecutions are unfounded. Therefore, we will discuss the propaganda machinery today, and in the panel I have 5 excellent panelists with different expertise and backgrounds. We will start with 5-minute introductions from each panelist, and later it will be questions. So I will start with giving the floor to Professor Sean Roberts, who has studied the Uyghur people for 30 years and written the book The War on the Uyghurs, China's Internal Campaign Against a Muslim Minority. The floor is yours, Professor Roberts.
Thank you. So first of all, I should caveat my remarks by saying that I'm not an expert in propaganda, but as an academic who writes about Uyghurs, I've found over the last 6 years I'm constantly fighting an information war, and I think it's interesting to think about the Uyghur genocide as one of the first international crises that have really been wrapped into social media. I think there's a few others that can fall into that category as well, but that has led to a real information war alongside what's actually happening to Uyghurs in China. And to go back to the beginning of today, Luke de Pulford said that in many ways the success of the advocacy around this issue has been about information. And I think that that's both true about the successes and some of the less successful aspects, right? So we've also been talking today about how liberal democracies have taken up this issue, and yet in the global south, that's far less the case. And I think that That's something that we should be concerned about, and it is about this information war. And I think first, I recently heard an expert on propaganda speaking about the difference between misinformation and disinformation. And I think this is really important when we talk about social media, because often we're finding in social media discussions about the Uyghur genocide where there's people, you know, who I think we can't really say are part of the Chinese Communist Party propaganda mechanics, who are trying to debunk facts about the Uyghur genocide. And those really fall more into the category of misinformation. It's not a conscious attempt to spread disinformation, but it's people who are often influenced by deliberate attempts to falsify information, which is more in the disinformation category. But this creates, I think, a particular problem in liberal democracies, because in liberal democracies we have to balance how we fight against false information and how at the same time we support freedom of speech. And I think one of the dimensions of this with regards to China's propaganda in the last 5 years is we've seen that propaganda become more sophisticated. And my own experience in the former Soviet Union suggests that there's likely some Russian imprint on this as well. Because we went from kind of very clumsy wolf warrior type propaganda that wasn't very well received in liberal democracies to a much more nuanced type of propaganda that involves winning over people to misinformation. And there's people who become complicit in this propaganda machine without themselves being part of it. So I'm not going to speak for a long time. I actually want to focus on some policy recommendations as to how liberal democracies can deal with this problem. And I think I think to date, liberal democracies have not dealt well with this problem. And I think, first of all, we must be constantly cognizant of the need to protect freedom of speech. You know, we can't silence people with whom we disagree. And that particularly is germane to those who are repeating misinformation. But we need to do more research on how we can actually identify what is deliberate disinformation. And I think we have to also think about how to regulate that. And that's something that to date we've seen kind of fall on the responsibility of social media companies as opposed to governments. And there's a question about whether governments have to get more involved in how to regulate information, particularly on social media. And I think part of that is there needs to be more research on the money trail for how disinformation is being produced in democracies. There's been some research about organizations through which money is flowing. There was a very good report by the Newsline Institute that was elaborated on recently in the New York Times. But we really don't know that much about the mechanisms with which the Chinese government and perhaps the Russian government are helping to subsidize disinformation in the West. I think we also have to think about the future. We just had a panel in this room about AI, and I mentioned that I don't feel that liberal democracies have done a good job in how to regulate information on social media. That is only going to become more and more difficult in the near future. As we have AI content creation. And so I think as democracies are trying to understand how to regulate AI, this is one aspect that has to be thought about, is what role will AI play in the creation of disinformation. And then finally, I think it's important that we also focus much more than is the case now on education about information literacy. And this is something that I think liberal democracies can do both in their own countries and around the world in terms of thinking about contributions to global development. This is such an important issue. I think that it's going to be more and more difficult. We're seeing, at least in the United States, this is very much the case, but I think it's spreading around the world. We're seeing a lack of trust in traditional media outlets, which is allowing disinformation to take root much more rapidly and be reproduced as misinformation. And it's really important that we're thinking about how the next generation in all of our countries is consuming information and how they can determine what is truth and what is not. So I'll leave my comments to that.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Professor Roberts. Next up is Roshan Abbas, who is the director and founder of the NGO Campaign for Uyghurs, an NGO that has been nominated to the Nobel Peace Prize. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear honorable guests, first I want to thank you for your collective efforts fighting against China's Uyghur genocide. The state terrorism against the Uyghurs and the other ethnicities in East Turkestan is a chilling glimpse into the future, one where authoritarian regimes use artificial intelligence, surveillance systems, media manipulation, and a massive propaganda to serve sinister purposes to blur the lines between the truth and the falsehood, to stifle any defiance and hide unimaginable crimes. The CCP is not only avoiding the accountability for the Uyghur genocide and the state-sponsored oppression in Tibet, but is also engaging in widespread attacks on activists and scholars and spreading misinformation and disinformation and propaganda through various media platforms. Beijing uses tactics of intimidation and the hostage-taking to silence the voices of Uyghurs, actions that directly violate international laws and the fundamental principles of rule-based global order. The CCP specifically targets the family members of those who dare to speak out. I have been personally endured the repercussion of this retaliation. My exercise of free speech and activism in the United States, participating on a panel like this with Dr. Sean Roberts and the others at Hudson Institute in 2018, September, resulted in unjust imprisonment of my dear sister, Dr. Roshan Abbas. It's a difficult decision to make, to use your voice to raise awareness when your entire community is at risk of extinction, or stay quiet with the hope that your family may be spared. The more success an advocate has in raising awareness for the cause, the larger the target grows on our backs and the backs of our families. My friend Nokonisa and many other activists here, including our organizations like the World Uyghur Congress and Campaign for Uyghurs, are being the target and the victims of these. As Rabbi Cooper described earlier, how even non-Uyghur individuals in the United States will not attend a commemoration event due to the fear instilled by the long arm of the CCP. if we continue to allow the CCP to intimidate people in the democratic countries, the pockets of the world where true liberty exists will continue to shrink. We are dealing with an actor whose survival is based on how successfully it can falsify the truth and then mislead others. Social media platforms have become a battleground for information dissemination and shaping the public opinion. Chinese government-backed trolls and the bots frequently flood discussions with false narratives and causing confusions. In an era where information is power, it's essential to understand the extent to which the Chinese government spreads misinformation and targets individuals and the NGOs and manipulates the narrative that maintain the control in the public sport. Within East Turkestan, there has been a shift towards imposing heavy prison sentences and subjecting Uyghurs to slavery within forced labor facilities. This shift indicated an intensification of the oppression faced by the Uyghurs as the Chinese government seeks to legitimize these detention centers and the forced labor facilities. Meanwhile, China extends invitations to global South leaders and Han Chinese tourists for carefully curated tours of East Turkestan. They present a distorted image concealing atrocities inflicted upon Uyghur people while showcasing propaganda of Uyghurs dancing and singing. Our responsibility is to reject deceitful displays they are shown. We must unite in the belief that as long as Uyghurs are unable to speak openly without fear or coercion, they are victims of cultural erasure and genocide, deserving of justice. I will conclude with a quote from Nobel Peace Prize nominee and international human rights lawyer David Matas. In quote, "Unless today's victims are defended, we run the risk of becoming tomorrow's victims." End quote. We cannot wait any longer. Concrete actions, not empty words, are needed. The international community must come together to decisively end China's reign of terror, protecting the dignity and rights of the Uyghur people, not just for the Uyghurs, but the future of the free world that we all are responsible to defend for our children's sake. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story, Roshan. The third panelist is David Legam, who is a Swedish member of the European Parliament and a member initiating the recognition of the genocide in the European Parliament. Additionally, he started the Uyghur Friendship Group in the European Parliament. The floor is yours, Mr. Legam.
Thank you so much, dear friends, distinguished guests, hosts. I just have to start by saying that after listening to all these panelists, hearing and talking to so many people here, and also after watching these horrible VR images and videos, it's hard to say that it's a pleasure being here, but indeed it's a privilege to be here. And for me, that's a big difference. Because we know just how much of a privilege when we recall how greatly the basic freedoms of Uyghurs and so many others, especially from minority communities in China, are systematically repressed by the Chinese Communist Party, including, most basically of all, the freedom just to speak our minds, free from fear. And we see how Uyghurs, en masse, have been re-educated, as they say, when it's really part of a policy of systemic genocide. Let's just call it like it is. And we see how the Chinese Communist Party's intimidation campaign against those who speak out and those who push back, whether Chinese or foreigner, whether in China or abroad, I can attest to that personally, as I know many of you in here can as well. I am here, of course, representing myself and my party at national level. It's Sweden's Christian Democrats, and Europe-wide, the European People's Party.
which many of the European parties represent here today also belong to. But as you said, I'm also here as a member of the European Parliament. And I can tell you also that the European Parliament, we have taken, finally, a tough stance. In March 2021, the Chinese regime imposed counter-sanctions on several of our elected members, including me and others, the members of the Subcommittee on Human Rights, after the EU's Foreign Affairs Council agreed to impose targeted sanctions on high-level officials and one entity that was directly responsible for serious human rights violations, including the large-scale arbitrary detention and degrading treatment of Uyghurs that we wrote in. We, of course, condemn the counter-sanctions as arbitrary, unsubstantiated, and without legal justification, completely, totally unacceptable. I know many of you or your compatriots have been similarly targeted for retaliation, and many companies as well also faced intimidation, including one of Sweden's biggest brands, H&M. So what happened next after that? The massive investment deal, which the EU and China had just agreed on after Christmas 2020, was frozen. And it's still frozen. As a center-right politician from Sweden, I love free trade. But the Chinese regime has simply not earned a change in our position. I, for one, will not budge, and I don't think my fellow members of the European Parliament will either. We have been crystal clear in repeatedly stating that we will take the human rights situation in China into consideration if and when the Parliament is asked to some time later green light the investment deal. But we went even further. 1 year later, in June 2022, as you also said, on my initiative, the European Parliament recognized for the first time crimes against humanity and a serious risk of genocide being perpetrated in Xinjiang by the Chinese Communist Party. On 2 separate occasions since then, I have formally asked the European Commission, our EU executive branch, what steps are being taken to either prevent or punish such atrocities. And I will keep fighting for the human rights of the Uyghur people and of all people in China. As horrific as the regime's treatment of Uyghurs and others within China has been, we also know that this doesn't just affect Chinese citizens. Very close to home, for me, the regime is still wrongfully imprisoning one Swedish citizen, Gui Minhai, whose only crime was not in spying, as the regime claims, but in speaking up and speaking out about that regime's abuses. For this, they threw him in jail following a secret trial, and we see again, all too clearly, with China being voted again in October for the 6th term to the UN's Human Rights Council, how big their influence in the world is. So, with its 2nd lowest vote ever, thanks in large part to many of you in here today and the partners you represent. So in the European Parliament and other institutions, we have also finally even banned TikTok, since we are more and more wary of the increasing long arm of China's surveillance. On the topic of our panel today, the machinery of Chinese propaganda in furthering the CCP's political objectives, I might introduce here at the outset a reality which I know we are probably all experiencing as we stand up for human rights. And that is the reality not only of a more aggressive rhetoric, but a more nuanced rhetoric, as the CCP gets better at malign influence. We know very well the familiar phrases encouraging correct judgment and warning us to protect our political reputation, even warning us outright that we will be held responsible for all consequences. And that is no small thing, coming from a country with a superpower economy, hundreds of nuclear weapons, and the biggest police state in human history. But are we also prepared for the Chinese regime's more careful diplomacy, for arguments more carefully written, arguments which recall our own country's past or current failings? Arguments which mix truth with lies, so we have really to be on our toes, not just to convince our own fellow citizens or our Chinese interlocutors, but to convince so much of the rest of the world which is hedging its bet, maybe even getting big promises from the Chinese regime, and in any case hoping, as long as possible, not to have to commit to one way or the other. The CCP is not modest in its fight against freedom of religion and of expression. So we know their aims. The regime wants world domination, and we see how much of a threat freedom is to the competition that we face. We have to be clearer, we have to be tougher in defense of human rights. We have to be more united, whether from an EU perspective, this means in our Council of EU Member State Governments or the European Commission's high-level dialogue with China, or more specifically, the newly resumed high-level dialogue on human rights. It means not rewarding the regime when it does nothing to change its behavior, and continuing to call out its genocidal policies. And that's why I'm committed to doing this as long as I'm a member of the European Parliament. And finally, also, it means continuing to deepen our partnerships among those of us fighting for human rights and for democratic values, which is why this Uyghur International Forum is so urgently vital. And that's why I'm so grateful to the World Uyghur Congress, to the Japan Uyghur Association, and the Japan Uyghur Parliamentary Caucus and Japanese Parliamentary Caucus to investigate and to take action on human rights abuses committed by China. And I thank you for the opportunity to join in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lega. Next up, I'm very happy to present Nathan Rusher, who is a researcher at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, ASPI, who became famous and viral following his discoveries analyzing satellites and open source data to expose secret military strategies and movements. The floor is yours, Nathan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Yeah, it's difficult to talk about the idea of Chinese misinformation very quickly, because if there was a silver bullet to it, I think we wouldn't be having the information environment we see, everyone in this room sees. So I think for my contribution here, I kind of want to break it down into some epistemological framework to look at how some of this misinformation targets people, some practical opportunities to change minds, and some techniques on how to do that, if you all don't mind. So I think when we first start looking at this methods of misinformation and disinformation, we can look at it through the prism of the methods and the targets. So there is the method of oversaturation, to try and basically oversaturate the media environment through, admittedly, people that are already largely sycophants for the Chinese Communist Party, and to change the conversation, to dominate the conversation. There is also, and in many cases I think this applies most strongly in democratic and Western countries, is where we see this. Domestically, the goal is to drum up nationalistic support for Chinese policies throughout the region. And I think most importantly, for people with a vested interests in China, is to provide them with what I would call implausible deniability of state abuses, and to justify inaction through the idea of this reality being unclear. And I think this is largely effective in societies and with governments in non-democratic and non-Western countries, along with business entities and other people, where relations with China is makes the situation of confronting reality deeply inconvenient. And of course, this isn't a comprehensive breakdown. We could do a whole conference on how this works, but I hope this is a helpful way to start sort of thinking about the issue. I'd argue that in highly democratic nations, like I said, this misinformation, this oversaturation has had limited effect. And I think we can see from basically the bipartisan nature of many of the legislators represented here, that the reality is sort of cutting through the misinformation in a lot of places in the West. There are going to be obvious sycophants. There are going to be, and I think everyone in this room very regularly comes against people, denialists and fanboys, and I think we see this as a very elevated thing. But I think in reality, the mainstream view is that reality is cutting through. Domestically in China, I don't think there's a lot that we can do that will ever be heard, as unfortunate as that is. And I think for growth and to change minds, that leaves this last category where meaningful change can be made. People for whom the reality of the situation in Xinjiang is deeply inconvenient. for their personal or their business interests. And of course, part of this change should come from untangling these vested interests from decision makers. But I also think it's important to sort of force people to confront the implausibility of much of this disinformation and denialism. And so I want to talk a bit more about that phrase, implausible deniability, which I think is a really apt way to describe sort of a lot of China's misinformation, especially targeting much of the world. It's the idea of providing this information framework, this alternate reality, no matter how implausible, that provides people who have a vested interest in denying the reality just enough of a kernel to grab onto and to sort of argue, just enough meat to convince themselves of this Potemkin reality that China has sort of pushed forward. And I think in this case it's tricky because it doesn't matter really how easy these claims are to disprove. Without the opportunity to directly confront it with people, the implausibility doesn't matter because the fact is that this narrative exists and that narrative itself is the goal. So like often there's this idea that both China and the West are politicizing and exploiting the situation and the Uyghur crisis for their own personal gain. And therefore neither side can be fully trusted and both sides are engaging in propaganda and reality is somewhere in the middle. The evidence points clearly opposite to that, but I think this is a narrative that I think a lot of people and a lot of vested interests have sort of grasped onto. And I'm not going to pretend that I have any solid answers on how to cut through that disinformation clearly and how to change a lot of the minds, but I hope this sort of epistemological framework of this implausible deniability is, I guess, helpful to some of the policymakers and the advocacy groups in the room. But as far as policy options go, I think both for government officials and the parliamentarians here, but especially for activists and advocacy groups, this means there should be a deeper and more sincere engagement with unconvinced media, civil society groups, and even sometimes governments on the issue of the Uyghur crisis, especially in places where there's a population that cares, but largely institutions and governments that is unable to speak out or unwilling to speak out. Places that are even represented in the room here, such as Malaysia or the Maldives, but also Indonesia, and even places like Lebanon and Iraq. And to guide media and especially civil society through the, by now, indisputable primary evidence of the human rights abuses, and to try and cut through this idea that both sides are engaged in propaganda. This also means to tolerate often biased or pointed questions and to be able to respond to these calmly and objectively, although insistently, with demonstrable facts. And to a certain extent, on a practical perspective, I think it's helpful not just to provide analysis of the situation, but also to demonstrate both the facts and the implausibility of China's misinformation narrative, with data points that can be easily demonstrated and cannot be easily dismissed. And this has been central to a lot of the work that myself and others have done on human rights in Western China. If you don't believe us, you can look at the satellite imagery, you can check it yourself. And how I have personally viewed the importance of debunking a few of these propaganda claims through this classic, I guess, techniques of verification. And in doing this, we point directly to the primary source evidence. We find satellite imagery of internment facilities, clearly walking through the features that separate this from government offices or schools or other innocuous places, or pointing to official Chinese documentation demonstrating the drop in birth rates, sharing imagery of mosques and shrines that have been demolished and replaced with vacant land. One particular method that we've used to directly counter this misinformation is to use verification techniques to spatially analyze and using an open source mindset to analyze these Potemkin tours that the Chinese state uses to propagandize their version of reality. So using these techniques, we're able to geolocate and track these propaganda tours and demonstrate that all the apparently spontaneous locations visited are actually clearly government-run, government-organized facilities and locations that serve to push that propaganda narrative and don't actually represent the reality of the ground in Xinjiang. This method also allows us to demonstrate the sites of repression that these tours deliberately pass by without noticing them. We can sort of we can publicize, for example, public marketplaces that have been demolished, mosques that have been demolished, shrines that have been demolished, and internment camps that these tours necessarily pass directly by. One video that stands out in my mind was a propaganda blog by one of those expat journalists that we often come up against. And one of the shots in that video was him filming with his smartphone outside the window of the approach into Urumqi Airport. And I remember it was presented with the editorialization of something like, "All I see here is beautiful Urumqi, I don't see any concentration camps." Of course, in the video there were, I think, 11 concentration camps and internment facilities that could be seen directly out of the window of the airport. And by pointing these out, I think it demonstrates and helps cut through the narrative. And one of those facilities actually, in a way it was useful because it gave us what I would say is the best visual evidence we have of Midong's women's prison in Urumqi, which is a very prominent prison that a lot of prominent activists are held at, including, it's rumoured to be eminent scholar and a lot of the people here's dear friend Rahil Dawood is rumoured to be being held there. And if anyone wants to get advice on sort of the technical aspects of that, which we can't explore in here, feel free to reach out to me later, and I'm happy to help. And another example that stands out is when another expat propagandist shared a video claiming to show a mosque under construction in Western China. And the implication was, this mosque is under construction, therefore there can be no religious prosecution. By geolocating the mosque that was filmed, and sort of establishing a timeline of the facility, we can establish that what the video actually showed was the rectification, the de-Islamification of that mosque. We could show the satellite imagery before, showing domes and minarets, and the satellite imagery afterwards that showed all these Islamic architecture purely lopped off and completely removed from the structure. And I guess these are just a few examples to sort of start to show the ways in which these verification and open source techniques can sort of directly counter and cut through a lot of the propaganda claims. And I think I should probably stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we all appreciate the very concrete examples, and I know I at least will use them in my next weeks in my work. And the last panelist is Kayori Arimori, who is a political commentator and reporter from Japan, focused on China and foreign affairs.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am a Japanese journalist, so I want to speak in Japanese language, but this time all of the panelists, including moderator, is English speaker, so I will speak in English. 私は日本人ですけれども、今日はモデレーター含め全員がパネリスト全員が英語話者ですので、私も今日は英語で話をさせていただきます。I am a Japanese journalist based in Tokyo, and I started covering and writing the Uyghur issue in 2009, just after the Urumqi incident. And around then, I got a chance to meet some Uyghur activists, including President Okunesa of World Uyghur Congress and Americana in Washington, D.C. And I have kept in touch with them, so gathering the information, and I sometimes wrote my articles and columns for about the Uyghur issues. And now I think this conference is very meaningful and significant for Japanese society, because the fact this conference is held in Tokyo, in Japan, my country, get to be the power to push back the Chinese propaganda power. So I think this is good, and
I respect and I say thank you to all staffs of the World Uyghur Congress and staffs of the Japan Uyghur Association. This is so wonderful. So, so 2009, since before then, I featured the Tibet issues, and I also criticized so bad about the Chinese policy. So I have a long story about these issues. So I have already gotten a bad reputation as an anti-China person. So now I have nothing to be afraid of. But around 2009, most of the Japanese mainstream media are not positive for featuring this issue, Uyghur issue, and that also. Because they are extremely afraid of China's backlash for their work. And therefore, many Japanese reporters and researchers are not able to get chances to work on these issues. And now, the most serious problem with covering the issue, Uyghur issue, and that it's difficult for us to travel in the Uyghur region, and we can hear directly the voices of the Uyghur people. So that's a very, very serious problem. Even in Japan, it's not easy for us to interview the Uyghur people here because they are afraid of that their family is get to be to a bad situation or worse situation in their home country. This is so serious problem. And now Japanese situation on medias and people's awareness of these issues is getting better. But in other hand, the situation in the Uyghur region is getting worse, And I think awareness of Uyghur issue in Japan is increased dramatically over the past few years. It's not due to the political powers or politicians' powers or big medias, but the result of the grassroots activism of Uyghurs in Japan and also Japanese supporters, such as delivering these small books about the testimony of the Uyghur women who are in concentration camps. So, but anyway, so our situation is getting better. But in AN, this session, someone said that Japan used to be the only non-Western country to sign the joint statements condemning the Uyghur genocide at the UN every year since 2019 during the Abe's second administration. That's true. But I think it's not enough for us because so US, like the US government or European governments, or parliaments, Japan, the parliaments in Japan should not recognize, did not recognize Uyghur genocide. I think the Japanese parliament should do that. And Japanese government should make a regulation or law prohibiting Uyghur forced labor as soon as possible. But I think the people awareness for this issue is getting bigger. But I think it's not enough. So I have a lot of things to do. And but I want to explain. Recent years, the Japan situation is getting bigger. I think this is two reasons. One of the reasons why our country was the leader or was the
only non-Western country to sign the joint statement in UN is. So one of the first reason is that former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe himself was a politician who was very enthusiastic about the Uyghur issue. So he helped a Uyghur scholar 2009 by direct conversation with Hu Jintao when he came to Japan. So this is the one reason Japan was the only non-Western country to sign these statements in UN. And the other is, as I said, so that is the so grassroots activities, and also so Uyghurs here in Japan are making effort to spread their own issues. Okay? So, the other reason is, I said, increasing public awareness of Uyghur issue in Japan is, so due to the grassroots activities of Uyghurs here, and also the Japanese speakers. And so, regarding Chinese propaganda, China often conducts a bad propaganda for us to Japan. And they sometimes so do the bad propaganda for making another history regarding Japan and also Uyghurs. This year in August, this year in February, China's People Daily, Chinese media, so put the article about the Japanese culture. This is a kind of typical cultural appropriation. They are featuring some sweets originated in Tang Dynasty, they said. But this is completely incorrect. This is incorrect. So they show the pictures, but these sweets are different from sweets in dynasty, the Tang Dynasty. This is our traditional sweets that is named nerikiri. That is origin so 300 years ago in Japan. And in this attitude, not only stealing our culture, they also featuring Han Chinese female sweet makers living in Uyghur region. And one Han Chinese Han Chinese woman living in Uyghur region is making the Tang Dynasty traditional sweets. And so they were writing, this is a kind of origin of the sweets of the world. So I thought, wow. And some of the Japanese believe that's true. And on social media, some Japanese said, oh wow, we didn't know this is the origin of our sweets or something. So I cannot say the bad words. I'm sorry. And so like this, China is doing, most of every day, doing a bad propaganda for us, and then they are mixing the aspects of the Uyghurs. So I think, so we have to push back so strongly by the political power or by the power of information. And also, I say again, so this conference, the fact this conference is held in Japan, in Tokyo, is a good, so get to be the good power for pushing back their bad propaganda. And I also
I am so encouraged by this opportunity, and so I will do my best for pushing back their propaganda. And so recently, they are doing another propaganda for us, such as the recent issue that is the treated water at the nuclear power plants. This is one of the examples. And they are, when they do this propaganda, they want to conceal about their, barbaric actions. So we have to see more carefully what happens in China, and we have to always relate their propaganda about these things every day. So at last, I want to say this is a good opportunity, and this is a significant conference for Uyghurs, for us, and all of us, especially Japanese. So I think so we want to say to the Japanese mainstream and also the politicians to make our stages to release the truth about the Uyghur issues, and also we should have the laws or regulations against Uyghur genocide, and especially the Uyghur forced labor as soon as possible. So from tomorrow, I will start to restart the to write about these things, and sometimes I should more strongly criticize our government and politics. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are running out of time, therefore I will just ask each panelist for one short advice in the end. I would like each one of you to mention one thing you think is most important for the community in the future, so whether to academics, to politicians, civil society, or journalists. If you can mention one thing you think is most important to combat the Chinese propaganda. And I will start by asking Professor Roberts.
I guess I already kind of outlined some recommendations, but I think of those, probably the most important is really trying to understand when we're seeing deliberately falsified information. And understanding that that is often targeting specific political entanglements domestically in an attempt to further drive divisions. And I would also just add to that maybe that given that the Uyghur movement is losing the information war in the global south, there has to be a focus on how we can help other countries also identify that false information.
Perfect, thank you. So moving on to Russian.
I think we need to tighten the laws and the laws and enforcement and rules and legislations, because it's already so difficult for Uyghur people, Uyghur activists and the scholars being targeted by the Chinese government, and while we are fighting to raise awareness and educate the international communities, but we are not being protected by anywhere. When they attack us using the social media, using the freedom of speech, which the social media and freedom of speech is not available in China for the ordinary Chinese people, we don't have anywhere to turn to, FBI or other legislations, they all write this off as the freedom of speech. So how do we protect ourselves from this kind of attacks and the disinformation and the propaganda? Well, basically, the Chinese government is winning using the freedom and democracy and the free platforms we have in the West to attack and to target the freedom and democracy. So it is extremely important to give us some sort of tools or help us and to protect our rights too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is MEP David Lega.
Thank you. I will also be brief. The rabbi this morning talked about the Yiddish word schlepp. I would like to add chutzpah. We have to be bold and brave, and it sounds easy, but I think the way to do it is to understand that we are not alone. We are many, and when we work together, we make a difference. When I just recently had threats sent to my home from the Chinese ambassador, he sent letters to my home address threatening me otherwise to suffer all the consequences in the future. When they did that, we joined, just like my MP from Canada suggested, we joined together with all my colleagues from different parties. We got together and we formed an alliance and said this is not okay. And it ended up with the ambassador being sent home to China. So we can make a difference. We just have to try.
Thank you. Mr. Russia?
I guess I might be a bit cheeky here and try to slip two in. But I think for advocates and activists, I would say my biggest piece of advice is we all come across bad faith actors every day, trying to deny what's happening, trying to fight their version of the narrative. And I would say that a big portion of the strategy of this is to waste energy. And so I would say to all the activists, don't waste your energy on bad faith actors. Counterclaims, provide summaries of the reality, but don't try and change minds of people who came here to waste your energy. And I would say to the policymakers, when we look at politicians and people that I guess are on the policy side of things, I think I would just say that considering a lot of the battleground for this information war is in the global south and is in non-Western and not necessarily the most democratic countries, I think it's important to be mindful of when politicians in the West openly politicize this issue, how that can have a somewhat detrimental effect on how people in the global south see this issue, see the crisis.
Thank you. And our last piece of advice is from Ms. Arimoto.
Yes. I really think that unite is the most important. And so, as I said, so Japanese parliament and government are not enough to save Uyghurs from the genocide by the Chinese authority. I think so. Our government and parliament are lack of the unite with other countries. And I think this conference, I hope this conference gets to be the big chance to make the big unite with other countries. And we should learn from European countries, US and Canada. So how to make the regulations for forced labors, or how to make other rules, or how to protect that. So some forced labor goods flooding to our country. So I think the key point is the unite with other countries, and we have to learn from others. And so I think Japan is only one kind of only Asian countries to do this issue, such as the non-Western country to sign the joint statement condemning in UN. So I think this is not meaningful, because non-Western country. So it makes no sense. So I think our country should be the champion of the human rights and so to save Uyghurs. So I think we should learn more from other countries. And I really, really hope this conference can be the first step for that.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for listening. I think we can summarize by saying this conference is a great initiative. Together we can do great things. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you very much to all 5 panelists.
We'll ask everyone to stay in the room. We're going to follow right now with another panel, which is the last session of the day. It's going to be on Uyghur forced labor. So I would welcome all the speakers. Hazırtdaki faaliyet tügümünde en ahırkı jığım kaldı. Uyghur mecbur emgek doğruluk bek muhim şoğlarının onlarının oturup müşahede alışınlarını talep ediyoruz.
長時間のご参加ありがとうございます。後にパネル4が始まりますが、皆様ご参加いただきたいです。よろしくお願いいたします。
So as a coalition, we've been calling for many years now for companies and investors to end all links to the Uyghur region and all links to Uyghur forced labor. A key tool within our toolbox to make that happen, because frankly companies are not going to do that voluntarily, and we know that from our first few months of the campaign, is we need laws. We need legislation and sanctions which holds companies accountable and force companies to remove Uyghur forced labor from their supply chains. So on this panel, we're going to talk a little bit about what some of those laws look like, what the gaps are, what the wins are. Hopefully we might give you some hope, because I think, I have some bias, but I think this is one of the areas where we have seen a lot of progress in the last 4 or 5 years, and we'll hear more about that. Just before we jump in, I'm going to give a little bit of a quick overview of the legislative landscape so that in the panel we can actually get into the meat of the depth of the issue rather than talking about what we do have. We've had a lot of discussion about the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in the US, so I won't cover that, but what about the other jurisdictions? In Canada, we have an unused import control mechanism. They have the powers within their customs enforcement, but they haven't been using it. We've had 1 seizure, 1 detention of a shipment. In the EU, there's the forthcoming Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, the due diligence law, but there's also the forthcoming forced labor regulation. I do want to flag that both are heavily under debate, they are not finalized, and there remains some risk we could lose the entire forced labor regulation file given the parliamentary timetable. We'll get into this in the panel. Germany and France both have due diligence laws. Australia, Canada, the UK, where I'm from, and New Zealand have reporting legislation. I mention this because it's often cited as examples of legislation which can be useful in Uyghur forced labor. But we need to be clear that reporting legislation such as the UK Modern Slavery Act is wholly insufficient and unfit for purpose in Uyghur forced labor. Fortunately, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand are all looking at stronger options. And then we do have movements in other countries. Japan has been mentioned much today. I'm not going to try and cover that. I'm by no means the expert. But also South Korea and Mexico is anticipated to introduce an import control mechanism. So these laws, they greatly vary in effectiveness, and it's also important, I think, for this audience to be aware that they were not all introduced in response to Uyghur forced labor. So how sufficient and how effective they are in Uyghur forced labor definitely very much varies. And in fact, in some contexts, we know that policymakers do not want legislation which could anger the Chinese government and impact trade relations. So with that overview, I'm going to try and remain mostly silent, apart from going through the panel, and get to the depth of these laws and the global picture. So let's indeed start with the USA, where we have, without doubt, the strongest approach on Uyghur forced labor and global supply chains.
And to cover the USA for us, we have Mr. Scott Busby, who is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State to the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor for the US Department of State. So, Mr. Busby, could you please outline the US efforts and what the picture is over 1 year now since enforcement of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act began?
Thank you very much, Chloe, and thanks to the Uyghur Congress and the Japanese Parliament for inviting me here. Let me emphasize one word in Chloe's introduction, which is former. I left the U.S. government this past summer, so I am not speaking right now on behalf of the U.S. government, but I will do my best to describe what I understand to be U.S. government actions on the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. First, let me say what I think the real innovation of this law is the presumption that any good made in Xinjiang or tied in some way to Xinjiang is made with forced labor. I was talking to Canadian colleagues earlier today because they do have a law which prohibits importation of goods made with forced labor, but the burden is on the government to prove that a good has been made with forced labor, which is a challenging burden to meet. And that is the chief problem Canada has had in enforcing its own laws. So those of you parliamentarians in the room, please, when you think about such laws, when it comes to Xinjiang, it's critical that the presumption be that the good is being made with forced labor, and the burden should be on the company to prove otherwise. Under the Uyghur Forced Labor Act, 30 entities have been named to date under various provisions of the law, including several new ones recently. Nearly 5,000 shipments have been initially detained, and 2,500 shipments finally denied, amounting to close to $2 billion in goods. This is according to the dashboard of the Customs and Border Protection Agency within the Department of Homeland Security. Some companies were added to the list both this past June and in September. Most significant, I would say, among them is the Xinjiang Zongtai Group, which, among other things, produces PVC, which is an element, an item that is found in many, many different products. So I understand that has had quite a significant impact. And the Nine Star Corporation, which has, along with 8 of its subsidiaries, which is implicated in a number of important goods that have been previously imported into the U.S. In addition to the additions to the entity list, there was the release this past September of an addendum to the Xinjiang Supply Chain Advisory. There had been 2 prior advisories listed, the first issue, the first one in 2020, and another one in 2021. So this was an update to prior advisories. It included a lot of the same information, but also referenced more recent reports, including the report of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, which has been talked about earlier today, and other reports issued by NGOs. One of the interesting things about this advisory is that it now mentions these NGO reports by name as credible sources of information. And I think that is a reflection of how far the US government has come about openly admitting its dependence on NGO reporting in acting on these issues. In addition, in that advisory, the travel advisory as to China that is issued by our Bureau of Consular Affairs is mentioned. And it's quite a significant advisory because basically our Bureau of Consular Affairs is saying to all Americans, and frankly to anyone reading this advisory, that they should reconsider travel to China given the risk of arbitrary detention, no matter who you are as an American. And I think all of us obviously get questions, encounter people asking about, oh, should I go to China? I think that's quite significant, a significant advisory for the US government to say that Americans seriously should not be thinking about going to China. What are the challenges with implementation of the law that still need to be addressed? Well, there's a de minimis exception to application of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, as well as to the broader prohibition on importation of goods made with forced labor. Basically, any good or shipment under $800, the law does not apply to. Well, given the e-commerce that is happening, the huge number of goods, smaller goods that are now being imported into the US from China and elsewhere, means that these goods are getting through without any scrutiny. So the US needs to think about revising that de minimis exception in order to capture this flow of goods. The Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act doesn't apply to contractors who may be contracting with the US government and using the goods. We need to think about getting to contractors. And we need to think about companies that may be on the US stock exchange market, and whether or not and to what extent they should be forced to become more transparent, to publicize information about their links to Xinjiang and to China more generally. There is legislation pending. Omar can probably talk about this, the Uyghur Genocide Accountability and Sanctions Act, which would help to address some of these gaps. I do think the information is absolutely critical. The areas in which the US government has acted in enforcing the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act are areas in which NGOs have done most of the research. The US government, while it has considerable resources, it doesn't have the expertise that a lot of people in this room have. So NGOs need to think about generating more material, because that material is critical to enforcement of the law. I would note, for those of you who haven't read it, there's really significant articles put out by the journalist Ian Urbina in the New Yorker in the past few weeks about the use of Uyghur forced labor, particularly in the seafood industry. And I think this is an area where there needs to be new scrutiny and action. Last but not least, I know this is the subject of the panel, we need to get the jurisdictions lined up on this. The US is far ahead of other jurisdictions on this issue. That means if a good is prevented from being imported into the US, that the importer can simply go elsewhere. They can go to Canada, they can go to the EU, they can go to Australia, they can go to the UK. And my understanding is that has happened. So we need to close those loopholes to make it impossible for some of these goods that are made with forced labor to enter our jurisdictions. I'll leave it there, Chloe. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think that was a very further overview of what we have in the US. So staying in the US for a few minutes, we're going to pass over to Mr. Omar Kanat, who's the Executive Director of the Uyghur Human Rights Project. We're very lucky to have on this panel because they have undertaken enormous amounts of advocacy on the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. So as the Uyghur community, does the Act seem enough? Where do you see the major gaps, and what would you like to see happen next with the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act?
Thank you. So, as Ambassador Kelly Curry indicated in her remarks this morning, Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act is a huge achievement for the Uyghur community and also human rights community in the US, and not only in the US, the whole world. For the first time in Uyghurs' history, a democratic country was enacting a law to protect the Uyghur people from persecution. It meant a lot for the Uyghurs. We were so excited when this law passed this Congress. And Uyghurs all around the world celebrated the passage of this important law. I want to express our gratitude to the main sponsors of this law, legislation, Congressman James McGovern, Senator Marco Rubio, Representative Chris Smith, Tom Suozzi, and Senator Merkel. Passage of Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act means, as I said, a lot for us. It's a very strong legislation. And also, we should know that why Uyghur forced labor is so important. Because it is very closely, directly related with the genocide which is going on. Because Chinese government sent hundreds of thousands of people, Uyghurs from East Turkestan to thousands of miles away to factories in mainland China. So in these factories, Uyghurs are not allowed to speak their language, practice their religion, practice their culture. So it means that it is a part of the genocidal policy of China. So therefore, it is very important. As I said, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act is a strong law. There has been also a lot of will with the government officials at the Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection to implement effectively this law. Having a forced labor enforcement task force is an indication that the administration and government is taking this very seriously. Since the law went into effect, CBS has released updated information about the implementation of Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. As Mr. Balbi indicated, the CBP published dashboard showing the statistics, what they have done since June 2022, when this law enacted, when the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act started to be implemented until August 2023. CBP stopped over 5,000 shipments. The shipments, what was the shipments? Electronics, fashions, textile, fruit, and others. Worth of, say, $2 billion. And they also added some entity to the entity list of Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And it also already started to show its effect. There is a global decline in demand for cotton from Uyghur region, and important efforts to diversify their supply chain also increased. The Uyghur region shipped $23.6 million in goods to the US this year. Last year it was more than $200 million. So that shows the impact of this law. Of course, but more should be done. The law should be strengthened. The government should expand list of manufacturers with the Uyghur forced labor. Other sectors should be also targeted because, you know, recently the Ocean Outlaws report, maybe you have seen, showed that in this seafood industry, there are a lot of you know, Uyghur forced labor being used. It was disclosed. Government should make sure that the companies cannot sneak complicit goods across border by relying on small shipments, as Mr. Balbi indicated. Also, the weak points already Mr. Balbi touched to that. According to law, the CBP, for example, when they stop the shipment, so then the importer should, you know, prove that these shipments doesn't have anything to do or with the Uyghur forced labor or with the Uyghur forced labor. If they cannot prove that, then they have the opportunity to re-export this shipment to the third countries, which they don't have the comparable law, like Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. So then there is a risk that these countries will become the dumping ground for these shipments. So it's very important to close this gap. And also the other thing is this: it doesn't apply. This law, Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, doesn't apply to the shipments lower than $800. So that now, according to some information, there are 2 million pockets, shipments being sent to the United States every day. So that is a lot of shipments. They are using now this, importers. They are now started to use this way to save their goods, which is tainted with forced labor to the United States. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So on the subject of dumping grounds, Dr. Adrian Zenz is going to help us move across the pond to the EU, where the forced labor regulation is being drafted. So we have the Commission and the Parliament positions, but we do not yet have the Council position. So, Dr. Zenz, based on your research, what would you want to see happen in the EU? What do you believe are the integral considerations for the EU regulation, and what do you think needs to happen to it, to the current proposals for it to work on Uyghur forced labor?
Thank you indeed. I think one of the key, we have heard now from several speakers here how important it is to reverse the burden of proof through the rebuttable presumption, which is really the only way to effectively combat state-imposed forced labor. And in the middle of 2019, when I did the research on and found there's not just camp-linked forced labor, there's also a labor transfer, an even bigger forced labor system, meaning Xinjiang has 2 concurrent systems of forced labor. I found a lot of openness in my meetings with US government entities at the time. There was a lot of interest, a lot of openness to listen to my argument that, concluding from this very initial research back at the time, you needed to basically assume that anything from Xinjiang could be tainted with forced labor. Unfortunately, on the European side, we don't find the same openness, and that, I think, is the main challenge and problem. We now have the European Parliament adopted a modified version of the proposal last week, which does introduce the reversal of the burden of proof. However, within the Commission, there is a lot of talk about not trying to look like the Americans. There's a lot of resistance and assertions that they were telling me somehow they can achieve the effect without reversing the burden of proof, and I tried to argue that they're not going to achieve it. And the situation, the opinion of the Council is even more uncertain. So, assuming, I'll briefly explain, assuming that the European Parliament's position of the reversal of burden of proof is going to be passed, the situation in Europe is as follows. Basically, in the database, you have a designation of high-risk areas or sectors in a so-called database. The reversal of the burden of proof in a European context means that if an economic operator is simply found to have a supply chain linked to a region or sector designated as high risk, that link is taken then as reason enough to investigate. And then if the operator is unable to prove the absence of forced labor, that's taken as a finding of forced labor and a reason for detention. The key weakness compared to the American version, the UFLPA, is the lack of preventative detention. So you have a considerable delay or time gap each time an investigative procedure is required. Goods keep flowing. Smart operators will easily circumvent the process, therefore, by changing and obfuscating supply chains and benefiting from these delays. Meaning, it's unclear, even with the reversal of burden of proof, if the European version is going to be effective in practice. That's a great concern. Another problem is that any of the 27 EU countries can start an investigation and then they become a lead investigator. And while they are the lead investigator, no other country can initiate an investigation. And so some countries that are closer to China, some European countries that take a skeptical position, in theory could sort of become a malevolent actor, blocking an investigation while they are the lead investigator. So we have, in summary, problems of complexity and speed. And the advantage is that a process is specified. I guess that's the one potential benefit of the European version compared to the US version. The UFLPA lacks an enforcement law, meaning that enforcement is entirely designed and conducted by the CBP itself, often with limited transparency for companies. So the European process has that procedure law, but the problem or the concern is the lack of preventative detention.
Thank you very much. That was very clear, and we'll get more into the EU, I think, hopefully in the Q&A. And I think it's also, we have many EU policymakers here, whether MPs in national parliaments and MEPs as well, and I think it shows how much work we still have cut out to make sure this regulation really is as strong as it possibly can be. So we're now going to move on to Dr. Alicia Hennig, who is a business ethics expert with the Technische Universität in Dresden. I have a two-part question to you, Dr. Hennig. So first, we've heard now about the existing and forthcoming laws in two of the biggest single global markets. However, and as mentioned earlier, we also already have had for a few years now existing law in France and more recently a law in Germany. But the reality is, I think we all know, many businesses are still not acting despite these laws. So Dr. Hennig is going to help us unpack that. Can you outline why this is? Why are many businesses still not acting?
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. Is it on? It's on, okay, good. So yeah, I mean, when we look at the landscape of legislation, right, the legislation we have in place, we actually speak of two types of legislation. We have product bans on one hand, and we have supply chain due diligence laws on the other hand. And when it comes to the latter, as you rightly said, like France has the droit de vigilance, and Germany this year has enacted the supply chain law. So I'm also speaking from that perspective and not necessarily from the upcoming European Union law, which Adrian already pointed out there that it's probable shortcomings. So yeah, so of course the current legislation doesn't cover every area of doing business with or in China, and that explains why not every foreign business feels urged to change its operations, right? So my research is focusing on foreign business actors in China, and I'm more speaking from that perspective, just as a disclaimer. So first, the law so far only affects foreign companies operating in China which export from there, or companies in our countries importing from China. Likewise, the upcoming outbound investment screening, which the US is aiming for and which I've also heard about in Germany with a slightly different scope, will also not affect every company, but only focuses on dual use of technology and other goods. So that's one thing, right? This is why not every business feels urged to do anything about their business currently in China. The second argument is more related to the legislation as such. So the current supply chain due diligence laws in the EU, so speaking of the German law more specifically, has this issue with the burden of proof we already heard about. But also, in addition to that, is that like the submitted complaints need to be from plaintiffs being affected by social or environmental issues. So not just anyone can submit such complaints. That means companies falling under that law only face actual pressure when a complaint was submitted. Otherwise, they just have other requirements, such as setting up risk frameworks and reporting guidelines on that.
Thank you. And I can't remember who it was. Somebody earlier said we need to be naming companies a little bit more, and getting to that point. So on that point, Dr. Hennig, do you have any specific examples of where businesses are leveraging these grey areas in the legislation?
Yeah, so I'd like to give you two examples, unfortunately German companies, so that's my research focus. And so the first one is infamous Volkswagen. So Volkswagen operates an economically irrelevant plant in Xinjiang, that's what they say themselves. And so the supply chain law actually applies to them, and a complaint was submitted. And the complaint was also partially based on Laura Murphy's research. Unfortunately, she's not here with us today. And so that made VW, Volkswagen, obliged to double check on the information that was in the complaint. And so they did that. So I was talking to a colleague at Volkswagen, said, well, what are you going to do about it? And so they checked it, and they found out, or that's at least what they stated, is, well, the suppliers Laura Murphy found or identified are not suppliers Volkswagen is currently working with. That makes me wondering who is actually checking on Volkswagen. So this is one thing. And in any case, you wouldn't have this trouble if we had a reversal of the burden of proof, right? So the second case is BASF. BASF is actually not affected by any laws so far. They recently.
Do you want to just say who they are?
BASF, yeah, sorry. Yeah, BASF is one of the largest German chemical company. They have long relationships with China going back at least 20 years. So, and they recently made their biggest investment ever outside, so their biggest investment ever, and then also outside Germany and also of the European Union, in China, in Zhejiang province. And so currently there is no law applicable because export controls don't apply to BASF. Most probably they are not doing anything which could be related to the military sector, and also because they are not exporting from China. It's an in China, for China production site. They are also not affected by the supply chain law. So what we can see from here apparently is we can come up with a number of laws, but they may not touch upon like just any type of business, foreign business operating in China. I can go on with your second question, how to tackle that problem. Yeah, so how do we tackle this, right? So the first thing is, wherever there is regulation, of course, there are loopholes. And we will not be able to fix these loopholes, they just come naturally. The second thing is our democratic political system pose limits as to the scope of regulations we can actually have. So we cannot paternalistically say, oh yeah, and now we prohibit you from doing business in China, right? That's not working in democracy. Also, I think more regulations won't solve the problem. Rather, we need to make sure that the current and upcoming regulation is effective in the sense of being diligently enforced, and there is sufficient enforcement capacity, and most importantly, there is political willingness to hold companies accountable. And lastly, it should substantially hurt companies financially. Regulation must pose a serious financial risk to companies, otherwise they will not be urged to change anything in their operations. So we should actually aim for making China more and more uninvestable, precisely because the problem we are facing is bigger than just the Xinjiang human rights crisis, because as Adrian already mentioned, due to the labor transfer schemes the CCP has enacted, we have a forced labor problem all across China. So just dealing with Xinjiang is one thing, but actually we need to make China as a whole uninvestable because of this. To conclude, still, this is not enough. These are all like deterrence means or measures. On the other hand, we also actually should incentivize supply chain diversification towards the European Union or other regions. And we should also promote the European Union's economic attractiveness by reducing bureaucratic barriers to business, right? So these are like two sides of the same coin.
I think you just did a lot of my summarising job for me and remarks, not much else. I would just add that I think supply chain diversification is a particularly pertinent discussion point, which I don't think we'll get on today, but for the solar industry and electric vehicles, where we're really looking at what the alternative markets are. So we're going to move on to Q&A in about 5 minutes, but first I have two quick questions, each respectively to Mr. Busby and then Dr. Benz, and then we'll move on to Q&A. So, Scott, going a bit bigger than the legislation, import control legislation and due diligence and so on, What is happening multilaterally, and what do you believe needs to happen, and the US's role in this? And particularly, we're sitting in Tokyo, where just this weekend the G7 trade ministers were meeting for a summit, and we've obviously had the G7 be held here all year. So, what specifically is the role of the G7 in all of this?
Well, for those of you who don't know, the G7 did issue a statement, a declaration now a couple years ago, saying that the G7 member states should not be importing goods made with forced labor, and they should be seeking to address forced labor, which is quite a significant statement. But those statements are only as good as the actions that the G7 states take. And we've talked about those already, and not a lot of action has been, significant action has been taken beyond, say, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. So clearly we need to hold the G7 member states, hold their feet to the fire and ask them to make good on these commitments made in recent declarations. There is action in the ILO on forced labor. There are long-standing ILO treaties banning use of forced labor. They haven't been acted on. China happens to have become party to a couple of these treaties recently to sort of try to cosmetically demonstrate that they care about these issues. The ILO has been looking into forced labor in China, but because China is a significant member state in the ILO, ILO has not been able to do as much as we'd like them to do. So there's a couple areas. World Bank also has in place a ban on use of forced labor as to any of folks who are applying for World Bank loans, but I understand that enforcement of that prohibition has also been imperfect. But the fact that there is a prohibition on use of forced labor in World Bank projects is significant, that also should be used. What should the U.S. role be? The U.S. is talking not only with G7 member states, but other interested states about both the broad ban in U.S. law on importation of goods made with forced labor, but also the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. One of those discussions is with the government of Japan. There was an MOU signed between the governments of the U.S. and Japan earlier this year, committing our governments to talk about these issues, and that conversation should continue. I do think the adoption of guidelines on due diligence by Japan are significant, but far more effective is binding legislation that requires companies either to prevent use of forced labor in their supply chains and or come up with clear due diligence policies. We've talked about the gaps elsewhere. Clearly there needs to be multilateral coming to agreements on enforcement of these prohibition on importation of goods with forced labor, particularly as to China. So that conversation needs to continue so that we avoid the re-export of goods based on the gaps in the global market.
Yeah, I think it's very clear from all these, everything you've all been saying, that much of this is all going to come down to enforcement, and we see that in the current Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, and we're certainly going to see it with the EU Forced Labor Regulation if it gets passed, hopefully when. So, Dr. Zentz, the last quick question to you before we move to the audience. We talked about import controls, due diligence, G7, ILO, World Bank. One last piece that's been quite multilateral action is sanctions. So targeted sanctions on companies and individuals. So could you just quickly comment on the landscape of the targeted sanctions and what you believe is missing there?
I think on sanctions there's huge potential. Sometimes I think what's missing is the extent to which this atrocity is actually designed from the heart of how the Chinese Communist Party works, and therefore the importance of sanctioning officials within the CCP. So, for example, the European Union has only sanctioned lower officials in the UK, not Chen Quanguo, even though, despite his overarching responsibility. the United States has sanctioned Xinjiang, but has not sanctioned Xinjiang's current governor, Erkin Tunias, despite his demonstrated implication in the atrocities, and there has not been any sanctions against central government officials in Beijing. And I think what's often underappreciated is the symbolic effect. Even though many of these, like Zhao Keji, former Minister of Public Security, have retired, the symbolic effect of holding perpetrators accountable in some way, I think is often underappreciated. And I think also in that respect, maybe one of the greatest effects of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act is its symbolic effect, its symbolic impact. It's an unprecedented step, and a lot of companies have been sort of shocked by it. It's sort of an unprecedented step. And just this week, I published a new report on poverty elevation through labor transfer, indicating how forced labor in Xinjiang is expanding, intensifying, and also becoming less visible. And I think what we see, the China signing on to the ILO agreements, is that the belief that they can get away with that because a lack of awareness, a lack of an understanding, and a subtlety and the difficulty of measuring state-imposed forced labor at the company level. And so I think in that respect, sort of bigger symbolic actions, I think play an important role in this whole picture on top of trade-related legislation.
Great, thank you very much. So we have, I don't know how long Zoom, I can't see where Zoom retired. I don't know how long we're going to get given. 5 minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, okay, so we're getting 10 minutes of Q&A. I am aware it's your last 10 minutes of the day and you probably just want to leave, but let's see where everybody is at. So I think maybe we can try to take 3 together and then see how whatever. So I thought, we'll just take all 4 because we're getting 4 hands. I'll start at the back there and move that way.
Hello everybody, thank you kindly for this great panel about a very important issue. As Uyghurs, our main focus, main goal is ending the Uyghur genocide and allowing the Uyghur population and the Turkic peoples in East Turkestan to live according to their language, culture, and religious values. And of course, initiatives internationally taken in relation to the Uyghur forced labor can also play an important role in this regard. But because the Uyghur population is about probably 1% of the total population, the products produced by the population is also less by proportion. So in that regard, the efficiency of those laws, I'm wondering whether they can be limited. Instead, this morning, Mr. Fischer from Czech Senator Pavel Fischer this morning said, we can achieve change through sanctions and economic pressure. I'm wondering whether a stronger action is possible and whether we can achieve this internationally. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much. I'm going to compile questions, but I expect some might overlap and then we can see your answers. If we move to Tommy Ann? Oh, yeah, just behind you, sorry.
Well, thank you.
The Chinese government's trying to call that question.
Well, thank you very much. Just wanted to ask you a question. The due diligence legislation, as much as these statutory frameworks are quite important, they only cover a tiny portion of the but in EU territory, it's only 1% of the all companies that exist in that territory. And there's oftentimes the SMEs, the small medium enterprises, are the one where that exploitations are likely to take place. So, you know, for the legislators here as well, and how do you think that these due diligence legislation should also cover those small and medium enterprises? And related question also is the role of investors and financial institutions who are in a position to be able to influence the boards, the CEOs, and so on to modify their behavior to prevent these practices, and some of these due diligence legislation do not even cover them, including, I think the EU one now is debating whether financial institutions should be included. I believe they should, but do you think that there's a, if each country is represented here to implement, how far? Do you think that should also happen as well?
SME and financial institutions. So we'll take one more question and then quickly think Europe's question, and then I think Zumurtai will shout at me if I take any more. So we'll then go back to the
yeah. Well, thanks, Thomas Schulz, Munich, Germany, and Syracuse, upstate New York. I'm a psychiatrist and I work on the mental health issues here, and also representing the World Psychiatric Association. One big thing, because I work in genomics research, we have laws regarding trade. In the science field, in human science, there is big trade that is human data, massive human data. We talk about genomic warfare. And I urge lawmakers to look into that, because scientific journals honestly don't really care. Researchers, my fellow researchers, look the other way. I'm in genomic research. Just recently, the Psychiatric Genomics Consortium, in our meeting like last week in Montreal, yeah, China is contributing 50,000 samples. I don't know how many Uyghurs are in there who never consented. So there is a danger. There is a danger that China is all these samples, or maybe organ transplant, human samples are being used from China. There's maybe no consent. I think there needs to be regulation the same way we have regulation for trade.
Sorry, I already. So Bennett, yeah. And I think that's going to be our last question, and we'll hear back from the panel.
Thank you, great discussion. Just, I have one question. 3 weeks ago, we had the consultation with 4 Canadian government agencies. Now they are, as far as I understood, they are working for 2 pieces of legislation. One is supply chain due diligence, and another one is import ban. When it comes to supply chain due diligence, it seems to me that the government is debating how to set the standard for state-imposed forced labor, like the case of Uyghur forced labor, and the forced labor through the in-compliance of companies in business ethics and human rights labor standard. And do you have the same debate in European Parliament, or just what is the best way? Probably we are going to have another consultation in Canada. Maybe we can bring up this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mehmet. And I've been allowed to give one last question. So.
Sorry, last question quick. The Uyghurs are the descendants of the Nestorians from the Iraq-Syria area, with the almost complete lack of Muslim countries coming on board to support the Uyghurs. Is there any movement within the Uyghur community to go back to their pre-Muslim roots? I'm personally a Syrian, seeing as the Muslim countries are not helping you at all.
Okay. So we have 5 questions. I'm going to try and allocate them, but if I allocate wrongly, just saying will change. I'm going to start with Alicia on the question about financial institutions and SME inclusion, if you want to comment on that one.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of slightly qualified to comment on it. Yeah, so when it comes to financial institutions, like coincidentally, I've been working on the responsibility of financial institutions before I turned to that subject. I've been working on banks for a number of years, and I think, yeah, banks, the problem with banks generally is when we talk about responsibility is that they never make their own hands dirty. So it's only complicity when we talk about banks, and that makes it a very difficult issue. Nevertheless, we should find ways to hold them accountable, and from what I remember from the upcoming European Union legislation on the matter, like at least the corporate due diligence law that's also focusing on financial institutions. From what we can see in the draft, we didn't know whether that's going to materialize. The second thing, with the small and mid-sized companies, I can only give you a German example. So the German Mittelstand, so the mid-sized companies, have been doing a lot of business with China, right? So I think that's a kind of well-known fact. But what we can also see is that now, after so many legislation coming from China itself, which is posing significant constraints on businesses, foreign business operating in China, more and more mid-sized companies have been withdrawing from China because simply because they cannot handle the regulatory risk anymore, right? So I think, like, you know, what I suggested in making China more and more uninvestable would be like a kind of catch-all thing, right? Rather than any additional scope or expansion of the supply chain law to small and mid-sized companies. I would just like increase the regulatory risks. That would be my suggestion.
So let's move to Adrian. I'm going to give you two of the questions. So the human data trading, if that sounds like one you want to answer. Then it's a question from Canada on, is there a similar debate in the EU about state-imposed forced labor?
Very good. So in the European Commission's proposal, you see specific references to state-imposed forced labor. And I believe there's a reference to ILO Convention 105 in there too, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think there is, in that sense, an actual recognition that the ILO itself has actually established Convention 29 more generally defining forced labor, but then Convention 105 from 1957 specifically targeting forms of state-imposed forced labor. Unfortunately, the ILO has since, in its efforts to conceptualize and measure forced labor, prioritized modern slavery as the more important phenomenon. And which is one of the reasons, for example, why in academia there's almost very, very little published specifically on state-imposed forced labor. Within the ILO discussion, it's always mentioned, but there's not been really much of a recognition that it has to be treated differently. So the argument that state-imposed forced labor is a whole different kind of animal compared to private forced labor, that's an argument that is more complicated to make and needs to be made over and over and over again. And I know some who have been speaking, I've spoken to the European Commission and MEPs on multiple occasions, and it's one of the things that I raise again and again. That's why I've tried to in my report from May this year on cotton, comparing Xinjiang and Uzbekistan, really trying to work out what makes up state-imposed forced labor, and then kind of try to hammer what are the pillars of state-imposed forced labor, which are totally different from private forced labor, and how do you measure it, which again is very different. It's often impossible to measure at the workplace. The workplace is the classic place to measure forced labor in any other case. So I think it takes those. We have to create our own literature. We have to create these arguments, and we have to hammer them again and again. And so that's why it's important to have these openings, such as you guys being able to input, or scholars being able to give presentations to members of parliament. So I think this takes a concerted effort, and Europe is not a very positive example in that respect, except it's mentioned. That's maybe the one thing, it's mentioned in the proposal of the Commission, but then the measurement tool they mentioned were the 11 indicators, and those are unsuited. So again, you have this gap.
Thank you. So I think we're almost officially out of time, and I imagine there's some buses put on for us. So, yeah, 1 minute last, I think. So I think, Scott, if you want to comment on that first question about going bigger, yeah.
I've been involved in many discussions around sanctions within the U.S. government, and I must say those are some of the toughest discussions I've ever participated in. There was a law passed by the U.S. Congress shortly around the same time as the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, called the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act, which required the executive branch to name and impose sanctions to all the individuals responsible for the human rights abuses in Xinjiang. Do you know how many people we've sanctioned under that law so far? 0. There was a deadline from a couple of years ago. We were supposed to first issue a report under that law. Hasn't happened. There's always some other equity, some other reason not to impose those sanctions. So I don't say don't think about sanctions, but given the interdependence of the US economy and the Chinese economy, the European economies and the Chinese economy, it's very, very difficult to impose sanctions unless there's a significant reason beyond just a human rights concern motivating those sanctions.
Thank you, and I think it's only right if the last word of the day comes from Mr. Kanat. So over to you, and I'll end after you.
Answer this question? Yes, it's true that we were Nestorian Christians, some of the Uyghurs, before we became Muslims. So, and prior to that, we were Buddhists, shamanists. But since 1,000 years, we have been Muslims. We are very proud to be Muslim. And for the Chinese government, it doesn't matter in which religion we believe. So their intention is to eliminate the Uyghurs. Even if we became Christian, they will, do the same thing to us. Yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you to World Uyghur Congress for sharing.
Thank you so much for a very productive and interesting discussion. Just bear with me so that, because we have a few logistic announcements. So the bus arrives in a few minutes. I think the bus will depart in about 20 minutes, so we have some time for a group photo. Just bear with me because I have a few important announcements. We asked every one of you to leave your headsets here because some people have taken them and we just need them for tomorrow. Please don't steal them, we need them for tomorrow. Hapılmayı bir qancha quturishlarni anlasanlar, Abduz Zazir kelib 20 saat qilmoqdi. Şuna bu aralıqda sizlar bu qulaq silib anlaydigan narsalarni hamma qo'yib qo'yinglar, jo'zi qo'yib ketinglar. Chunki ba'zanlari aytibdi, aytish kerak. Bu biz aytishni tushunmay o'tirsizlar. Shunga hammani shu paytda qo'yib qo'yinglar jo'ziga. And please also take all your water bottles in front of you, take them back to the hotel and drop them there because we don't have any trash bags here. Bütün butulka sularını aldığınlar yığıp otelga gidip taşlanlar çünkü bir yerde əxlət turxanı yok. Anondikin hazır bugünkü kəş ixtiyari fəaliyyət. Tonight is a free evening for all of you, so feel free to do what pleases you. And tomorrow will be a farewell dinner, so I'll give it to you to organize the chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session at the International Uyghur Forum Global Parliamentarian Convention is now starting.
So help me God. And the topic is the avenues towards legal action. mapping foreign influence, about accountability on human rights atrocities. And it is partly, or importantly, a legal discussion we are going to have. Just briefly, the number of legal initiatives have already been undertaken, and court filings already submitted in a number of countries, including Canada, UK, and in Argentina by using the universal jurisdiction. And just 2 days ago, we were Rights Advocacy Project and Human Rights Action Group. We prepared a request letter to the Canadian government, requesting them that Canada should register a diplomatic communication against the government of Egypt and Kyrgyzstan for breaches of Genocide Convention and Convention Against Torture. And as we know that ICJ, the principal jurisdictional organ of the United Nations, and the handles disputes between states. And China is a member of the party to Genocide Convention, but China has a reservation over the ICJ jurisdiction. But the other countries who are deporting Uyghurs back to China, just like Kyrgyzstan, Egypt, and a number of other countries, they do not have that reservation. And for that reason, in July 2023, we have a legal discussion in Alma, Quebec, with the participation of 7 legal experts, including Michael Polak. And we discussed nearly 46 legal items and how we can escalate Uyghur genocide into international available venues, and also how we can effectively address the Uyghur forced labor through legal means. So this is going to be our main topic, and we have a fantastic panelists with us today who are going to help to understand better what we can do and how we can address the atrocities being committed against Uyghurs by the Chinese government through legal means. So let me go with our dear friend and the first U.S. trained lawyer and U.S. International Religious Freedom Commissioner and the former chair of the commission, Nuri Turkel. And let me introduce one by one when the turn comes. So let's start with the Nuri. And the Nuri Turkel has involved in a number of legal initiatives in the United States, and a number of bills already passed, and he contributes to law. And he's at the same time a lawyer. And so, Nuri, if you can just give us the understanding where we are at right now in terms of using the legal means to address the Uyghur genocide and what we can do better.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be part of this discussion. I'm sorry in advance. I wanted to apologize that I have to leave before the end of the panel discussion for a meeting that I need to participate outside of this building. So let me, when we talk about China's malign activities and their successful avoidance from consequence, legal, economic, and other areas, it's important to see what they do and why they do and how they avoiding responsibilities. So I'd like to make a few points to set the stage for the discussion. That includes China's technological ambition to become a primary a leader in various technological fields. This is relevant because Chinese tech firms have a presence all around the world, including the United States. Going after the government through legal channels are challenging, but there's a possibility that with a coordinated, well-planned, and well-executed plans, Chinese companies can be held to account. The other area is China's economic and diplomatic coercion, forcing some countries to help them avoid responsibility. As Mehmet pointed out, there are 153 state parties to the Genocide Convention. Only 10 of those state parties, some governments, parliaments have taken a position and fulfilled the treaty obligation. Before delving into these two specific areas, let me share my perspective as to why Xi Jinping's China does the things that we have been seeing, witnessing in the backdrop of facing backlash and pushback on the global stage. First of all, Xi Jinping does not believe or see all of China's success over the past 20 plus years as a result of CCP's integration into the international system. He would argue that it was a result of CCP's policies, resilience, and industriousness of the Chinese people. So he reads the actual facts very differently. This is something that various governments around the world, at least from what we see publicly, not being fully appreciative of. Second, Xi Jinping's China himself, specifically if you read his speeches, going back to 2013, number 9 document, China's National Security Strategy published in 2014, looks back at history to a time when China was the center of the world. At the outset of his leadership, he stated China's great ambition to reclaim China's centrality in the global stage. So to bring that back, China needs a different international order. China would not be at the center of the world if its values and the way that they trade, the way that they conduct themselves in international multilateral settings, or the investors not playing by their rule that prevents the China to become will return to the center of the world. This has been displayed through two things. One, China's ambition for tech supremacy. This is important when you have some background knowledge, it will be easier to identify issues. For example, China's key objectives in the technological ambition, one is self-reliance. Since the Trump administration's decision to go after the Chinese tech firms with the sanctions and entity-list designation, the Chinese leadership feel the pain that their access to foreign markets, extracting foreign technology and resources have been hampered. China attempts to dictate terms of economically, geopolitically by dominating the production of linchpin technologies and resources. This is where they're utilizing the American investors and American tech firms specifically in the Silicon Valley to achieve that objective. China is also gearing up to wield economic coercion in massive scale by becoming the supplier of vital products and services that includes renewable technology, specifically solar panels and the EV batteries. And if you listen to Xi Jinping's own words, former Deputy National Security Advisor Matt Hottinger often says, you don't have to listen to the actors, you don't have to listen to the policy, or you don't have to listen to me. Just pay attention to what Xi Jinping himself says. For example, here, Xi Jinping said China must successfully fight tough battles for the key core technologies, and China must enhance its superiority across the entire production chain. Back in 2020, the Trump administration identified 80 critical supplies that the United States and our democratic allies have been relying on, including the PPEs, the ventilators that resulted in many deaths in the United States. China is now, as you know, a leader in the telecommunications sector. And it literally, while this has been in process, the international community sadly was asleep at switch. And the Chinese also have been very effective in building their own choke point technology because of this restriction being imposed by the United States and our allies. But there's a good news that China imports 70 to 80% of its oil, computer chips, advanced medical devices, and 90% of it advanced manufacturing equipment. This is where the area that we can hold them or push back And also, we have to remember the R&D spending, the Chinese investment in specifically in the emerging technology, AI space, quantum computing, semiconductors, advanced robotics, and synthetic biology has been on the rise. And also, this is also something that is very relevant to the Uyghur genocide, a collection of data. China has become world's most powerful data broker by walling China's data off from the world while buying and stealing other countries' data. So without this data, they will not be able to advance its AI. As you know, when they start rounding up Uyghurs, the Chinese police rely on an AI algorithm to issue arrest warrant. In my book, in the beginning of my book, I profiled a European Uyghur who was part of that 70,000 people rounded up in 10 days in 2017. So the Chinese have an ambition to become a leader in AI by 2030. Just to give you, put this in perspective, 75 countries in the world today use AI. Of that 60 are linked to the Chinese technology. And 50 of them are using Huawei technology. This is one company that we need to go after. And also telecommunications sector. The Chinese technology firms, including the ZTE, the Huawei, Hikvision, SenseTime, iFlytek, all of them have been so effective. Today, China is the world's largest telecommunication provider. They have installed fiber optic cables, submarine cables. 90% of the world's data are transferred through the Chinese submarine cables installed. Once those telecommunication towers are up on the mountain and on the ground, but once those cables are installed, you're locked in. And this is something that cannot be replaced. It's extremely expensive to do that. And also, companies like Huawei claim to have cloud computing contract with 140 countries. We have about 190 plus countries at the United Nations. Think about 140 of them already using. Another company, Hongtong Group, has installed 15% of world's fiber optics. And also, the China is also doing something else. They setting international technical standards. They have a saying specifically and publicly that goes along the lines of third-tier companies make products, second-tier companies make technology, and top-tier companies set standards. So the Chinese are marching to set the standards by 2035. So eventually, all the tech firms in the United States and Europe have to follow their own the Chinese standards. The other issue, the long-term economic dependency. This is where we also need to identify big companies, specifically the ones named in the or been implicated in ongoing slave labor practices, and push for a legal action in addition to the administrative proceedings that have been kind of halfway enforced. This is specifically important for our European allies who have experienced hardship since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, specifically in the energy sector. It must be clear that what they experience in energy dependence in Russia would be a cakewalk compared to long-term economic dependency on China. So the companies that have been implicated, as somebody who's in the corporate law practice, I can say this, that most companies don't have a due diligence, business human rights due diligence practices put in place. Some of them do it, and they mention that in their annual report, but for the most part, they've been finding a way to avoid responsibilities. So in summary, I would recommend us changing the strategy. Naming, shaming did not really bring the type of result that we wanted to see. If you look back, Nathan Russer's initial report for ASPE named 83 global brands. They're still practicing, still doing business in communist China. So I think we need to change the strategy, focusing on advocating for strong legislative and regulatory measures, So when you talk to the business leaders, they often say, look, it's not illegal for us to do business in China. If you want us to follow new laws, put them up. At the same time, they lobby against that kind of legislative initiatives. So we need to advocate for legislation in Canada, UK, and the United States. There are momentum in the United States Congress, specifically under the leadership of the chairman and ranking member at the CCP Select Committee in Washington. And then, going back to the earlier point, we have to identify several companies. Hate Vision, for example, one of them, and the other companies, and look for venues in the United States, in the district court, to file complaints against them. Huawei has a big business presence in Plano, Texas, and the other companies, TikTok, the parent of the ByteDance is the parent of TikTok, has a business presence in Los Angeles, and it's not that difficult. We have victims in the United States that they can come together. It just becomes, and then the next question is which law firm is going to do it. The big mega firms will not touch anything like this because their interest, their client interest is paramount for them. And it's somebody who spent years in corporate law firms. I know for a fact that they will not touch it. But if you can, with Michael and others, identify smaller firms, law firms that are specialized in areas like this, would be a good start.
Thank you, Nori, for eye-opening presentation, and it is really important that we start to talk about these tech companies. And I remember that last year we successfully pushed the government of Canada to cancel one contract offered to Hydera to keep the safe communication in the Canadian government between government agency. And just one note that when the Canadian government offered that contract to Chinese tech company Hydera, that company was already being investigated in the United States, and there are 23 espionage charges against it. And even Canada just failed to use the publicly available information just to block that company to access the government communication system. For that reason, it is really important, and thank you for that. And let me turn to Dr. Evelina Ochap. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. And she's a really well-respected international human rights lawyer and International Bar Association Human Rights Institute. And she focused her main campaign and she was focused on the genocide-related legal work. And so she's our asset as a panelist, just to shed a light on the Uyghur genocide and what kind of values that we can, the Uyghur communities, take this issue to other levels, like the next level.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here with such wonderful panelists. And of course, the case of the Uyghur genocide is not the only case that I'm working on. I've been working on atrocity crimes, starting with the Yazidi genocide back in 2015. But as we were observing the different responses, we've seen a little bit more proactive responses in relation to other atrocities, which is of course a great shame. And indeed, I'm currently working also on legal avenues for justice and accountability in the case of Ukraine, and preparing a mapping exercise, identifying all legal steps taken to date within the last 1.5 years. And for each legal action, I have only a couple of paragraphs, and the document is already 44 pages long. And we've seen incredible responses, not only in Ukraine, we've seen incredible responses from at least 18 countries opening domestic investigations into the atrocities. We've seen incredible responses and engagement of the International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court. And we've seen, of course, the establishment of a mechanism to collect some of the evidence of the atrocities by the Human Rights Council. So this is the way how to respond to atrocity crimes, but it never happened before, and most likely it will never happen again. So this is the only case in recent years of wonderful legal responses that we've seen, and this is something to pursue in the future, but again, very unlikely it's going to happen. And as we talk about legal avenues for justice and accountability, I would like to start with the issue of documenting atrocities. And in the case of Uyghur genocide, we've seen many civil society organizations documenting the atrocities, doing very important work. But unfortunately, until now, there have been no UN mechanism that would collect and present the evidence of the atrocities. Of course, we've seen such mechanisms being established, for example, for Syria, and the so-called IIIM, for Myanmar, the so-called IIM, for the Daesh atrocities in Iraq, and the so-called UNITAD. And those mechanisms are doing important work that no one else can replicate it at this stage, I believe. And for example, in the case of UNITAD, the evidence that they collected, they've been using for domestic prosecutions around the world. And currently 14 prosecutors in 14 different countries are using their evidence to ensure justice and accountability. In relation to the evidence of IIIM, this evidence is being used in 12 different countries to ensure justice and accountability. So these are mechanisms that we should try to replicate also in the case of Uyghur genocide. And some time ago, I drafted a proposal for a UN General Assembly resolution to establish also a similar mechanism for the atrocities against Uyghurs. But unfortunately, at the time, I believe it was something around 2 years ago, there was no interest in this kind of proposal, especially as the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights was already looking into the situation of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, was to some extent collecting some information, was planning also to go to Xinjiang to see for herself the situation in the region. And of course, later on, she published a report that found various crimes, including possible crimes against humanity. But there have been no follow-up from there. And there was an attempt, of course, at the UN Human Rights Council to ensure that the Human Rights Council has some time to look into this report, consider the evidence collected, consider the findings of the High Commissioner. But unfortunately, this step was voted down. And among the countries that voted against this proposal was Eritrea, which is also accused of committing atrocity crimes, including in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Sudan, and we know exactly that, again, atrocity crimes are happening in Sudan at the moment, including possible another genocide in Darfur, 20 years after the last genocide. And Cameroon, also accused of international crimes. So these were the bodies of China that supported the efforts to ensure that there is no time given to discuss this important report and the findings from the, so to some extent, an inquiry done by the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And right now, of course, I think it is still important to try to pursue and try to table a resolution that will establish a mechanism to collect and present the evidence of the atrocities. But unfortunately, as we see around the world, there are steps to move away from such mechanisms. Just a few weeks ago, we learned that Iraq requested to close UNITAD, the very mechanism that collects the evidence of the atrocities against the Yazidis, saying that we don't need this kind of external mechanism. And they want the mechanism to be closed after September 2024. A few months ago, also Ethiopia said that they don't need a mechanism, or they don't need a commission of experts looking into the situation in Ethiopia, and there was no resolution tabled at the Human Rights Council to extend the mandate of this important mechanism. So of course, if such a resolution was to be tabled, it is very likely that of course China would want this resolution to fail. And when we talk about resolutions before the General Assembly, we're talking about need to establish a majority. We need to secure a majority for such a resolution to pass. And then, of course, the question is who would support it and who would be thinking more about their interests and the support that China provides them with one way or another. In any event, I would still encourage to look into this kind of proposal and table it as a matter of principle, even knowing that it may be very difficult to secure the majority to ensure that this resolution passes. And then, of course, there are other UN mechanisms that need to be engaged in what is happening in China, and one of them is the UPR, Universal Periodic Review. And China is going to be reviewed by the UPR next year. And in preparation for the review, on behalf of the International Bar Association and the Coalition for Genocide Response, I made a submission which covered the issue of the genocide against the Uyghurs, and also a small section on national security laws. And as we prepare for the upcoming UPR review, it is crucial to engage states and make sure that if we have any kind of recommendations for states, those recommendations should be transmitted to them as soon as possible. Because ultimately, during the UPR review, states will be able to make recommendations to China. Whether China is going to accept them, reject them, or note them, that's a different matter. But again, as a matter of principle, there have to be recommendations in relation to the issue of genocide and supporting victims and survivors and so on. And later on we'll hear also with the former Special Rapporteur on minority issues. And the Forum on Minority Issues is a great platform, again, to engage and to provide information and evidence of the atrocities. And I've been involved in a number of the forum sessions in the past, and whenever, of course, any allegations are made against China, Chinese representatives would normally stand up and try to challenge the information. Another amazing platform to engage is also the Human Rights Council. And I believe it was last year, I organized a side event on the situation of religious minorities, and Rahima Mahmoud spoke at that session. And I remember after she spoke, the Chinese representative requested the floor, and he started saying that actually Dolkun is our lovely Dolkun is a terrorist, and of course Rahima, by working with him, she's also involved one way or another. But in any event, despite those challenges at the UN, it is crucial to continue being involved there. And I think I won't be mentioning much about the International Criminal Court. As we know, of course, the International Criminal Court doesn't have the territorial jurisdiction of the situation in China. Unlikely that China would ever become a member. And also unlikely that the UN Security Council would refer the situation in China to the ICC. Even if there was such an attempt, China could easily block it with a veto. In an event, also as a matter of principle, if I was US, UK, I would still try to table such a resolution. Again, as a matter of principle, the chances of succeeding are zero, but nonetheless, it is crucial to pursue such steps and to make a clear statement that we cannot stand by as horrific atrocities are being perpetrated. And I would like to briefly focus on domestic prosecutions and indeed on the principle of universal jurisdiction. And I know that Michael will cover the case of Argentina, which is an important one, and we've seen very important cases also in relation to the Rohingya genocide. But I will skip Argentina. But I wanted to comment very briefly on the UK, because in the UK, especially such crimes as genocide and crimes against humanity are criminalized in the International Criminal Court Act from 2001. And this act also includes information on, or provisions on universal jurisdiction. Unfortunately, under Section 51 of that act, the universal jurisdiction is very narrowly defined, to the point that it's more extraterritorial jurisdiction rather than universal jurisdiction. And under Section 51, UK courts could prosecute genocide and crimes against humanity perpetrated in another country, but as long as the perpetrator is a UK citizen or UK resident. So of course that limits the options. And unfortunately also as a reality check, even in the case of the Yazidi genocide, where we are talking about 400 British Daesh fighters who returned back to the UK, there have been no prosecution for genocide. and only 32 convictions for terror-related offenses. So that's the reality check. We have the law that, at least for the Yazidi, for the Daesh perpetrators against the Yazidis, we could see some prosecutions under the principle of universal jurisdiction, but we have seen zero of such cases. And one country that I believe that there is also a possibility to engage is actually Germany. And Germany has been a key country, for example, engaging on the Daesh atrocities against the Yazidis, secured 3 convictions for genocide, 5 convictions for crimes against humanity, and there are several other cases ongoing. And the law on the principle of universal jurisdiction in Germany is much, much broader than, for example, in the UK, and it's so-called absolute universal jurisdiction. So the courts in Germany can prosecute anyone, no matter where the atrocities are being perpetrated and no matter the nationality or residence status of the perpetrator. And indeed, that's what was the key in the case of the Yazidi genocide as well. But before anything like that can happen, it is key for the prosecutor to actually open structural investigations. And again, in order for this to happen, it is crucial to collect the evidence and ensure that the prosecutor is also in possession of all this key evidence of the horrific atrocities perpetrated against the Uyghurs. And last but not least, I wanted to mention some of current initiatives, current and also past initiatives, legislative initiatives in the UK. And one of them was the genocide amendment to the trade bill back in 2021. And this amendment to the trade bill was to introduce a new mechanism in the UK to ensure that courts would consider evidence of such atrocities as genocide and make a formal determination of the atrocities as genocide. And this is because the UK government's position is that it is not for politicians to make such determination of genocide, it is for courts. And this proposal, it was initially tabled by Lord Alton of Liverpool and then supported by politicians from all parties. And indeed, whenever this amendment was brought before the House of Lords, it was winning. It was only in the House of Commons that it was losing again and again, but every time Lord Alton would bring back a slightly amended version of this amendment. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, the government tabled wrecking amendments with a very different message to say that if one of the relevant committees of either of the House establishes that genocide is being perpetrated, then the Secretary of State would have to follow this determination and with responses, and only if the responses are not adequate, that's when there would be a debate in either of the houses to discuss the evidence, to discuss the UK government's responses. So this amendment didn't do much, but nonetheless it received the support from both houses and became law. And currently it's the Section 3 of the Trade Act 2021. And it's a very narrow provision, meaning that most likely we'll never be able to use it. The only case where we could use it right now is, for example, India, but no one wants to touch India and the situation of religious minorities there. But that's the only case where this amendment could, this Section 3 could potentially be used. But nonetheless, despite the fact that the original Genocide Determination Amendment failed, Lord Alton will be bringing back the very message of this amendment with his new private members bill, and it's going to be tabled in the next few weeks, just after the King's speech, which is happening on the 7th of November. And this bill is, again, to introduce a mechanism that will enable courts to hear from victims. It will empower victims to ensure that they can seek truth about the human rights abuses they suffered. So this amendment is very much victim-centric in its approach, and something that we are missing in the approaches to genocide across so many countries. Unfortunately, bad news again, this is a private members bill, and will have only 1 year before the next election. So it means that unlikely it will receive enough time to go through the whole process and become law. So it will send a message, it will provide us with an opportunity to engage in important debates about the situation of Uyghurs, about the situation of other communities, and how this bill could empower them. But unless government actually approves of this bill and wants to make it a government bill, the chances of it becoming law are, again, very, very, very small. So I'm sorry I'm not leaving you with more positive messages. Some recommendations in terms of proceed with all those steps before the Human Rights Council, before the UN General Assembly. UN Security, Human Rights Council and Security Council General Assembly, no matter what's going to happen there, as a matter of principle, to send those important messages to China and to anyone else who is supporting China, that only because the chances are low at this stage, it doesn't mean that we should stop. So I will stop here, and thank you very much.
For this education, and we learned a lot. And also I would like to thank you for your future knowledge. And when we submit the legal application in Canadian court, just asking federal judges to issue a declaratory relief on Uyghur genocide. And you covered that story in the Forbes. It was a good encouragement. And also, we had first the Uyghur Eagle Summit this July, and we would like to see you next year. We are going to continue to brainstorm about the legal values and your expertise and your valuable contributions. Always welcome. And let's move to next our panelist, Mr. Shadow Senator, Mr. Paul Strauss, and probably you have more to say because we are coming from the capital of the world, Washington, D.C. We would like to hear your perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It really is a privilege to be here to help explain the position I hold. It's somewhat unique. I represent the people of Washington, D.C., which is the capital of the United States, but it is not one of the 50 states. And so I came to this movement when we joined the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization, because the United States treats the capital and some other parts with a differential political status. And normally when I travel around as part of these international conferences, I am being critical of my own government for violating what we contend are our political rights. And I often talk about how in the enforcement of international law and the principle of equal accountability, you must prosecute the misdemeanors as well as the felonies. But today, I come here as a proud American in unity with my country's policy and our leadership on this important issue to call attention to one of the great felonies and certainly horrific abuses of international law. 2 years ago, my Secretary of State determined that since at least March of 2017, the People's Republic of China, under the direction and control of the Chinese Communist Party, had committed crimes against humanity, against the predominantly Muslim Uyghurs and other members of ethnic and religious minority groups in East Turkestan. He didn't use the words East Turkestan, but I will. The Secretary of State further determined that the PRC, under the direction and control of the CCP, has committed crimes against humanity in this group, and stated his belief that this genocide is ongoing and that we are witnessing the systematic attempt to destroy the Uyghurs by the Chinese Party state. I don't often concur with everything my government says, particularly with the policies of Donald Trump's administration, but in this case, I fully concur with the position that they've taken. And I'm heartened that so many other governments have joined the U.S. government in describing what's been taking place in East Turkestan as genocide. exhaustive documentation and evidence substantiates these claims of serious abuses of human rights. And of course, as we know, the PRC is very difficult to hold to account for its transgressions under the conventions of international law. I was disappointed in 2020 when the ICC decided not to investigate these allegations based on jurisdiction, but the other lawyers have spoken about that in greater detail. So I'll move on to talk about what the Human Rights Council could, in theory, do to establish international fact-finding missions and commissions of inquiry to investigate the allegations of human rights violations and genocide and make recommendations for accountability and reparations. They've certainly done that in other cases, such as Myanmar, Syria, and North Korea. But of course, that requires the support of a majority of council members, which has been difficult to obtain given PRC's significant diplomatic influence and, more significantly, perhaps their economic leverage. Unfortunately, the PRC claims sovereign immunity from lawsuits filed by victims or states in foreign courts. And in the United States, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act of 1976 grants them blanket immunity in most U.S. tried lawsuits. The PRC, of course, refuses to cooperate with human rights mechanisms such as the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, which issued an extremely damning report last year. That report credibly found that the PRC's abuses in East Turkestan constitute crimes against humanity. And since that bombshell report was released, Beijing has demonstrated little change in the trajectory of its policies towards the Uyghurs. Uyghurs abroad continue to have no contact with their family members. Many don't know, as we've heard so many times over the course of this conference, if their loved ones are taken into custody or forcibly disappeared or still alive. So given these unfortunate realities, what can we do to hold the PRC to account for its reprehensible behavior? Clearly, what's required is concerted and coordinated action by the international community, as well as political will and moral courage by individual states that respect human dignity and the human rights of all. It's pressing need for the concerned governments to take determined actions to advance accountability given the gravity of these abuses. I believe governments around the world should work towards the successful adoption of the UN resolution to set up an investigative mechanism with the mandate to investigate these allegations. But as we've heard today, the data is there. We know what these investigations show. Governments must pursue criminal cases under the concept of universal jurisdiction, this legal doctrine that allows national courts to try cases of serious international crimes, such as genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, torture, and enforced disappearances wherever they occur. The High Commissioner of Human Rights, Volker Turk, should update the Human Rights Council on the situation, following on the recommendations of his own 2022 report, the Present Action Plan. It would be fully appropriate for him to spearhead an initiative, possibly jointly with special procedures that mandate holders such as the Working Group on Enforced and Involuntary Disagreements with governments of the Uyghur diaspora populations to help these victims and families trace these missing persons. Yes, considerable information has been gathered, much of which is publicly available, but there has been no high-level coordinated initiative specifically focused and pressing for the release of those arbitrarily detained in East Turkestan. This initiative should be launched without delay. And governments must explore the use of this principle of extraterritoriality to hold Chinese corporations accountable for their complicity in crimes against the Uyghurs in foreign courts. It is a legal doctrine that allows national courts to apply their laws to activity outside their borders, but that when those activities have an impact within the borders. And Nori, of course, talked about the ability to hold businesses accountable where we can't necessarily do it with the states. That's one of the great things. Normally when you're on a panel with 4 lawyers, you're going to get 5 or 6 different opinions, but it's nice to have a unity of goals and ideas here. Governments can continue to provide financial assistance to media and civil society groups in emerging economies to encourage them to focus on their abuses in East Turkestan and prompt public pressures for their leaders to change their positions. Public awareness about what is happening can also serve as an antidote and a bulwark against other governments copying the PRC's approach. We can't let current events and other conflicts around the world divert attention from the atrocities taking place in East Turkestan, but we can raise our voices and keep the plight of the Uyghur people in the forefront of this agenda. Experience has shown that the PRC at least tries to value its international representation, and we have to continue to shine the light on what's happening in East Turkestan. And I knew coming here today would be very deep and personal for me because as an American, I'm often proud to come from a country which is able to use examples of its power to stand for freedom. But we can't really intervene militarily, despite how critical the situation is. And what the United States can't do with examples of its power, we can attempt to do with the power of our example. My family came to the United States in 1917, fleeing what was then called a pogrom. And later, the rest of my family, who did not leave what's now Belarus, perished in the Holocaust in the years from 1941 to 1944. I know that one of the reasons why I'm able to do the work I do is because my family was able to escape and come to a country where the freedom of my religion is guaranteed, and where the freedom, even to come to conferences like this, called my government to account for the differential political treatment of my constituency in the District of Columbia, values my freedom and respects that opportunity. I've been so moved by the examples that I've heard today. It means so much to me to be able to, as a descendant of genocide victims, stand in solidarity with you here today. I pledge to you that I will do all within my power to continue to shine the world's attention on what is happening here. I thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I particularly want to thank Hilke and ISAF for all of the work that the World Uyghur Conference has done. I was asked by a journalist before I came into this conference what we're going to do in the United States to advance this cause. The World Uyghur Conference and the Uyghur movement is led by Uyghurs. We're going to wait for you to tell us what you need for us. We appreciate the opportunity to stand in solidarity with you. And I thank you for your kind attention today.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for the solidarity and the support and sympathy. It's very much appreciated. And we are an active community in Washington, D.C., and you will find a lot of new friends to add your voice. And let's move to the next. Just we met a number of times each year with Michael Pollack, and he is our, I can say, legal counsel, and he represents us in a number of legal institutes, and he was at the ALMA, the Uyghur Legal Summit as well, and he shared his legal experience. And so, there are a lot of things Michael can share with us. Please have a talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I think a number of things that came out of the Canada Summit, legal summit we had this year, which was fantastic. Some of them we can't share with you that are really big moves, but others we can go over. Just before I get started on my presentation, I thought I'd respond to some of the points made by my fellow panelists. We had a point made in relation to the difficulties with universal jurisdiction in the United Kingdom by Dr. Ochab, and she's absolutely right. the British law has been restricted in relation to universal jurisdiction, unfortunately, and we've seen this kind of move in a few other European countries as well. But there is one area in relation to torture, of course, where we have a more pure universal jurisdiction in the United Kingdom. We, of course, require the person to be within the jurisdiction, but it doesn't matter where the torture is committed. So we commenced proceedings when we heard that the governor of Xinjiang region was due to come to the United Kingdom on an unofficial visit, and he changed his mind about coming in the end. But there still are opportunities there for those types of offences. I work as a barrister, but I'm also chair of Lawyers for Uyghur Rights, and we look at all different legal strategies, and there's nothing which is too far-fetched. So if you have any legal ideas, you say, well, why aren't you doing this, or why aren't you doing that, please come and have a chat to us about it. We're always happy to have a think about it. For example, in the United Kingdom, we were so very close to signing a deal with Huawei to provide our 5G network, which would have allowed access across the United Kingdom, including into our hospitals and military installations, etc. And we started litigation in relation to that. In the end, the decision was taken at the very last moment by the British government, I think because the Americans decided they didn't want to share intelligence with us if we allowed Huawei in. So it wasn't made on human rights and slavery grounds that it should have been, but on the security grounds, but at the very last moment there. So those are a few points in response. I hear what Nuri said about going after companies, and this is something we're having a look at in the United Kingdom context at the moment, about the registration of companies. If companies are involved in slavery, and there's clear evidence of that, are they proper people to be registered as a company, either as a private company or as a listed company? And this is something that I think we can look at across our jurisdictions, really attacking those companies and saying, well, if you're going to behave in this manner, you're not a fit company to be registered either publicly or privately. So another area we looked at is looking for jurisdiction in relation to a criminal complaint. And this project I took on for the World Uyghur Congress and the Uyghur Human Rights Project, and it builds on all the work that has been done before. Most of you will probably know about the Uyghur Tribunal in London, which collected fantastic amounts of evidence, which we rely on in the work we're doing in Argentina, as well as the Essex Court Chambers legal opinion. And you will see the loss of the barristers, and the Chambers itself was subject to sanctions because of that opinion. That really started the ball rolling in relation to the law and what was going on to the Uyghur people. The international criminal law has developed a lot since the first tribunals. So we had the Nuremberg trials, and then we had the tribunals formed by the Security Council, the International Court for Former Yugoslavia, the International Court for Rwanda as well, were Security Council tribunals. There's also been General Assembly tribunals, such as the Special Court for Sierra Leone. And that's something to remember. If you can get a majority of the General Assembly, you can set up a tribunal that way, which gets around the veto in the Security Council, China's veto in the Security Council. So that's something to have a think about as well. The international criminal law then moved on to hybrid courts. So we had the Khmer Rouge Tribunal in Cambodia, which was formed under Cambodian law with international judges. The Kosovo Tribunal, which is running at the moment under Kosovan law, international participation as well. But the problem with the establishment of these courts is you need overwhelming international political support. And unfortunately, we've seen China use economic power to restrict that support. So the Uyghur people have had to look outside of these courts for alternative means of seeking justice, and one way of doing so is through universal jurisdiction. As I spoke about, the Uyghur Tribunal was a really good base for doing this. But taking this one step further, we looked at Argentina as a jurisdiction for universal jurisdiction because it's the most permissive, the most liberal universal jurisdiction country in the world. It doesn't require any link in relation to nationality. You don't need the perpetrator to be in the jurisdiction to bring a case, which is why it's so attractive. Argentina, of course, has a long history in relation to international criminal law. Eichmann, of course, was picked up from Argentina, and they had their own criminal trials in relation to their own military, in relation to the disappearances there in the 70s and the 80s. They've had cases in relation to the Franco regime, where there are Argentinian victims as well. And quite recently, they've got an ongoing investigation for the Rohingya people, as well as a case more recently opened in relation to the Venezuelan regime there. But before I go on to talk specifically about the Argentinian case, we should look at universal jurisdiction across different countries. Dr. Okchab, she spoke about places like Germany, Switzerland, Belgium, where they have more and more cases coming through against members of the Syrian, Libyan regimes as well. One story which gives some hope about universal jurisdiction and about people's tribunals, such as the Uyghur Tribunal, is a case in Sweden of Havan Nouri, who was a part of the repression of the student protests in 1988 in Iran. And some of you may know the story, but they went through Iranian prisons and just executed summarily student protesters there. In Sweden, they held a people's tribunal, very similar to the Uyghur Tribunal. They also had a report by an eminent British King's Council looking into what had happened there. So they collected all this evidence and they held it for years. But then they found out that he was going to travel through Sweden, so they picked him up and they put him on trial, and he's been sentenced to life imprisonment there. So it really shows how all these little steps you take, from the establishment of the Uyghur Tribunal to the Essex Court opinion, to all the work that everyone in this room is doing, collecting evidence, it all builds up and adds up to something in the end, something which is very forceful and something which is very powerful. And not one person can do all of it. It comes from a collection of evidence, the political will, people making these arguments, and the establishment of people's tribunals. So it's all these different things put together, which creates the movement towards justice. In relation to Argentina's jurisdiction, under Article 118 of the Constitution, it says that crimes should be tried in the area where they take place, but when the crime is committed outside the borders of the nation, in violation of international norms, Congress shall determine by a special law the place where the trial is to be held. So for international crimes in Argentina, they can be held in any court in Argentina. They don't have to be held in Buenos Aires, they can be held anywhere across the country. I mentioned the Rohingya case, which is ongoing, and the investigations in the Venezuelan case, the cases in relation to the Franco regime as well. It's a pure universal jurisdiction as opposed to limited, so you don't need any link to Argentina. It's judicial rather than political. And what I mean by that is, in some universal jurisdiction countries, including the United Kingdom, Turkey and places like that, there is a political step. So you need permission of the Attorney General or the Minister of Justice. In Turkey, you need the Minister of Justice. In the United Kingdom, for many of our universal jurisdiction laws, you need the Attorney General's permission before you even get going with a case. So that's why Argentina is an attractive jurisdiction for the case. It also has, because it's a civil law jurisdiction rather than a common law jurisdiction, it has a long investigation period where a judge and a prosecutor can investigate the case and can call witnesses to give evidence during that period without the defendant having to be in the country at that point, which is attractive because it may allow for the Uyghurs for the first time to give their evidence on oath before a judge in a court, which I think would be a very powerful moment in the journey towards justice. We've submitted the criminal complaint to the courts there. It goes before a prosecutor and a judge. At the prosecution stage, if they open an investigation, it goes to the investigation stage, and then this is where they start hearing evidence from experts, from witnesses of facts that we've heard over the last couple of days, some very powerful evidence, both expert evidence and witnesses of fact as well. So at the investigation stage, this evidence will be put before the court, and at the end of that stage, the judge makes a decision in relation to the next steps of the investigation. The crimes we're looking at, of course, are genocide in relation to preventing births within the group and forceful transfer of children. We relied upon the evidence of Dr. Zenz, who put together evidence specifically for the Argentina case, looking at the overall strategy of the CCP in relation to genocide, and specifically looking into removing children from their parents, and the international law provisions which really focus on the removal of important parts of Uyghur society, so intellectuals and teachers and leaders who are being removed from society, and the international law has recognised that as being one of the key indicators of a genocidal intent. So we're very grateful to have that evidence, and we hope there will be an opportunity to present more of this expert evidence. I know we've got lots of experts in the room who are probably saying, well, look, I've got this kind of evidence which would assist, and it will. So I'll be coming to you and asking for this evidence to put before the courts of Argentina. I think it's very important that we, when we get to that investigation stage, we have as much evidence as possible. So if you've got something, you say, well, you should know about this, or you should put this forward, please do come to me, and I'm very willing to look at that. The criminal submission also goes across all of the crimes against humanity that you can imagine. We all know what's taking place in relation to enslavement, forceful transfer, imprisonment and torture. I don't need to go across all the crimes against humanity, but the evidence is very strong. We've relied on a few emblematic cases as our main kind of cases going forward, just to get to that investigation stage. We have Kelvin Sadiq, who sits here today, who gave a very strong presentation downstairs during lunch. She was a teacher in the camps, and I think she gives, her evidence is very powerful because she was, in some respects, an objective observer of the crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. So her evidence is very important and very unique in that respect. We've got another two witnesses who really cover a range of the offences being committed. But that's not to say we're just going to rely on those three factual witnesses. We really will open it up to look across the spectrum at different witnesses of different crimes in the region. We've also already had an amicus submission from Lord Alton with Ambassador Sam Brownback, Ambassador Kelly Curry, Nuri Turkle and Frank Wolf on behalf of Notre Dame Religious Liberty Initiative, which is a really strong piece of work. I know there are other amicus submissions which might be made to the court as well, which is very welcome. We've been speaking to different states about some state submissions to the courts there as well, setting out the evidence which has been collected by states in relation to genocide and crimes against humanity against the Uyghur people. So it's a way forward. We're very hopeful that an investigation will be opened. If the prosecutor and the judge say, no, we're not going to open an investigation, that really gives us an opportunity as well, because then we can go to the Court of Appeal and challenge that determination. In the Rohingya case, you should know the prosecutor decided not to recommend the opening of an investigation, and they went to the Court of Appeal in Buenos Aires and they ordered an investigation to be opened. So whichever way it goes, we've got that opportunity of making these arguments before independent, objective judges, which I think is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And so before, if there's any question, I don't know how long time we have. And yeah, and as Michael said, we discussed a number of legal items during the ALMA Legal Summit. And one is just already being undertaken in Canada with the Human Rights Action Group and the Uyghur Advocacy Project. and because refoulement of Uyghurs is a violation of international law. In particular, is a violation of provision of genocide, convention, and convention against torture. And so that there are a number of countries, not only one: Egypt, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, and Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan. They have a history of deporting the Uyghurs back, and those countries do not make any reservation at ICJ. And for that reason, there is a possibility that we can make our case at ICJ. And for that reason, our first request from the Canadian authorities just to register a diplomatic communication with Egypt and Kyrgyzstan is the first step. And then some other steps will follow. And also it is important that we are looking at volunteer the countries that can support our initiative. And also we have to get some sort of support from the UN General Assembly and at least to seek the legal opinion from ICJ about the Uyghur genocide. And China cannot veto it because there is a vote and we need the support from majority of countries, and if we work together, and it should be possible, just the seeking legal opinion from the ICJ is not a political discussion. So hopefully we can get there. And if there's any question, yeah.
If I may just comment very briefly, you mentioned Afghanistan, and interestingly, Hazara communities in the UK are looking into bringing, well, of course, a country willing to take Afghanistan before the International Court of Justice, for also under Genocide Convention, for the treatment of the Hazaras in the country, and especially since the fall of Afghanistan in August 2021. So maybe that's an opportunity as well to join forces and then taking Afghanistan for breaches of the Genocide Convention in respect to Uyghurs and in respect to the Hazaras. So that could be also a very powerful joint initiative of communities that are targeted because of their identity.
Thank you. You have a question? Yeah. Okay. Keep it short. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, and for all your work in terms of the genocide happening in Uyghur and supporting through legal means. Michael, you mentioned about children's separation from the families, and we have a report on Tibet, which again, a UN expert has issued an alarming report last February that nearly 1 million Tibetan children are being separated and sent to colonial boarding school away from their family, age 4 to 5, and similar policies are being implemented in southern Mongolia. And of course we know about the concentration camp, and of course this policy of children separating from the family, shutting down all the primary schools, leaving no option, and if basically forcing them to send, they are not allowed to, if they will face consequence if they don't send their kids to this boarding school. So in terms of Tibet, nearly 1 million out of 6 million, 1 million Tibetan children are being separated. So collecting all this data, what are the opportunities? Does it also fall under the genocide, as you mentioned, or there can be a larger opportunity in terms of, again, southern Mongolia and all this region? Thank you.
It can appear as a very powerful indication of genocide and removal of children from their families, especially if they're taken away and prevented from learning about their culture and their language as well. There are similar policies, of course, in relation to Tibet and Mongolia. That's something we can definitely have a discussion about in relation to Tibet. But international law, of course, at the moment is quite focused on this idea about removal of children, because we have the ICC warrants against Putin and the Children's Commission in Russia for doing just that. So it's a hot topic in international law at the moment.
Would you like to make
just very briefly following up on what Michael said. Indeed, it is crucial to follow the case before the ICC in relation to the abduction of children from Ukraine to Russia, because this is the first of this sort. And of course, also in the case of Ukraine, one of the arguments for genocide is indeed in relation to the abduction of children and transferring them to Russia and stripping of their identity and making sure that they grow up as non-Ukrainians, as Russians. So again, it is crucial to look into the treatment of children across different genocides as a comparison and see how the current responses to similar atrocities are working. And indeed, the case of Ukraine is a great example and the step taken by the prosecutor at the ICC.
Thank you. And yeah, one advice from us, and I spoke a number of times with the Tibetan communities in Canada, and there's a good precedent from the Uyghur genocide that passed in Canada. So Tibetan communities should work with a number of parliamentarians and parliaments, just passed a similar motion in the parliament, and it helps you a lot. Okay, if there's any other questions? Yeah, that's good. And also, just by using privilege of the moderator, I would like to mention that we have to use and mobilize whatever, not only the legal tool, the administrative tool available. In every country, there is a certain mechanism just to address the issue of forced labor. And for example, in Canada, we used the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, and we submitted 14 complaints about 14 companies, and now 8 the companies already being investigated. And it is going to be a strong report about the ties with the Uyghur forced labor. And after that report, and we have a pretty good chance just to push the other government agencies to cancel the import license of those companies in Canada, and also stop the government subsidies. And for that reason, not only the legal means, and we have to also explore some other administrative means in our host countries just to explore these options.
Question? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
No microphone? Sorry if I missed some part of the panel, but however, thank you. And my question is, we already, Michael represent us, we went to in the Argentina in the universal jurisdiction, we already submission to the Argentina court. I believe around, maybe you know much better, around 40 countries around the world have a universal jurisdiction. We only know different cases process on the Argentina. Last couple of weeks ago, I met, in Germany have a universal jurisdiction, I heard. So a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, I talked prosecutor of Germany among this case is a possibility. But she's saying the preparator must be this Germany. She answered to me, and maybe she escaped. So this is the question. So each country may be different, but the condition may be different of condition. It will be good if you can answer the question. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in very quickly before Dr. Otschab does. I think what Dr. Otschab is going to say is that under German law, the perpetrator doesn't have to be in the country, but I think they have an unofficial policy that they want. No, she disagrees with me. I've heard that they have an unofficial policy that they require a perpetrator. But universal jurisdiction is permissive, so there's no international preventing all countries from having a really wide universal jurisdiction provision, which is something that I encourage the political representatives here to think about. Why are we limiting the use of universal jurisdiction to our own nationals when you've got these obligations under the Genocide Convention to prosecute? And so that's very important for states to go back and for politicians to go back and say, well, why don't we do what Argentina does? Why can't we open up our law so that these people don't get away with genocide, get away with crimes against humanity?
Thank you. So no, the perpetrator does not have to be in Germany in order to trigger the principle of universal jurisdiction. And we've seen that in the case of the Daesh perpetrators, and indeed the first conviction for genocide, that was of an Iraqi individual who was not even in Germany at the time of issuing the arrest warrant. He was in Greece at the time, and Greece sent him to Germany to stand a trial. And most recently, just a few days ago, Clone Foundation for Justice filed 3 cases against Russian perpetrators in German courts. And again, they are not in Germany, they are back in Russia at the time. So this is just 2 examples, and there have been proceedings also against Syrian perpetrators who are not in the country. So I think the information that you provided is wrong, but also I can connect you with a wonderful German lawyer who has been working on the cases of the Yazidi genocide and now is working on the cases of the Russian atrocities.
Yeah, please.
Yes, excuse me. I don't know specifically the case of Germany, but I know that they don't need, because we have the case of the Syrian that they have disappeared in Syria, and the case went to court, and it was a judgment on that. In the case of France, because this is something I can say, in the case of France, we have a very tough restriction, because effectively the perpetrator has to be on a regular basis on the country. This is one of the restrictions. But on the other case, what is very interesting is in the Syrian case, when we look at the César dossier, you know these thousands of people, the photograph that César has took out of Syria. The French government, what they did, and other European governments also did, is to go through the picture to find out if there wasn't a binational inside. And in this case, there is no restriction, because if it's a binational, it goes directly under the status of Rome.
I can say in regards to France, France is a brilliant jurisdiction in relation to bringing cases against companies as well. So that's something that the Uyghur community can look at and other communities can look at. It seems to be leading, at least in Europe, in relation to litigation against companies for participation in international crimes. So I'd be very happy to have a chat to you about that.
Obviously, I spent way too much time with Michael, because that's precisely what I wanted to comment. And there is an important case, Lafarge, and that was in the case of, again, Daesh perpetrators working on having some kind of agreement with that company, and the company benefiting to some extent from the atrocities. So a very important case that could be also replicated in relation to companies that benefit from Uyghur labor. And on that note as well, I think in the US it would be worth exploring whether it is possible to bring proceedings under the Alien Tort statute, and I wonder whether anyone is already working on it. But again, yet another opportunity, what else to explore?
Actually, this is really good legal brainstorming session. Okay, yeah, let's get the last question.
Мен Қазақстандан келген. Қазақстан Қытай bilen чекара болып, Қытайдан информацияны азыр Қазақстан арқылы алышқа болады. Қытайда ұйғыр милләтіде паспорт жоқ асасы. Қазақтардың жоқ, ama lekin azdab chegara arqali chiqib oladi. Endi Қазақстанда 50 тарта лагерь бар, ұшыққа шыққан, 1000 лагерь бар, іште ұшық шыққан 50 лагерь шәйтлер. Лагерь шәйтлерінің саламаттығы яқшы емес, лагерде дора işletкен, укол салып, әсте сақтылаш қабілетлері жоқ. Әмісінің экономикасы төмен, үй жоқ, іштіміз жоқ. Қазақстан бұқаралығы берген білен Қытай тарапының бесімі күштік Қазақстанда ішлей алмайды, ішлетмейді. Әмді суалымыз мұшы адамланы шетелге шықса шығара алмайды, шыға алмайды мұшындағы бар бар. Ondan кейін қашып келген адамдар бар, Қазақстанда ұшыққа шыққан 5 бар, яны 20 бар. Ұшыққа шықмаған. Қашып келген, ешқандай документі жоқ. Оланы 3 ай, 6 айдан ұзартып қойды, ешқандай бір құқығы жоқ, бір жерге барамайды, шетелге шықамайды. Қазақстан бұқаралығын мәңгі бермейміз деп таштырған бұларын қатар
Sometimes government issues 3 months permit temporarily, and so they are unable to move within the Kazakhstan and outside of Kazakhstan.
Kanada vizasını alған Uyghur tuqqanlarga ularni chiqarmay yotadi. Ularni qanday qilish kerak?
Also, there are Uyghurs who received a sponsorship and got the visa from Canada, but they are blocked at the airport.
Қешіп келген ұйғыр ағайындар бар, оларын қандай қылыш керек, ерұққа шықмаған. Ешқандай документі жоқ. Бізді іздеп келді, біз асты тұрып атыды, немі қылышының амалын сілерден сұрап атымыз.
It's not very much my area, but I was involved in evacuations of Afghan judges from Afghanistan after the Taliban took over, and we had a mission. Well, we were using Greece as a lily pad before we secured visas to other countries. And one key thing that helped us was actually, of course, having a wonderful collaboration with Greece to make sure that Greece engaged also with the authorities in Afghanistan. So in this case, it would be crucial for Canada to be fully involved with Kazakhstani authorities or Kazakhstani counterparts. And I think, at least in our case, that's what was key, and that's how we managed to evacuate Afghan judges, female judges, who were on the death list in Afghanistan. But again, this is just from our experience.
That is also the UN Migration Office, they have an office in Kazakhstan. And the Canadian government also contacted with them, and at some point officials from UN Migration Office contacted those Uyghur families who already received the Canadian visa. The issue is not about the Canada or UN migration. The issue is on the shoulder of Kazakhstan. They are just simply blocking exiting Kazakhstan. That is the issue, because there is a Chinese pressure, as you mentioned. Thank you, and our time is up. And so I hope we will continue to have this legal discussion. And the next time, more specific cases maybe. And thank you for listening. And sorry for if there's any shortcoming in my moderating. This is my first time. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session at the International Uyghur Forum Global Parliamentarian Convention is now starting.
Bravo Antwerpen. Wat heeft hij? Bravo zijn, bravo.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me well? I'm so happy to be here and to open this last panel. I know that I mentioned it's always a little bit hard at the end of the day, but I really hope that I will captivate your attention with a fascinating, at least for me, topic, which is the UN and how to work through this black box to seek accountability for atrocity crimes. My name is Rafael Viana. I am China Program Manager at the International Service for Human Rights. So just before starting and opening the panel, I just would like to welcome Ashia A. That is going to is of course an inspiring figure that I'm sure that most of us, even the ones outside of Japan, look a lot towards. Ashia Eri is, as you know, a member of the Japanese Parliament and the first Uyghur member of the Japanese Parliament. So I'll give you the floor for a couple of minutes for introductory remarks.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you everyone for being here today. I know this is the last session. We have a little interception from neighbors next door. But all good? Okay. Well, thank you for being here. And I know it's been exciting and harrowing and chilling for a few days. I'm honored to be called to this panel while our parliament's in session. I'll keep my remarks short. I am also a former UN officer. I worked for the UN Secretariat for about 6 years before running for office. And we're among the very people at the UN who could perhaps make the biggest difference within the system. So I would like to give them more time. But a few observations from more of a coordination role that I was in. I worked in the Secretariat for a long time, worked on coordination as regards many human rights issues. And what's been striking as regards this particular issue is, I think, two things. One is that because Uyghurs have been dehumanized in the Chinese narrative, not only that, but in the global narrative for so long, there is, and I'm just going to say it, because there isn't another way to say it, there is significant, I think, subconscious apathy towards the suffering of the Uyghur people within the UN system. What I mean by this is that whenever we have red flags as regards human rights, it comes in things like hate speech on social media. It comes in things like influential people, political figures starting to say racist things outright without consequences. It comes with things like lack of accountability for disrespect towards a specific group. And it comes, as a systemic way to dehumanize a specific group so that, human rights violations become less noticeable and more acceptable to the community. The UN community is very sensitive to this, right? We've seen many human rights issues. We've seen, things that were close to ethnic cleansing and genocide. That is not the Uyghur issue, other issues, right? We've seen conflict. A lot of my former colleagues are incredibly brave people who would, fly to Ukraine at a heartbeat, who came back from Iraq with so much trauma, who have contributed so much to global peace and security and protection of human rights. All of that is respectful. But what I've noticed is that I think, we're seeing the consequences of decades of Islamophobia. Just publicly being allowed on Western media, and that kind of narrative being adopted here in Japan because the West is saying it, we feel like we should be aligned with it sometimes, or because we don't understand the Islamic world better, we'll look to other people to explain it to us, and sometimes it comes through an Islamophobic filter. All of that, I think we're seeing consequences of when we look at why we haven't been able to garner more international support for the Uyghur issue. That's one. I just see less alarmed colleagues, right, within the UN when we talk about the Uyghur issue. If this were any other region, we would have an office, we would have a team, we would have, so much more resources to work on this, and we just don't. And there doesn't seem to be the same amount of motivation as there would be for any other country or any other issue that I've worked on. And for me, frankly, it's been dehumanizing to work in an environment like that, where you're working for somebody's human rights, everybody's human rights, every single day. You're also getting secondary trauma because you're reading about conflict and war and genocide all the time. Obviously, I wasn't working on the Uyghur portfolio, but you're doing that while your own people are being dehumanized by the very same institution you work for and you believe in. It's been a traumatic experience, and it's been incredibly liberating to be able to come here and to be able to speak my mind and to be able to speak to colleagues who share the same kind of share the same kind of concerns as I do without having to justify them. And that's the very entry point that we're still working on, is humanizing the Uyghurs. So that's one. Second, of course, is more mainstream. I think it's the growing influence of China in international institutions. China's a beast at international diplomacy. They're really, really good at using international frameworks in their favor, and that's not actually wrong. Japan could do the same, the United States could do the same, and that's the point of diplomacy. And our countries who share similar values as us, we just haven't been able to garner the same amount of motivation and strategy to make sure that these international institutions not only work for us, but also work for the very reasons they were built for, work for the values that we believe we stand for. We're just letting these institutions be, and we shouldn't. There's many ways for us to influence them. One is member state advocacy. I believe that our esteemed colleagues here would be, very much supported by stronger statements by Japan in different issues, right? Stronger statements by the United States, stronger statements by Australia. That would make your job easier, right? And so as members of parliament here, I think that's one thing we should note, is that member states are just as responsible and just as accountable to make sure that the United Nations works, right? We can't just let this institution be, it's an institution made for member states to make sure that we don't have the kind of conflicts that we've seen during the Second World War, to make sure that we don't have the Holocaust happen again. So I'll end my remarks there, and I very much look forward to learning from esteemed colleagues on the same panel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. I really want to pick up on one thing that you said that really strikes me, and I look also a lot at Sumritai because 80% of my time is working with Sumritai. But something that I'm sure that will really echo here, which is what you mentioned about the subconscious attitude towards the Uyghur issue at the UN, and that's something that we really see. At the International Service for Human Rights, our job is to support human rights activists from whatever they come, in using the UN mechanisms to provide them a platform to denounce abuses that they have faced, call for accountability for perpetrators, and our work is based on holding governments and the UN to account to its very first premise, which is that every single person has the right, has fundamental rights, and that we should respect that person's dignity, be it Uyghurs, be it in Myanmar, be it in Israel and Palestine, and it is really hard right now to advocate for this in a way that is principled, and for governments to act upon in a way that is principled. And we're basically fighting this battle, as you say, to fight this subconscious act. And it is really hard. But this is why we have an excellent panel today to provide us some insights, and I really hope that this can be as action-oriented as possible and that I can share with you what I think. Well, Sumrita and I say usually that we're pragmatic optimists toward the UN. We love and hate the UN at the same time. We're still here a couple of years later, still fighting for accountability measures for the Uyghurs. Just before opening the panel, I want to perhaps just flag a couple of points that are relevant for the context. The first, of course, is why the UN matters, in particular when it's a bureaucracy that is, of course, so slow, so big, so politicized in so many manners. But at least from our perspective and where we see it in Geneva, the UN matters for a couple of reasons. The first one being that it's a very strong and legitimate voice. It is the voice of the international community. And when I say the international community, I want to really say the international community, not what often we hear, which is very often the West, which is a very powerful actor, but where we see an increasing breach between the West and the global South. I think this is something that was mentioned in a couple of other panels. And the UN is one of the only, if not the only space where we can bridge that gap and have a very strong collective voice that responds to grave abuses. And the second one, of course, is that it's one of the few venues where it is possible for Uyghurs to document and denounce, bring evidence. And the mechanisms that are in Geneva are among the few ones in this world, given that China is not part of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. There is no regional human rights mechanism in Asia. Geneva is really one of the few places where you can really bring cases, information, and experts there, such as the ones that are sitting in this panel, are able to take them up, send them to the Chinese government, send them to governments. And this has proven a very important advocacy tool. So I hope that we can unpack a little bit the complexity of the UN. You mentioned the UN Secretariat, and the UN has expert and political bodies, and all of them respond to different motivations and different constraints. And they're often seen together as the UN, but it's a system that works at different speed. Probably we have the fastest part of the UN sitting at this table, and the slowest one, which is member states, sitting in Geneva and in New York. And I think what I want us to discuss today is how can we take stock of what has happened so far. What are the expectations that we can have from the UN system? What are the gaps, and how do we move forward, given the limitations, of course? In particular in terms of documentation and of investigation for future accountability when the day comes when the Chinese government will, of course, sit at a court and response for atrocities. So I'll first turn to you, Ahmed Shahid. Ahmed Shahid, you are a former special rapporteur on freedom of religion or belief. You're also the former foreign minister of the Maldives. Your experience on this issue is extremely vast, and your reports were very compelling in the UN. When you were a special rapporteur, you joined a series of joint statements by over 40 UN experts that have called for an investigation mechanism to look into human rights abuses in China. These happened in 2022 and also in 2020, so it's been almost 4 years now. Could you tell us a little bit more why such an investigation is critically important, and what else would it add in addition to the work that special rapporteurs do at the UN?
Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to express my delight to be here and to meet all of you, especially pay my tribute to Dr. Anasa and your colleagues in the World Congress. And of course, everybody who's been here for the past 2 days sharing your insights, your plans and your hopes and your aspirations moving forward. It's also very, very pleasant to hear from about China and UN in particular. But also, of course, the fact that we are convening in the Japanese Parliament is so important to the world. So it's a very, very important signal, more than a signal, just as well. I'm also mindful I'm meeting the last day of my government. The current rapporteur on minority rights issues. Of course, my former, current rapporteur and of course my Essex partner, in Human Rights Center in this meeting. Of course, the eminent Zumita for what you're doing here. Well, listening to what you were saying just now, I tell my students that UN doesn't have a single bullet for net protection. The best thing is to imagine the layered Swiss cheese model. All this, number of holes in it, but add the all layers together, you can create some resistance against the pressure that come on. So checked individually, none of the mechanisms actually will as what you want. But put together, if you can work together in a coordinated fashion, then you can have some impact. But the reason why I think there were, like I said, even Fernand himself was one of the rapporteurs joining me in this call, was all of us in the statement, was that as thematic mandate holders, we have the whole world to cover. And we are, of course, by the code of conduct required to cover globally, and also we have to look at all situations in a fair manner. But because we had consistently flagged concerns about China in our reports, all of us felt that rather than look at China in these very, if you like, bits and pieces, litigation and everything else as well, under items 2, which is about all human rights of everybody, and item 9 on Durban Declaration, we need to move to item 4 of the Human Rights Council, which is situations that require attention of the Council, meaning of grave violations. That would mean ideally getting a full-time person focused on the country. Previous Ambassador Curry's words yesterday, a pebble in the shoe, yes, but perhaps a bunch of pebbles, but not just pebbles, but some pair of eyes constantly, shedding light on what China is doing. I say this because I also worked previously as a reporter on Iran for 6 years, and I have a sense that that had some impact. Maybe I'm exaggerating my own work there, but I do think Iran actually cared about what was being done in that. More than that, it offered opportunity to work with the Iranian rights defenders, build their capacity, and also more than that, I also worked with other states. A large part of my work as a country reporter was not just focusing on the country itself, okay, but also other governments saying that, where is your, like we said, where is your peace here? What are you doing here? Say in China's case, China orders to go to the 5th committee of the GA. Who goes there? But it's very important, because that's where the budgets are approved. We approve something somewhere else, budget committee cuts it out, we have no lens. So it requires all of that engagement. What we said actually were 3 things. Create a country mechanism, that's ideal, but requires a number of votes for that. Or build better, a panel of experts, because that has enough hands to really pick up the evidence and get it there. That requires a vote as well. But okay, if you can get that, then envoy of the Secretary General, he can do it without necessarily going through a system. But that again is a single dedicated voice, well resourced, well regarded, powerful enough to do all things a rapporteur can do possible. Well, not everything, but very much like that. But in the essence of a rapporteur, that is very, very, very important. Now, why do I say this? Because all of us know China is listening right now, because it cares. Of course, unlike Iran or unlike many countries, China has something to worry about economically and militarily, of course, but they have a huge social vulnerability, because they can't afford to have the UN pick China in that fashion, right? That means they have a stigma for them from the perspective. So if there was a possibility of the Council taking China on item 4, or even something close to that, that's a problem for them. But more than a problem, it also means that there is no mechanism for all of us here to go and work with constantly regular, not just in passing, but a constant report on that. Imagine 2 reports a year to the Council, to the UN, discussing this issue. My passing comments were met with extreme anger from Chinese delegates. Imagine a full report, full 90 minutes on this. And of course, not just anger here, it's just empowering those who are the reports, also mobilize other people to come and join, and then really, I think, all the long run making some momentum. I will end by saying, I know it's difficult to get the votes here, but the High Commissioner's report last year identified 7 mandates who had made requests to visit and were denied a chance to go there. Now, I do think it is possible for these 7 mandate holders, the current mandate holders, because they were denied this chance to go there, and because it's mentioned in the report, to hold, in my view, 3 press conferences a year when they report to the Council in March or June or September or GA, where they come together and talk about their ongoing concerns about China and the legal situation and other matters they have. So there is that focus there. This doesn't require resolution. This requires the resolve of these 7 rapporteurs, and I hope that you can persuade them to do this. This has been done before, in passing, I suppose, on Sri Lanka, I believe this, and I think it's done on other countries as well. So there is a possibility. So there is an interim opportunity to do something to tell everybody China is item 4, and from there on you go to the what's it called.
Thank you so much. I do have another question for you. And you mentioned something that it also it shows the importance of the UN space, which is saving face is so important. And as you say, the stronger the government reviews allegations at the UN, the more that it actually means that it cares about this. And we see this. I see this in Geneva very, very often. In terms of the very strong opposition that the government gets. Now, in what you're saying, something that is also very key is that any form of investigation, that would need, as you say, more hands and looking into the evidence is a requirement for accountability for any justice process. And when other parts of the UN system are blocked, the Security Council, of course, where China has a veto, or more political parts of the UN, such as the Secretary General, who need to appoint an envoy where we don't necessarily see so far willingness to do so. The Human Rights Council has been one of the few places in this very polarized world where very grave situations actually were met with an adequate response in terms of investigation, etc. There are a few exceptions, and one of them, of course, is this one. Last year, as everybody knows, after the UN published its reports finding possible crimes against humanity committed, a draft resolution at the Human Rights Council was proposed by a group of countries, and it was one of the few resolutions in the history of the Human Rights Council to be defeated by a very narrow margin of 3 votes. From 17 yes to 19 no's, knowing that we need a majority of yeses, and a number of governments that have abstained. I think what strikes us a lot is that actually a number of members of the OIC, of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, abstained or voted against it. That includes Qatar, that includes Indonesia, that includes Kazakhstan, that includes Pakistan. Now, I guess I also appeal to your experience as a former foreign minister, also of the Maldives, a government that now sits at the Human Rights Council. How do we engage with those governments when such a resolution is brought back to the Human Rights Council?
Well, thank you. I think we had a session, I think earlier today we spoke about this issue, and we had a very heated discussion about it. But having worked in a government and also looking at different issues, as Idris was saying earlier, my main takeaway is that the OIC, with activities on the states, isn't one. It's often led by 4 or 5, louder voices. But there are dissenting voices within. Even in the vote, we saw Albania and others not take part in that. But in even a general meeting, we have some of the states like, I would say, the Gambia, Senegal, many others, often, even Jordan sometimes, don't really follow the pack as it were. So the most important thing would be unpack the OIC into its small bits and get to know each state individually. And within each state, also know the players individually, because they are also bureaucracies. They all have their own personal agendas, worries, concerns, ambitions, and so on and so forth. Get to that level, that micro level. Then see, again, the option is not yes or no. Option could be one not turning up. It could be an absent vote, or of course abstention as well. But an absent vote also matters. And then not just the OIC, look at others who are staying and see if you can convert them into a post. It's going to be a very difficult task. But I think the challenge is how to unpack some smaller bits and to begin to work on that. There are many divisive debates in the OIC on death penalty, on LGBT rights, and not everybody is the same voice. Again, they come together, but there are many different voices within. So I think that is something we need to work on. And also, more broadly, I think we also focus on creating a dissonance within the government, within countries of what the governments are doing. Of course, I think the biggest driver here is the economic dependence on China. That probably can't change until we go and change the World Bank, IMF, and the Western countries give aid to other countries, but that's not happening. But that dependence will remain. But then also within many of these countries also have elections, and there are different parties within the different. In my own country, there's a pro-India party and a pro-China party. I think we missed a beat when the pro-India party was in office to actually get that vote for the European community. Now we have a pro-China government coming in, and we have to see where we go with that. But the thing is, there is difference within each state. We need to work at that level. And then I was also listening to this morning's debate, wondering, perhaps we ask Pew or Gallup or somebody to look a poll of what Muslims in this country think and know about the legal situation. Now you put Palestine, everybody's in the streets. Kashmir, don't care. Rest of India, bulldoze norms, we don't care. But the Quran, we care. I mean, what is going on? Something is not right, right? So I think it's not just the Uyghur situation, I think it's a situation of how these countries, people understand things. Of course, also, bear in mind, these are not often democracies. People may have aspirations, they can't express them. And like you said, we spent decades suppressing the religious voice in this country, so now we can't actually mobilize them. Also, I am wary of using religion as a way to mobilize anything. But I think that people care in these countries, and if we really get to the integrated level of finding some resonance, I think bureaucracy is good to some extent. I think legal action is very good that it works, but we also have to think beyond the law and beyond institutions. We have to find ways to resonate with the people. This morning I mentioned framing issues of corruption, anti-corruption drive. Why are these governments supporting that? Is there corruption involved in this? How is that? We've seen in Iran time and time again how women stand up against patriarchy and autocracy and so on and so forth. Perhaps there is some link to build something, find ways to build multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder, multi-dimensional relationships. Although my mandate ended, I am looking at building a coalitions that very much motivate the Uyghur community's work. I haven't told anybody this, but I was preparing a report, an annex to my report, a final report on China. I couldn't put it through because of the timing of China's approval for the visit of the High Commissioner, which came in March, my report was in March, so I couldn't do that. It wasn't fair for me to kind of just put something on when she was going to go there. But I think they knew my report was coming. Of course they knew. And that was one of the reasons for the timing of it. But the point is, so much work to be done and we can do it. And I'm looking to work with everybody within the coalition across different groups to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm very curious about that. So I think you mentioned something important, which is that this people-to-people engagement that is very important beyond just government-to-government engagement too. And how do we engage, and the challenge of engaging with people and with populations outside of the democratic frameworks. Now I'll turn to you, Somretai, precisely to talk about another group of countries that have abstained or opposed this resolution that was so important for us to move ahead for accountability at the UN, which is democracies, but from the global south. So we had a number of abstentions from countries that traditionally are very supportive of human rights, such as Argentina, Mexico, and Brazil, and a number of African countries, such as Namibia or Cote d'Ivoire, who even voted against, while usually being much more supportive on other situations. So how do we engage with those? What needs to happen in these countries for these governments to actually comply with their traditional foreign policy positions, or piggybacking on what Ahmed just said about pro-India or pro-China, how can we break away from the pro-China, pro-US dynamic and actually build a pro-human rights position in those countries?
Thank you, Raf. Actually, that's a really complicated question that you asked me, because I think I've spent every day in the last 4 years asking myself the same question. And I'm still figuring it out as we go. I think we're figuring it out with allies, with you together. Based on my experience at the UN in the past 4 years in Geneva, it's one thing that is necessary, and it's the base of everything, is openness. Openness to discuss these issues in a secure manner, because oftentimes us community members, Uyghur human rights defenders, Tibetan human rights defenders, Chinese human rights defenders, we face huge risks when we advocate for our community's rights. The number of times I was followed at the UN, photographed against my will, and just, these kind of instances that make you feel unsafe to be even present advocating for your community rights at the UN. So I think the openness to discuss these things in a safe environment is extremely important, and I think this is what we have with most democracies. When we meet with missions, I feel most of the time I feel safe. But I feel less safe when I meet with countries that are very close to China or have endorsed China on many occasions at the UN. So I think this is something that that is kind of the base. And also, I mean, this spring we also went together on a very huge journey in Latin America for an advocacy, 2-week advocacy in Brazil, Argentina, Costa Rica, and Chile. And one thing that we realized is that actually they can be open to have these conversations that are necessary to advance human rights. Because actually at the end of the day, our issues are similar. I think for us it was a very interesting trip because we realized that the people in these countries and civil society actors and many of the stakeholders have actually can relate to our stories because what we were discussing were issues like enforced disappearances, arbitrary detention, family separation, forced labor. They all related to our stories, and they actually learned a lot because what they were hearing all the time was kind of the Chinese propaganda, the Chinese narrative, because China has so much influence and power over these countries, or even in the public opinion there, that it makes such a difference to actually be present in the capital and to engage with the people ourselves and not let, just media do the work, because most of the time we don't know what kind of information they're being, distributed to. So I think that's one thing that's necessary, is that if we want to change the narrative, it takes in-person advocacy. I think that's what we learn, is go to capitals, go to Geneva, and actually meet them. Sometimes, in Geneva it's more complicated. They just don't want to meet us, especially when they hear Uyghur, they're immediately scared, and it happened also in capitals. The number of meetings that were canceled because of Chinese pressure, every stakeholder that we wanted to meet in these countries, the Chinese government or the Chinese embassy called them to actually urge them not to meet with us. So I think this is, there's also like this, there needs to be some sort of risk that they are willing to take, the opposition. So a political will, a political courage to meet with human rights defenders that are affected by these issues. And I think there's a huge need to push back against the Chinese narrative that there's no issue with in the region in East Turkestan. I think there's a lot to do on that, but also a lot to do with also awareness raising and educating the public and changing the public opinion in these places. Because most of the civil society actors that we met, they were very keen to help, they were very supportive, and they said, we didn't know, we just didn't know. It was a matter of lack of awareness. Now that we have heard your stories, your personal stories, I remember the numerous times when Dolkun shared his personal story of how his mother died in a concentration camp, or how he's been cut off from his family members, or how I have been cut off with my family members. The people were very, very emotional, and they said, let us help you. So I think it takes a lot, but also not so much if people are willing to help.
Thank you. Again, reinforcing the importance of people-to-people engagement, and really to be present in this question of how do we build bridges across countries, and not only, of course, with the West, but with others in the global South. And I think something that you mentioned is very important, is really the value of human story, the value of storytelling, the value of sharing what you've been through, and that's perhaps the most effective way to counter a narrative, and in particular in spaces where human rights advocacy is framed as Western or Westernized. How do we break away from this? Well, we appeal to every person's humanity by sharing your own story, and as you see, those issues, right? Now, I have another question for you, which is, as you know very well, the UN system is complex, has different actors evolving there. We talked about the OHCHR report, the UN Human Rights Office report. We talked about the Human Rights Council, that is mostly a political body. We are here with UN Special Rapporteurs. There's also UN committees sitting in Geneva that periodically analyze the situation in China. But something that we have seen is a lack of trust from the Uyghur community, or a trust, if I could say, is that was eroded because of specific steps that parts of the UN have taken. So I think that was particularly strong during the time of High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, her, if I may say, catastrophic visit to China, and the fact that her report, which was excellent, came in perhaps a little bit too late. So that didn't contribute to the trust. How can we rebuild that? What are the expectations from your perspective of the Uyghur community towards the UN? And what all these different bodies, again, that evolve at different speeds, have to do to rebuild that trust?
I think you're right. For us Uyghurs, it's been very challenging. I think everyone can imagine how hard it is to be separated from your family members for so long. I mean, you don't speak to your loved ones for 1 week, and it feels already long enough. So imagine 5, 6, 7 years with no communication at all, when digital communication has never been easier and more accessible than ever. So I think for us, in the beginning, there was a real momentum after during the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination's review on China in 2018, and during the UPR, Universal Periodic Review on China in 2018, there was real momentum because for the first time there were major headlines in major outlets like BBC, New York Times, Reuters, and so many others in every single language. And we said at the time, we said, finally, although we were living, going through crimes against humanity, genocide, we said, finally, our voice is being heard. I remember demonstrations were being held by our organization in front of the UN, in front of, when it was happening, and we were just making pleas, please, the UN, listen to us. And it was like, it felt like it was finally our moment, and we put so much trust and so much hope into the system. And so when the concluding observations, recommendations came out, I mean, there was, especially the third one, it was a very historic moment because it was the first time that the UN, a UN body acknowledged the issue or classified the issue as being severe and said that there were at least 1 million of Uyghurs in concentration camps. And so at that time, we all thought, that's it, we got it, we have something at the UN, and it did help a lot. But of course, since then, I have not seen anything happen to hold the Chinese government to account. And I think in between 2018 and now, there were a few steps that were taken, but there were so many, challenges that came along, especially around the issuing of the High Commissioner's report last August and the catastrophic visit. There were so many emotions in our community. We were, some people were saying, oh, this is great because finally a UN expert gets to visit the place. And then there were also opinions like, oh, well, she's not going to have access because it's just pure propaganda. The government is using this for their own benefit. And this is exactly what happened. It was a disastrous show, and I think it did not help anything. It didn't advance the cause. It did not, the Chinese government was not held accountable. And then the next Human Rights Council session, after that report was issued, we know what happened. A resolution was led by UN member states, a coalition of like-minded countries, and we both know how much we worked hard for this, but meeting diplomats, and they were telling me, well, no, we can't really vote on this because, it's the technicality around it, how like the visit and everything, it made it difficult for us to vote in favor. And so our community was once again, disappointed, but also we felt like we were being abandoned, basically, because we had all of these materials. I mean, in the past few years, special rapporteurs have done so much. I think this is literally the only mechanism at the UN that has actually helped with treaty bodies, help report, help document abuses, help highlight the issue. And they have done such amazing work, and we are so appreciative of their work. And I think our community is only thanking them because the UN system as a whole has failed our community and has continuously, done so. And also member states. I mean, how difficult is it to vote yes on a situation that deserves the merit deserves the attention of everyone. And I just want to end by saying that last November 23, 2022, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination adopted its Decision 108 on serious human rights violations committed in the region under its early warning and urgent action procedure. And through which it refers for the first time the matter to the attention of the Special Advisor of the Secretary General on the Responsibility to Protect, like the Joint Office. It was the first time, and in the very short decision, which is very clear and comprehensive, it actually put the responsibility on member states to act on this issue, on this genocide. But that's been very challenging, we both know this. Nothing has happened since. So I think it's safe to say that the Uyghur community feels like they've been abandoned by the entire UN body. But again, we're still there. We're still working in the system because we also know that this is perhaps the only place where our voice can be heard at this level.
Thank you so much. I think the conclusion here is that the role of UN member states and reaching out beyond our traditional allies is really important, not only to move towards an investigation, but also to rebuild trust. Now, if we take a couple of steps back, and we understand the need for documentation and investigation, but looking at what has been done already at the UN system level, the OACHR report finds the possible commission of crimes against humanity in relation to mass-scale arbitrary detention. However, of course, there's a lot of other elements that support the commission of international crimes, and this is why I'd like to turn to you, Mr. Devarel. This is one of your last occasions to speak about this as a special rapporteur on minority issues, so it's an honor to be at the end of your mandate on this, and you've done so much for the cause. You've analyzed it from a lot of different angles. Now, we have this conclusion that links crimes against humanity with arbitrary detention. What else is missing in the legal analysis of the international crimes committed by the Chinese government?
Merci beaucoup, Rafael. Obrigado. Good afternoon, everyone. Konnichiwa. Hi, Lik Kunduz. Sorry for that. Bonjour tout le monde. Assalamu alaikum. Well, first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Uyghur Parliamentary Caucus, the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, the Japan Uyghur Association, and the World Uyghur Congress for the honor of being part of this forum. This is the very last day of my mandate as Special Rapporteur. And you know what? I can't think of any better way to celebrate. My response will be short, everything that Ahmed said. There's an expression in English. Sometimes we can't see the forest from the trees. And I think there is a tendency, I'll begin with that, there's a tendency at the United Nations mechanism to focus on individuals. Sometimes, of course, and when we talk about crimes against humanity, on a very large number of individuals whose rights in international law are not being respected. But there is more than individuals being attacked or mistreated. What we're seeing is, I think, an element which perhaps is not sufficiently reflected. Whole communities are targeted. Now, there has been, as we've heard, a number of, or in fact, many statements and a number of communications from special procedures, including myself, on the situation of the Uyghur and other minorities, including the Tibetans. And by the way, as someone mentioned that earlier today, we had a communication last February on about 1 million Tibetan children who were actually removed from their families for most of their childhood and put into residential schools. My mandate and a few others, just issued another communication just a few weeks ago in relation to the Uyghur and other Turkic or Muslim children. And this was on the 23rd of September, so it's relatively fresh, and perhaps some of you are not familiar with it. But in this communication a few weeks ago, we express our very grave concerns over allegations of a significant expansion of Xinjiang's state-run boarding school system, which fails to provide education in the children's mother tongue, but also forcibly or involuntarily separates hundreds of thousands, or allegations of perhaps even as many as 800,000 Uyghur and other minority Muslim children being removed from their families and communities, leading to what? Well, leading to their forced assimilation, to the loss of connection with their families and communities, and undermining their ties to their culture, religion, and linguistic identities. Now, in other countries in the past, what I just described, for example, in Canada, Australia, and others, what I just described in history would be called genocide. This is what the removal of indigenous children from their families has been recognized now. But what I just described, even those communications are just the treats, there is also a force. There's something systematic happening in China, which I think we're failing to capture. There are also claims of sterilization of Uyghur and other minority women, of destruction of mosques. In fact, I heard a percentage of perhaps 65% of mosques being destroyed. Old historical sites also being eliminated. Expropriation of traditional and pastoral lands. That started decades ago. Some of you may be old enough to remember the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, how it actually seized control of huge amounts of land, and also assuming control over many aspects of social and economic life, which favors Han over indigenous Uyghurs. You have the insertion of Han and other Chinese into Uyghur families under the United as One Family program. Think of it. You're forced to accept a stranger to live within your own family. How much that is an infringement on your private and family life. And all of this and many other aspects we really are not focusing on very much, are we? How many times have you heard about this at the United Nations? Almost never. The immense, massive restrictions on freedom of religion happening in Xinjiang, especially amongst the Uyghur family. We know we've heard about more modern forms of slavery, and what we do not account is for the overall objectives and effects of what it is involved. It involves millions and millions of people. The scale is staggering. The effect destructive, even, well, we could say inhumane. The report by the OHCHR, for example, found that serious human rights violations have been committed in Xinjiang, and the implementation of strategies and associated policies has led to interlocking patterns of severe and undue restrictions on the wide range of human rights. And the report continues, often directly or indirectly affect Uyghur and other predominantly Muslim communities. The problem with the diplomats, and even the United Nations, is sometimes we're too polite, aren't we? This is way too timid. The report talks about possibly a massive 10 to 20% of the adult population being in some form of detention or vocation, so-called vocational education and training centers in 2017 and 2018. 10 to 20% of the adult population. What is this? In most other countries of the world, this would be seen as a massive intrusion and incarceration of your civilian population. Think about that. In any other civilized society, what should we be doing? We should be crying, shouting from the rooftops that this is completely inhumane, uncivilized. This is my last day in Special. Now, the report of the OHCHR, the Office for the High Commissioner, highlights credible reports on the destruction of religious shrines and mosques, the banning of certain Muslim names, the banning of wearing of religious symbols, large-scale incarceration of minorities, as we mentioned, long separation of families, including children, bans on the types of clothing, all in the name of fighting extremism as possible violations of basic human rights. It also points out that the language of Uyghur and other minority languages have been almost completely replaced by Puzhonghua, Mandarin for others, as medium of instruction in education, except maybe for a token few hours a week, in most. There are other aspects which were perhaps not sufficiently developed before. How children have been separated from their parents, not sufficiently. How there are programs to encourage Uyghur women to marry Han Chinese. Really? Is this what we're talking about? I could make some other comments, but I think we are seeing extreme measures that do not exist, to my knowledge, in any other country in the world. We have extreme restrictions on religious practices. There are programs to encourage Uyghurs to leave Xinjiang, work or study outside the region. There is apparently a dramatic and disproportionate drop compared to the rest of China in the number of Uyghur children now being born, along with claims of forced sterilization and birth control. What is missing at the United Nations, what is missing from the OHCHR report, is that the result of all of these efforts must be the intentional and forced assimilation of Uyghurs and others, such as Tibetans, in fact, we should mention them also, who are facing similar types of restrictions. And it's logical to interpret these as intentional measures in order to erase the Uyghur identity as a community. Their language, their culture, their history, and their religion, except for occasional tokenistic and folkloric dancing and singing. I find that quite offensive, but that's another issue. It is difficult not to see a systemic attempt to destroy an entire civilization, a nation. The Uyghur and other Turkic minorities, but also Tibetans, and increasingly, by the way, the Muslim minority also, they seem to be treated, and we're talking about millions of people, they seem to be treated collectively as a threat. And it's not only individuals that are targeted. Remember, we at the United Nations focus on individual rights, as we do, as we must. But we seem to have much more here. There are communities which are targeted massively and specifically linked to the rise, and I would say instrumentalization by the CCP of Han nationalism. It's assimilation or more complete domination or control or even erasure. Erasing. Secondly, and I will end soon, because I am told there's a time limit. Secondly, whether we call the situation involving the Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities a possible genocide or crimes against humanity or massive human rights violations, no allegations should be excluded. In other words, use every single tool that you can. What is occurring in Xinjiang and Tibet is so massive, of such a scale and gravity, and with such glaring and unrelenting intent and drama, that the international community can no longer, in my opinion, be passive or silent. But currently, there is no mechanism that could collect and preserve, as Ahmed has mentioned, evidence from Xinjiang and engage on the issue of international crimes in relation to international law. Myself and other colleagues, as has been mentioned earlier today, called on the human rights to convene a special session on China. Not very successfully, obviously. Heard about the resolution also. But still, I would go still further and continue to call for states to work together to table a resolution at the Human Rights Council if possible. Did not succeed, but it could succeed eventually. Or the UN General Assembly. I think there's also possibilities there to establish an independent investigation mechanism for the collection and preservation of evidence of potential crimes and massive violations of human rights. And this has been done before for Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Ukraine, to name but a few. Perhaps the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights could actually be convinced to establish a kind of working group or expert, special independent expert, to focus on the scale, and in fact almost unheard of massive violation of human rights that we have. Now let me be blunt. I was not blunt earlier, so now I'm going to be blunt. That's a very bad joke, so. If the international community can do it for these and others, including the Ukraine, by the way, then the exceptional nature and large-scale gross violations that are claimed against minorities in Xinjiang demand action from the United Nations and the international community. Even if it has not yet been successful, it does not mean it could not happen. With the lobbying efforts, with the pathways, the suggested policy approaches, which I mentioned yesterday and today. To paraphrase Martin Luther King Jr., to do nothing, to be silent, is to be an accomplice. And silence is no longer an option. The important thing is to focus on despite the setbacks, despite the reluctance or inability of the United Nations to act in any real, tangible way, still, the international community cannot allow itself to do nothing and to be an accomplice. We must not be silent, but continue efforts to seek justice for those inside of China who cannot defend themselves. For in the end, we should still be guided by a fundamental document of our humanity at the end of the Second World War. The universe proclaims in the very first words of the preamble that the recognition of the inherent dignity and equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. We, the United Nations and the international community, have probably failed miserably to guarantee freedom, justice, and hence also peace. And we're seeing the consequences today. We have more violent conflicts around the world today than at any time since the end of the Second World War. And it suggests that we need to correct, to do much better, to do more. That's what we have done in the ignoring the situation in Xinjiang and other parts of the world. I think has directly led to the situation, the critical situation we have today around the world in many parts of the world. And that's what we must work towards, keeping the pressure on, especially now, despite the failings of the international institutions such as the United Nations, and the failings of member states also, even liberal democracies and others, which should actually be supporting, addressing what is happening now. Freedom, justice, and peace for Uyghur, Tibetans, and others. Freedom, justice, and peace. Merci. Domo arigatou.
Very much, and I think this was a very moving and inspiring way to finish your mandate. I hope that was to the level. We can reassure you that from the perspective of those of us who sit in Geneva, we're not going to leave that city until we get a resolution to address the Human Rights Council, so you can rest reassured. But I think you mentioned a couple of points that are important. Of course, first, the complexity of the system, and that complexity gives room for creativity. And the second is that, despite how we call what's happening to the Uyghur people, it's important to address every single part of it. And there's a couple of areas that you enumerated where we need more documentation. Now I'd like to turn to our last but very distinguished panelist, Professor Obokata, who is currently the UN Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of slavery. So you're part of this body that should have started by explaining which are the special procedures. So a technical name, we like this in Geneva, but that basically refers to the UN-appointed Special Rapporteur, so independent experts. In your report last year to the Human Rights Council, you concluded, your thematic report, you concluded that some instances of Uyghur forced labor might amount to enslavement as a crime against humanity. Could you walk us a little bit more through that finding, and in particular, what do you need, what kind of support do you need to continue to do this vital documentation work from the side of special rapporteurs?
Well, thank you very much. 皆様こんばんは。私は日本人で小保方智也と申します。ただいまの国連人権理事会で現代的形態の奴隷制担当の国連特別報告者を務めております。I'm just going to stop my Japanese here because in interest of the majority of the audience, and plus, to be honest, my Japanese is not that great. Even though I've been living abroad for more than half of my life, so please forgive me, but I'm trying to speak slowly. Well, thank you very much for the question. Just to give a little bit of information, I decided to do a report on the exploitation of minorities last year to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Declaration of the Rights of Minorities. And then as Ahmed said, we cover globally, so I examined different parts of the area, including the treatment of Uyghur population in Xinjiang province. And so that's I decided to do, and that part that global attention, which I am very pleased to see that. And it's one of the key tasks of the special procedures like ourselves to promote international standards with respect to our own mandates. And in my case, that includes, of course, international human rights law, international labor law, as well as international criminal law. In terms of the definition of enslavement, I looked at the Article 7 of the Statute of International Criminal Court, and definition under that is exactly the same as the one given under the Slavery Convention 1926, which is the most important instrument for my mandate. Now, in a nutshell, the key aspects of slavery or enslavement is the exercise of powers over individuals. And there is a strong dependency relationship between the controller and those who are controlled. And they feel that the powers or control exercised over them are so strong that they cannot escape from their situation. And the only choice is to oblige. The indicators of slavery may include, but are not limited to, internment and detention, constant surveillance, threat or violence, including of a sexual nature, as well as abusive living and working conditions. And I applied, in my report, I applied law into these indicators and came to my own conclusion on enslavement as a crime against humanity in various cases. The same, of course, is true for the existence of forced labor, which is a slightly different context, lesser than slavery, but again, there are clear indicators of forced labor in many cases. So the question is, how did I identify these indicators to reach my conclusions? Well, I relied on a wide variety of sources, such as submissions by stakeholders, independent academic research, reports published by civil society and international organizations, and judicial decisions of international tribunals. I also held individual consultations in which some of you have here today have kindly took part, and I was also able to speak to victims and witnesses of labor and sexual exploitation. Now, as independent experts, we must be fair to all sides in collecting information. In this regard, I also received and analyzed information provided by the government of China and Chinese scholars based in the country who produced some research in this area. And I also sent my draft to the government and held a virtual consultation so that I could listen to their side of the story. And after this, what I did was to cross-check all information I received and test the validity of each piece of information and obtain a credible narrative as to what has been happening in Xinjiang province. And my conclusion, once again, the forced labor has been in existence in that region, and some instances, at least some instances, may amount to enslavement as a crime against humanity. Now, obviously, the best scenario is to visit China and conduct independent investigation, but after publishing my report. I'm not sure that is going to happen, but I'll keep trying, sending a request to visit that country so that I can have a proper investigation. So the best I could do in that report was to provide a reasonable conclusions as opposed to definitive conclusions. But I think evidence is overwhelming from a wide variety of sources. So to conclude, I did not really rely on one or two sources. I examined volumes of evidence. I could not put everything in that report because I was told to cut down the footnotes because simply it was too large. So I have to cut down. But so what is needed for documentation? So I would very much appreciate continued cooperation from you, those who have been victimized in these atrocious practices, as well as those organizations working in a field to protect and promote the rights of Uyghur, Tibetan, and other minorities who have been suffering. And the of paramount importance, in my view, is testimonies from victims and witnesses. And this afternoon, I was listening to a message about the importance of listening and trusting what they have said. And I have done that last year. I did trust the testimonies of witnesses and victims, and will continue to do so. So please, I'd like to salute you for and others for their courage and integrity in coming forward and providing. I know that it must be so painful to provide this kind of information to us, but I was very touched by your statement this afternoon. I was very touched by the people who have provided information to me directly last year, and I would like, if possible, please continue to do so through your colleagues and through directly to any of us. And we are not some abstract entities who only receive or speak to member states. No, we are very much, we stand beside you. So please do approach us anytime you want to, and I very much look forward to working with you. And I'd like to close by thanking, I'm very honored, first of all, to join a panel with esteemed colleagues, my special procedures colleagues. Congratulations on your very last day, and luckily you're spending your last day in my own country. And thank you very much for Mr. Afia for coming with us. And finally, thank you very much to the organizers, Congress and Japan Association, for inviting me and my colleagues this afternoon. So thank you. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Again, I think that the strength of your report, from what you're saying, really stems from the conjunction of the courage of those who decide to testify, and the rigor, of course, of your analysis, and those things together really bring us to a very strong conclusion that echoed a lot at the right moment just before the Human Rights Council considered the resolution. I believe we have a few minutes perhaps for Q&A after this very rich conversation. So I would like to perhaps take opportunity 2 questions, give you time, and then give a chance for our panelists to respond. I see Professor Zins. Sorry, I didn't bring my glasses, which was a very big mistake. So you do mind.
Thank you very much. I have a question for probably any of the rapporteurs, potentially in particular Mr. Obokata. In my research on forced labor, I really see a strong correlation between the types of forced labor, of labor transfer as a form of human trafficking. And I know that human trafficking is explicitly the area of a separate rapporteur, and I would be very interested if this rapporteur has been at all sort of engaging on the issue, is interested, or if one could maybe stimulate interest or sort of make some progress so that we have both the aspect of forced labor and the aspect of human trafficking, because labor transfers really remove Uyghurs, and that's part of a population strategy to transfer them. And of course, in my report in 2021 on the Nankai report, I had several international legal experts do an evaluation, including former Ambassador Stephen Rapp, and they came to the conclusion that labor transfers could constitute the crime of humanity of forcible transfer. So that's my question. but we're collecting questions. Who's next?
So I have two questions. One very general and anybody could answer, which is, to my knowledge, the General Secretary has never said anything about this, and I'm wondering why. The other question is, particularly for Special Rapporteur de Varones, who was talking about the focus on individual rights. I'm wondering if, to my knowledge, the one area of the UN that deals with collective rights is the indigenous rights and the Special Rapporteur for indigenous issues. And do you think that that is a strategy that has any usefulness for the Uyghur movement in terms of getting the attention of the Special Rapporteur for indigenous issues as well?
I think we have time for a third. I see a gentleman there. I'm sorry. I have to arbitrarily limit time.
As the conference is concluding, I think it would be very helpful also to remember that Japan has her own indigenous people who amazingly were only recognized as indigenous people of Japan 4 years ago. And they still have not had their rights restored for their basic cultural issues of fishing. So don't forget that. The indigenous people of Japan look very different than the Japanese. Their view is that they were colonized essentially by Chinese. And just 4 years ago they were recognized. So please don't forget the Ainu, the indigenous people of Japan, who are very proud and considered this country originally theirs.
Since this was also not a question, I still want to ask if there's one last question. Yes. Can we perhaps get a mic? Sorry.
My question is, before the release of the human rights, UN Human Rights Office last year, and there was the media report that the Chinese government officials, till the last minute, tried to water down the special wordings in the report. Just I would like to know if that is the case. If there's any reduction or are there any change of the wordings of the report before releasing it by the Chinese government? This is my first question. And secondly, and in your report, and you talked about the possible commission of enslavement and the forced labor and the drop of birth rate of the Uyghur women and reduction of population. And so in Canada, for example, the transfer of the indigenous children to residential school, that was enough to call it genocide, and the Canadian government called that. Why you fail to call it genocide when it comes to Uyghurs? And you mentioned a number of the criminal the elements of the genocide the convention, just like the transfer of children from one group to another, that is the element of genocide. Why you did not just to call it genocide?
Very much. So I guess we'll start with you, Professor.
Sure. The first question on the trafficking, yes, I do agree that trafficking by definition is moving someone against their will, and if they have been transferred, of course, that is human trafficking. And Shimon Lally, the Special Rapporteur on Trafficking, and I work very closely along with Special Rapporteur on minorities. Oftentimes we send communications to the governments and other entities together. A couple of years ago, we sent communication to about 150 companies which have linked to the Xinjiang province, and that include Japanese companies, American companies, European companies. So we do that quite often, and I think she has expressed her concern over the Xinjiang, Uyghur, and also Tibetan situation. So I think we are very much, so one of the good things about us is that we do work quite well together. So that's that. And then the question on the potential interference by Chinese government. As I said, I did send a draft, and I did not change anything. and I did listen. So my job was to collect all information, as I said, and again, validate and triangulate each piece of information, and then come to my own conclusion as to what is reasonable to conclude. So, no, I mean, you know, I think even China does respect our independence. We are independent entity. We are appointed by the council, but we are not an official employee of the United Nations. We don't receive salaries. We do this on a volunteer basis, so that makes us quite independent. And the government, you know, I have not been threatened or anything like that. We did have a conversation, but still, I was able to publish in a way. But I know the High Commissioner's office is different because she did admit that she was under. Okay. But she was under the enormous pressure, as I understand it. But she managed to do it a few hours before she left the office, I suppose. I'll stop there.
Merci beaucoup. In terms of collective rights, may I just say that, in fact, there's a little bit more than that, the right of self-determination of indigenous peoples. In fact, the right of self-determination is a collective right of peoples, not limited to indigenous peoples. And the question becomes, well, who is a people? And that the concept has changed over time. And we now include indigenous people who are not originally considered to have any kind of right of self-determination. But that's one right, a collective right. You might even say the prohibition of genocide, because it actually refers to an ethnic, racial, or religious group that is actually threatened of being eliminated as a group itself. So I think there is an important collective aspect here, which obviously is significant also in relation to the Uyghurs. And finally, even though it's not strictly a collective right, if you look at Article 27 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which says that persons who belong to a ethnic, religious, and linguistic minority have the right, with other members of their community, to practice their own religion, enjoy their own culture, or use their own language. That could almost be said to be a collective right, or a significant right with a collective aspect. And all of these are in fact relevant to the Uyghurs. So I would say that there's more than just self-determination, that there are other aspects of rights which have a collective dimension. And that's why I actually refer to it in relation to a Uyghur identity, their culture, language, and religion. Because in my opinion, all of that is being actually targeted by the policies, intentional policies, by the government of China to get rid of, in a sense. I think we need to be actually quite clear, even rather blunt on that aspect. In relation to genocide, my mandate actually does not cover genocide, strictly speaking. However, you might have heard when I was referring to the situations there, I did refer to genocidal acts. And in a certain way, I've mentioned it quite a few times, without actually clearly arriving at a conclusion, because I've never been asked to do that. I've never, strictly speaking, had an opportunity to actually examine this question very closely as a special rapporteur. I've kind of, to be very honest, I went around it, kind of suggested it could be the case. And I think that is a position that as special rapporteur, I had to actually adopt, because to be fair to states and victims and civil society, one has to look at all the factors. In my case, I've never conducted a mission in China. I was never asked to address the issue of genocide specifically under my mandate. Now that I'm not special rapporteur, I can perhaps look at this question.
We look forward to your finding tomorrow.
Oh God. Inshallah.
I mean, so we still have a couple of questions on the fact that the Secretary General has not spoken on the issue, on interference too, or any other points that were raised. If you wanted to comment on those.
Yeah, I think, like I said, when I mentioned that the UN has failed us, I want to include the Secretary General, because I think he was so outspoken on so many issues, on so many occasions, but and as he is right now on the current conflicts as well around the world, but I have never really heard him even pronounce the word Uyghur. So, you know, for a person, a high-level person of the UN, not to mention one of the most urgent crises around the world, is deeply troubling. And to even also, I think it's even, you know, the question of access for Uyghurs. Access to the Secretary General or his office or, you know, different offices, we just don't have access to them. And most of the time we have to go, you know, knock these doors with the help of many, many partners and many allies who facilitate those meetings or access. So it's kind of frustrating when you're one of the communities that are going through so much, but you don't have that access. Even, you know, like, we know that, for example, all organizations working on China, they don't have ECOSOC status, you know, at the UN, so that makes it very difficult to raise our voice. I mean, there are obviously many ways, but it always comes with challenges. So when you're always confronted with challenges and limitations to access, it's hard to push this. So I think we've been calling on the Secretary General, and when I say we, it's not just the Uyghur community, it's also Tibetan groups, Hong Kong groups, the whole Chinese human rights defenders, everyone. We've been calling on his office, on him, to specifically mention these issues and also call for accountability measures on China, call for you know, a resolution that sets independent inquiry or a working group or even a special rapporteur on China, but none of our concerns, none of our asks have actually been addressed. So when we see that, it's deeply frustrating, but we're not giving up because we know that although this could be helpful, it's not the only way to go around and to raise our voices. And we're actually we were very, I think, encouraged by the appointment of the new High Commissioner, Volker Turk, when he arrived to office right after the publication of the report. And although his, I think, position is not as strong as we hoped for, it's still much better than the previous High Commissioner, whose name I'm not going to name. But I think there's a lot of still, after so many disappointments and so many challenges for our community, there's still some optimism, and I think we're still expecting something out of the UN system. And I think this year there were so many opportunities to raise the Uyghur issue at the UN. We attended the CEDAW review, the CESCAR review, the next UPR is coming up on China in January, and I think from my experience also engaging with diplomats, engaging with civil society groups, there's this kind of fatigue from the Chinese narrative. You know, when we organize side events at the UN, diplomats are not buying the Chinese narrative or the Chinese message so easily compared to before.
Thank you very much. And I would like to close perhaps. We have a very, very good question. Yes.
Thank you very much. Fernand de Varenne, I have a question. The Convention on Genocide is not only on punishment, but also on prevention. And this is a legal instrument of very strong weight. Help us just to redraw the borderline boundary between punishment and prevention. If there is an ongoing activity which is somehow genocidal. So how to prevent? It is up to the member states of the UN to call to the bodies, because we are obliged. There is an obligation to act, even to prevent. Could you just touch upon this prevention which we are committed to pursue? Thank you.
I love the question. Because I think this is an area where the United Nations has, I don't want to use the word fails so much, but when I mentioned earlier the rise in the number of violent conflicts around the world, let's be very clear. Prevention should be a priority of the United Nations, but almost all of the efforts of the United Nations are actually in conflict resolution. And I think this is a major failure, or gap. Let's call it a gap for now. And one of the main reasons, in my opinion, is because for the United Nations, prevention implies interference in the domestic affairs of the state. Because what I did not mention is that most of today's violent conflicts are internal, they're domestic, they're inside a state. And in fact, most of these involve minorities or ethnic religious issues. But that is politically delicate, as we've been saying. Many states now are actually opposing their sovereignty, their state sovereignty, to the interference of international human rights, much more today than 20 years ago. We have gone backwards in terms of, in my opinion, in terms of the international community, member states of the UN, accepting the application of human rights standards in their internal affairs. So, as you say, the Convention Against Genocide highlights the importance of prevention. But in recent years, we've actually, I think, at the United Nations, moved away from prevention because states are reasserting their sovereignty in many areas. As you may know, even the United Kingdom, the current government of the United Kingdom has talked about withdrawing from the European Convention for Human Rights. There's a movement backwards. During the previous administration of President Trump, there actually was a suggestion that international human rights had gone too far. And there was a special commission which did present a report on what are the real human rights, not the international human rights, but the real human rights that the US government should respect. What I'm actually indicating is that, as you rightly pointed out, prevention of genocide should be one of the main focus of the efforts of the United Nations. But given the current political and diplomatic context, the United Nations has perhaps been shying away from that. And most of its efforts are towards resolution and not prevention. We have been seeing a huge increase in hate speech, but also incitement to genocide in social media in many parts of the world. And many governments don't know how to handle this tsunami of hate, I think, as the UN Secretary General mentioned. I call it the poisoning of the mind by misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech. So all of that, I should say there are some efforts done on prevention. There is the special advisor to the UN Secretary General on the protection, responsibility to protect, and also the prevention of genocide. But still, we will need to work towards, I think, a United Nations which truly fulfills its mission. We will need to head towards a change in the context of member states actually becoming true defenders of human rights in a way which I think most member states have been shying away from too recently. And I'll try to end on a positive note. This is a very dark period for the international community in terms of respecting human rights around them. Let's not kid ourselves. But on a positive note, because as a special rapporteur, by the way, we have to be optimists. It is in the darkest moments that we have to focus on them. And now is the moment we have to do that even more than in the past. Because now are the most difficult periods that we have to actually try to have a truly universal system for the protection of the rights of those who are the most vulnerable and marginalized. That's why we need human rights, international human rights now. It's difficult. It's going to be even perhaps impossible at times, but we will never make progress unless we persevere and move forward. Is that inspiration?
Yes.
Thank you.
At the end of this panel and of this forum, but I just wanted to backtrack for any last remarks, and in particular, I think the question about the Secretary General that speak to your experience.
I thought I was going to get away with answering that one.
Turn your mic off.
Well, I don't want to dilute excellent comments from colleagues. I think everyone did a great job of answering. I'll keep my remarks short. I hope to keep my remarks short. As regards the SG's office, I think the best way to answer this question is that, as you mentioned, before, the United Nations and the Secretariat is currently working in the context of shrinking space of human rights, shrinking development, and climate change. Now, these are important topics, and these are global issues, and these are urgent issues. I represent many millennials and Gen Z, so I'm excited about these issues being discussed. That said, is that what the UN should be discussing when, you know, the world is literally on fire? And what I take away from this is not to criticize the UN, not to criticize my former colleagues, but I sympathize, because it said to me, you know, that this is where we've come, this is where we're at. We are living at a time where perhaps the Secretariat doesn't see any hope for bringing together 193 countries based on human rights. It just doesn't seem possible, nor based on national security or security issues or peace, right? So we have to talk about climate change, we have to talk about global health, we have to talk about global development, we have to talk about SDGs, because those are issues where there might be a slight space of entry points to bring these countries together, and perhaps through SDGs we could talk about peace, through SDGs we could talk about human rights. But I think it says a lot about the global context in which we live in. And my observation working under this current SG is that, you know, when it comes to human rights, his style is to delegate to the Undersecretary General. So if we're optimistic about it, I think it means that there's a lot more that's been delegated to the Human Rights Office to work on this. There's a lot more that's been delegated to the special mechanisms, to special procedures to work on this. So that would be my observation. And to wrap up, it's been healing to hear so much validation of everything I think we've been experiencing and thinking when we see diluted headlines, diluted analyses, non-existent analyses of violations going on. And as a politician, I think my job is to unite and inspire as much as possible. So I would like to wrap up by asking all of us sitting here today to pledge in all fronts that we work in every front that we work in, that we will not dilute any information that comes towards us. We will not dilute the language we use when we talk about this genocide, and that we will not leave anybody behind. Thank you for being here today. And again, thank you so much.
It's much easier as a moderator to finish when you're preceded by such inspirational speeches at the end of the day. But I just wanted perhaps to give a 1 minute wrap up in terms of like what I hope that the audience today got away from this panel. I think the first message, of course, is please continue engaging with the UN, or start doing if you've not done so. This means, of course, keep on bringing your information, and as you say, not diluted information, really the facts and your analysis and your conclusion. This is really essential for the work of special rapporteurs of the UN Human Rights Office, of us NGOs that's in Geneva. So please continue documenting and engaging. Keep on pressuring your governments, parliaments, through civil society. That is really essential in terms of shifting positions, and reach out. Reach out to other peers, in particular in the rural South, so that they can shift their government's positions, and we can finally find some way through at the UN, and all this back to the really powerful impact of stories. And when I say this, I looked at Bingur, whom I had the pleasure to share a 40 hours flight from Geneva to Tokyo. And I just get reminded all the time of the power of stories and of the importance of appealing to each other's humanity when we reach out as civil society, as parliaments, as academics. So please continue doing what you do in an excellent manner. Continue reaching out to the UN and to others outside of your countries. And with this, I thank everyone for attending this panel. And well, I'm not the one declaring the end of the forum, but I'll leave this privilege to some other night.
İki günlük faaliyetimiz bir yer yaklaştı. İki günlük yanki Hatice Begüm'la köptü köp rahmet. Hem de bir ustuş faaliyeti vardı. Hazır Abduz kep oldu. Şu Abduz oturup ustuş faaliyeti kılmansak oldu. Endi men nahmaydan tarjimonligi ustunni yanchiqlar qap-qapmaysiz, so'mkalar tekshirayotgan bo'lsanglar, amin ustalni ustida qo'yib qo'yayli. Ustalni ustida qo'yib qo'ygan bo'lsam. 2日間の会議が無事に終わりました。皆様、長時間のご清聴ありがとうございました。これから懇親会の会場に移動したいと思います。この同時通訳の機器、テーブルに残して、そのまま残していただきたいです。ご協力よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしいでしょうか。ありがとうございます。その他ご質問。それではお願いします。
関係人の方ですね、千さんにせっかくなので伺いたいんですけれども、昨年の、5月に公表された、新疆公安ファイル、内部資料として世界に大きな衝撃を与えたかなと、これまで散々述べられてきた生還者の証言を裏付けるものだというふうに思います。改めて2019年に習近平は収容所政策はやめたというふうに、収容所は閉じたというふうに言ってますけれども、現状の収容政策について、デンさんのご見解を伺いたいなと思います。
Question for me or address it?
Yes. Is this working? Okay. We have a situation where Xinjiang, on the one hand, conducted a mass internment of Uyghurs into re-education camps, so-called skills training camps. The evidence from the Xinjiang police file shows that also in 2017, many Uyghurs, probably several hundred thousand, were arbitrarily placed into prisons. We see that from the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, many of the Uyghurs in the so-called re-education camps were shifted into forced labor in private companies, in factory parks, satellite factories, and we have evidence that many other Uyghurs were shifted into arbitrary imprisonment. We also have evidence of continued arbitrary detention. I believe that the vocational skills education and training center policy is no longer active. It was a mechanism to filter, to re-educate Uyghurs, to break them, assimilate them, and filter them. Filter to determine which ones to put into long-term prison sentences and which ones to put into forced labor. Of course, evidence is also limited. We know that, for example, the detention center system has increased significantly in capacity. The detention centers are sort of an intermediate stage between prison and police stations, but they are also used to re-educate Uyghurs long-term. So we have to assume that there's significant arbitrary detention also in detention centers besides the prison system, because satellite image indicates significant expansion of prison and high security internment and significant expansion of the detention center system. But neither of these are likely to operate under the vocational skills education and training center policy. Because the forced labor takes place separate from camps, the forced labor of camp detainees continue even if their camp is closed.
よろしいでしょうか。続いてご発言ある方、ご質問のある方、挙手をお願いいたします。よろしいですか。 それではご質問もないようですので、これにて記者会見は終了とさせていただきます。2日間、本当に皆さんありがとうございました。また、報道関係の方には大変なご協力をいただいたこと、心から感謝申し上げます。ありがとうございました。
よろしいですか。どうもありがとうございました。